it would be tight. She said, I said this from the beginning. In the meantime, Tudor Dixon, who's, of course, I guess in this case, could be considered the underdog, of course, because she's not the incumbent, coming in confident and really thankful and grateful for the support that she's been getting from a lot of different places, including the Michigan Police Association and others. But the latest poll, Andrew, pretty telling right now. As of this past Thursday, so just a few days ago, the latest poll shows that 54%, according to Epic MRA, 54% of the people who polled said they would vote for Gretchen Whitmer as governor, and right now 43% said they would vote for Tudor Dixon, with 2% undecided. But think about those numbers, Andrew. 54% for the governor, the incumbent, the powerhouse, but then Tudor Dixon comes in saying, hey, wait a minute, I have some great ideas here, and I have a different way of thinking about how to run the state. And she comes in with 43%, 2% are undecided. So it's going to be a very interesting night here in Michigan.
Yeah, of course, front and center, Roop, and maybe you would agree with this as far as the issue sets are concerned, is the COVID restrictions and the COVID lockdowns and the COVID policies of the Whitmer administration in the early aughts of the COVID pandemic. Are voters going to hold her accountable on that, do you think? Do you hear that a lot from voters?
You know, it's interesting because the people who own small businesses, the barbers, the stylists, the salons, the restaurant workers, and specifically the restaurant management forced to close, they'll be the ones to tell you, wait a minute, I didn't like what happened 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and it ruined my business. Thousands of businesses across the country, of course, had to be shut down because of COVID. But here in Michigan, they did have tight restrictions. I asked the governor whether or not specifically she would, be just as stern, just as strict when it comes to the types of rules that she had in place at that time, 2.5 years ago. When it comes to kids specifically, I asked her, would you keep kids out of school for 3 months again if another pandemic happened? She said, Roop, that's an impossible question to answer. I said, well, hold on. What if there was a similar pandemic? She said, what strain? I said, it doesn't matter. COVID, RSV, anything. How long is too long to keep kids out of school for something like this? She pointed to the 1918 Spanish flu and kind of said, look, that was a time in which many kids did die. So it just depends on the kind of virus, the kind of illness that could be out there for her to make her decision. But I think a lot of people don't have the ability to just forget about that. But there are others out there who are saying, look, abortion is one of the big issues that I'm going to the polls for. And then the vote splits depending on which side of that you stand on.
Yeah, before we get to the issue of abortion, because I want to talk to you about that, give us a sense, who is Tudor Dixon? Where did she come from? She's had this really meteoric rise in Michigan GOP politics. Now she's on the ballot, but what's her background?
Well, she worked at a steel company in West Michigan, in the West Michigan area. She also hosted a podcast and also a radio show for a number of years. You know, it's interesting. When I first talked to Tudor Dixon more than a year and a half ago, I identified her as a talk show host from West Michigan, and her camp said quickly, hey, wait a minute here. She's an executive. She's a businesswoman, not just a talk show host. But that's basically where she came from, in the West Michigan area, working in a business for a steel company from there as an executive, moving on and doing a lot of media. So that's what we know about her. But as you say, it's been a meteoric rise and an interesting one to watch, because her ideas do, in many sense, she's, mimic some of the Trumpian ideas from 2016, 2020. I mean, it's just interesting to watch the Trump playbook that it seems like she's playing from in terms of kind of talking to the people who are incensed by the incumbent. She's basically saying, look, the outrage group out here, wake up, get up, come out and vote. And that's where you get that 43% number right now in Michigan.
And of course, we've seen some Republican governors who you could argue are, part of the youthful vanguard of the party right now. Glenn Youngkin, Ron DeSantis, Doug Ducey, come out and support her, come and do events with her there around the state of Michigan. Before we move on from the governor's race, what has your sense been about the polling in the race? Because we've seen polls, a lot of them have been all over the place. You just cited one. I've seen others that have it much more narrower there in the governor's race. Can we rely on the polls coming out of Michigan, do you think?
I don't think you can completely rely on the polls. The polls are an indicator. They're indications of where some people feel the race stands right now. But if you really think about the people who are private about their politics, the people who, of course, as we remember, voted for Trump but didn't tell anyone they were voting for Trump, the surge in numbers that we saw for him, really even in 2020, but really 2016, you have a large faction of people who keep their politics private. And I think there's many people who may be incensed, disengaged, feeling disenfranchised currently under this administration who are saying, wait, what does Tudor have to say? So there's a lot of attention being paid to her message and what she stands for right now.
Okay, Roop, there is a major ballot initiative and referendum that's going to be put to voters there on November the 8th, today. And that, of course, has to do with abortion, enshrining the right for a woman to choose whether or not to get an abortion in the state constitution. This was a very heavy lift for backers of this proposal to even get it in front of voters. What's the polling look like on that? Are voters in favor?
Well, this is going to be a split right here because you're talking about a blue wave and a red wave, and those who are pro-choice are coming out swinging on the left, and most of them on the left, and many on the right who are pro-life are coming out. It's going to be interesting again to see what the polling reflects. Is it actually accurate? Right now, it looks like a really good split in terms of the people who are saying that this should or shouldn't pass. It's called Proposal 3 here in Michigan. I think it'll be very interesting to watch tonight what happens with Proposal 3. But it just depends on the area you're coming from. You look at mid-Michigan, if you look at northern Michigan, you do have a lot of support for that, the conservative initiative of defeating Proposal 3. Those are the people who said, look, this is too extreme, too confusing. You also have people in some areas here in Metro Detroit, which is an area of about 5.2 million people that are running a little more conservative than they have necessarily in the past. For instance, Macomb County, that was home to the Macomb County Democrats, the Reagan Democrats, as we called them back in the 80s. And so it's going to be one of those things where how this math dices up at the end of this night. It'll be interesting to watch. Of course, we're keeping an eye on it right now. But to predict and to say this poll is accurate, this one isn't, is just too early to tell, even on the eve of this big night.
All right. And Roop, just lastly, are you expecting final results, races called tonight? What is the election administration, the counting rules like there in Michigan? Should we expect results tonight in some of these races?
I think you're going to see some areas that come in pretty quickly. I mean, for instance, Oakland County, which is a big county here in Metro Detroit, you're going to see numbers come in pretty quickly. There's a modem issue in some areas, and so there's going to be some counts that take more time. I think, Wayne County traditionally takes a little bit longer. It's just a fact. Wayne County is where Detroit is. Oakland County is where so many of the suburbs are, and Oakland County will come quicker. I think it's going to be a very late night, and it could even be later tomorrow into Wednesday and Thursday before we see final numbers come through. I'm not saying that the numbers won't be counted, but I think they're going to have to be really scrutinized and looked over, especially if this ends up being a close race. So I think it'll be a day before we really get the codified final numbers, say, hey, this is it, and these are the cemented numbers.
All right, Fox 2's Roop Raj there in Detroit for us on this election day. Roop, we always appreciate your time, and we'll talk again.
We'll talk soon. Thanks so much. Good luck out there. Keep up the great work at LiveNOW.
And thank you so much to both Andrew Kraft and Roop Raj for giving us some insight into Michigan. Here is a live look at a polling location in Philadelphia, and we have live pictures coming in from all across the country. This one, as I mentioned, from Philadelphia. Then we do also have another picture coming to us out of New York at another polling site. And finally, I want to let our viewers know we do have some of our media members getting set up back in Maricopa County. We were just talking with Austin Westfall about those tabulation issues. You can even see him there making sure he's getting his microphone set up as well. We're supposed to be hearing here in just about 5 more minutes from some of these officials out of Maricopa County on where they are at when it comes to these issues that they had, again, with their voting machine problems. It was being reported at about 20% of polling locations. The officials did say that they had experienced these issues with the tabulation machines all across the valley. We'll be giving you this update, plus updates on races all across the country when we return here in just 2 minutes right after this break. You are watching Live Run Unfiltered here with us on midterm election day. comes to the Carrie Lake and the Democrat Katie Hobbs. Let's go ahead and bring in live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft as he spoke with Fox 10's John Hook.
And today on Election Day, we're going to focus on yet another key battleground state, this time here in Arizona. We're going to be joined by Fox 10 anchor in Phoenix, John Hook. John, thanks so much for being with us here. So we know Arizona went blue back in 2020, but yes. I think a lot of people are questioning whether that might have been some type of political fluke, or is this here to stay this cycle?
I think that we are changing. There's no doubt about it. I mean, when I got here back in the 70s, late 70s, it was a deep red state. It's definitely changed. Big influx of Californians. That's been the big change. Before that, the migration was really from the Midwest. Sensibility similar to Arizona, but then a lot of Chicagoans would come here. Usually because of the Cubs, and they get out here and go, I'm moving. So we had some of that sensibility as well, but this California sensibility is a whole nother animal. Okay. And people have lived here a long time. They know it, they feel it. It's changed the political landscape a bit, but I still believe Arizona, particularly fiscally, is a right of center state. Okay. I still believe that.
Okay, because we're seeing not only just Arizona, but more specifically Maricopa County.
That's changed even more.
It's changed even more, and some would say that nationally.
All right, guys, we do appreciate John Hook for joining us. We're going to play that out in full for you here in just a bit, but I do want to jump back out to Maricopa County, where we do have officials who are speaking on the issue that they had with their machines. Let's go ahead, listen in live.
Okay. I hope you guys are all ready. If not, get started rolling here. So thank you all for being here today at the Tabulation Center. Obviously, adjudication going on back here. Tabulation will be starting tomorrow morning. But Chairman Bill Gates from the Board of Supervisors, he'll come out and answer a few of your questions. As you know, we have had these issues where some of the ballots that had been printed at our locations were not being counted by the on-site tabulation equipment, which looks just like this box right here. Not the blue box, the black box right here. So Chairman Gates will talk to you about what we've learned throughout the day as this problem has persisted in a number of our locations. But I think I'll reiterate, but I know the chairman will say it again. Everyone has had the chance to vote, and the number has grown well over 100,000, so he has more details on that. But we do have another commitment coming up at 3 o'clock, so we'll take as many of your questions as we can.
All right, thank you, Fields. Thanks to everyone for covering what's going on, getting out information today as we go forward with this very important election. I wanted to just read a statement that we've just put out from the board and the central command here. Maricopa County has identified the solution for the tabulation issues at about 60 vote centers. County technicians have changed the printer settings, which seem to have resolved the issue. It appears some of the printers were not producing dark enough timing marks on the ballots. The solution has worked at 17 locations, and technicians deployed throughout the county are working to resolve this issue at the remaining locations. So I really have to give great credit to our poll workers, to our technicians who have addressed this issue. Again, you never know what's going to happen in an election. No one here at Maricopa County has ever claimed that there is such a thing as a perfect election. And so we had the technicians out there, they looked at it and determined that this has been a printing issue. So again, we were at a high point of around 60 vote locations that were having this issue. So as you heard, it's declining now. We're down probably into the low 40s, and we anticipate that that's going to continue to improve. But like Field said, even when we did have this active issue, still there was no one who came today with a valid ID who was turned away from the polls. Those people were given a ballot. They were given the opportunity to fill out the ballot, and then if the ballot was not going through this tabulator, they then had the option to put it down here in box number 3, or also we've been giving people the option to check out if they wanted to, if they were uncomfortable putting the ballot there in box 3, and then they could go to one of the other 222 vote centers across Maricopa County. So happy to answer any questions that you might have. Yes, Jason.
How frustrating was this? I mean, obviously this is not how you wanted to start out election day. It happens, but for you, it's just frustrating, but you know, you're pleased that it's being addressed.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no question that's frustrating, but again, really important for people to understand that all those vote locations, they opened on time, so it wasn't, it wasn't a case where people were showing up and the doors were locked, but they were coming and they were not able, some of these people not able to feed it into the tabulator. It's frustrating, but that's why I'm so grateful for all the people who worked on this. This was a tough issue. People were trying to figure it out, and now that we've got a solution, really pleased. But again, even when we had this and we hadn't figured out the solution, people were still able to vote. It was just a matter of maybe not, voting in the way they wanted to. Also, this putting their ballot here in box 3 and then bringing it down here for central tabulation later tomorrow, that's how a majority of the counties in Arizona, they vote that way. People go into their polling place or vote center, vote there, and then the ballot is sent into their central tabulation. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mark Fincham has just told my colleague that he's talking to the AG's office, looking at filing a court order to extend voting hours. How do you respond to he and others alleging disenfranchisement for this issue?
Yeah, so again, we do not believe that anyone has been disenfranchised because no one has been turned away. Our job here, we're trying to run an election. We're focused on that. If a court orders us to keep the doors open after 7 p.m., allow people to get in line after 7 p.m., that's up to the court. But we're not going to be moving that. We're not going to be moving that date. We're planning on, or that time, we're still planning on being done at 7 p.m. Yes.
Can you clarify the printing issues?
Okay, so officials here in Maricopa County again is saying that they've identified this issue. They are also working on a solution here, as it did affect about 60 vote centers all across the valley. And we are actually going to be speaking with Bill Gates, who's speaking now here out of Maricopa County. We'll be speaking with him at the top of the hour. He's going to be calling in here live to LiveNOW from Fox. And as soon as that happens, of course, we're going to be bringing you that interview live, raw, and unfiltered as we continue to keep you fully covered on races happening all across the country. Thank you again to all of our voters who've been here with us day in and day out on the road to the election. And boy, it's been a busy one, especially when we've had some key big close races happening all across the state. All of the eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's home to one of the most competitive as well as expensive Senate races in the nation. That's between Dr. Mehmet Oz and John Fetterman. We do have Fox's Rebecca Castor. She is joining us here on Live Now from Fox from Philadelphia. And I know, Rebecca, you've been talking to a
has been, has been any different on that? Not that I'm aware of. Yeah. Yeah, Jeremy.
Was there any testing of these printers and the tabulation machines before the polls opened to ensure that something like this didn't happen, to make sure everything worked properly?
Yeah, so the testing of the machines occurs, the testing of the printers occur along with the general testing of the machine. So there was nothing to indicate that this issue was going to arise today. Obviously, if we had, we would have taken other action. So this was a surprise to everyone, and again, we'd gone through the same variables, the same testing that we normally would in an election. Yes.
How come the testing didn't catch this?
I don't know. Again, and Jeremy, that's something that we'll look at after the fact. We'll do a deep dive. We're all about continuous improvement at Maricopa County. But at this point, we've identified the issue. It's improving, and that's why our focus right now is getting, as many voters through, being able to vote between now and 7 p.m.
Do you know how many ballots this affected?
We don't know. We won't know that probably until tomorrow. At some point, we'll be able to know exactly how many ballots went into the box number 3 here, and we'll be a part of central count. Yes.
Do you know if this type of tech issue has ever been an issue in years past? Has this ever happened before?
I'm not familiar with this particular issue before. Yes.
Looking to clarify, we understand that box number 3, door number 3, has been used as the primary method of voting in the past. Can you talk about when that shifted to the tabulator?
Yeah. So we did. I'm not sure exactly what the year was when we moved to the to the tabulation at the polling sites or at the vote centers. But again, like I said, the majority of counties in Arizona are still doing it in this way, where they actually bring it into central count. Other questions? Yes.
Do you know about how many people have voted in person so far?
So far, the last thing I saw, we were over 140,000 people that have voted in person so far. And of course, no idea on how many people have dropped off their early ballot today, but we know that'll be a significant number as well. That's certainly what we anticipate.
Do you have an estimate on how long it's going to take to get to all locations to fix this?
Don't have an estimate at this time, but again, it's been in a fairly short period of time that we've been able to address the 17. That's how many I'm aware of at this point. But we'll certainly keep you guys updated on that.
17 boxes like this?
17 of the the vote centers we were having issues. We're no longer having those issues at the present time.
And are any locations shut down completely with both of the machines out?
There are no locations that I'm aware of that are completely shut down. We've kept those open throughout throughout this period. Anything else?
When you say that the printers weren't producing dark enough, timing marks, can you just explain what that means and why would it not produce dark enough?
And again, we're again getting into the specifics of this, the technical pieces of it that I am not the expert to speak on that. But the timing marks are important to be read by the tabulator. So if the timing marks are too faint, then the tabulator can't read it. The ballot then gets kicked out, and they try again to run it through. Again, sometimes there's multiple times that it was attempted, and then when the poll worker and the voter came to an agreement, they decided to either put it in box 3 or again check out and move to another vote center across Maricopa County.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be a few days until we find out which party takes control of Congress. It comes down to some of these Senate races with a few battleground states. One of those states is Nevada, where we do have Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us live. She's in Las Vegas, where a lot of the state's votes come from. So what can you tell us about this big race, Ashley?
Hey there, Christy. Well, the Senate race here in Nevada has been very tight, and it could come down to Hispanic and independent voters. The Republican nominee, former Attorney General Adam Laxalt, has been vying for Latinos' votes, claiming that they are increasingly switching parties. Now, the incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, she's the first U.S. Senate Latina, and she's hoping to maintain those Latino votes. Now, as for today, it's actually very windy and rainy out here. What was once a long line that could last about an hour or more, there's now no line out here. And again, that's because of the wind and rain. But there have been a handful of first-time voters. I was inside of the polling location earlier this morning, and I witnessed at least 8 first-time voters, followed by claps and cheers from the poll workers. And now let's talk about some campaign spending. This race is one of the most expensive among the U.S. Senate races. Catherine Cortez Masto, her campaign has raised and spent over $50 million. That's compared to Laxalt raising $15.5 million. But I spoke to some political experts who say that regardless of the amount of money a candidate has raised, it doesn't always mean that they will win. Now, the voting process today in Nevada, in Las Vegas specifically, has been pretty smooth. I will say that there was a website outage with the Nevada Secretary of State website, but that has since been resolved, and they say that it has not affected the voting process. Christy?
And as you said, right now, not a line behind you, but what we've been asking many of our reporters as they've been coming into us from polling locations across the country is when you're speaking with these voters, what are some of those key issues that they're worried about that they really wanted to come and make their voice heard on?
Yeah, so before this wind really picked up, I was able to speak to some of those voters, and some of their top issues are, of course, inflation and the economy, and that seems to be a bipartisan issue. Both Republicans and Democrats are concerned about that. Now, as for Republicans I've spoken with, they say that crime, fentanyl, those are their top issues. For Democrats, abortion rights, and that's what we're hearing. Christy?
And finally, Ashley, are you expecting maybe to see things pick back up once people are off of work and trying to get in line to get their votes casted?
Yeah, so we're expecting the line to pick up, but weather is a factor. Now in northern Nevada, there's chance of snow, so that could impact that as well. But hopefully people do show up to vote.
Yeah, it's their time, their chance to have their voice heard. We appreciate you giving us an update from Nevada, again, out of Las Vegas. Ashley joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Ashley, for being here with us today.
Thanks, Christy.
And we'll continue to give you full coverage of this 2022 election, especially as we've been mentioning, there's some big key races where it really is a toss-up. It's going to come down to who is showing up at the polls here today. Live Now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, continuing to bring you coverage from all across the country on this 2022 election. More to come here in just a moment. I want to continue to bring you out to some of these events happening across the country. We've been talking a little bit about Arizona because that has been one of the key races where we've seen a battleground really fighting between Republicans and Democrats. And again, have not only the governor's seat open, but also the Senate seat that's being fought after. Let's go ahead and take you out to some remarks that were just made by Senator Mark Kelly. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Wrong for our state. You know, what he said about the prescription drug bill that we passed, he would not have supported that. So he stands with Big Pharma. Well, I stand up to Big Pharma.
Yes.
And another issue, do we have any seniors here? We have a few seniors. You know, my opponent said on a debate stage that he wants to privatize Social Security.
Ooh.
Sending the hard-earned benefits of seniors to Wall Street. Said he wants to cut the knot. Now, I don't even know what that means. But I can tell you what, it's not good. So on issue after issue, whether it's women's health care, Social Security, veterans issues. I spent 25 years in the Navy. We have the best military this planet has ever seen, most professional and capable. My opponent, Blake Masters, says that our military leadership is totally incompetent. Let me be perfectly clear. That's a lie. And I'm always going to stand up for our veterans, whether it's veterans health care or, as I serve on the Armed Services Committee, making sure our veterans get the weapons and weapon systems they need so we can continue to be the most professional and capable force in the world. Elections are about consequences. You know, in 2020 we had an election. It was certified by both Democrats and Republicans, including our Republican governor. It was a fair election. My opponent, Blake Masters, he is now again questioning whether that was a fair election, saying that election was stolen, saying the other guy should have won. That's bad for our democracy, and it's dangerous. He's also now already questioning the 2022 election. He's been doing it for weeks, even though we've got 5 more hours of voting to go. You know, what we're going to do here is people are going to vote, and then we're going to count the votes, and then whoever gets the more votes, that's going to be who's going to win this election. Now, I expect it to be me. Yes. But we will accept the outcome of this election. And my opponent should too. And individuals up and down the ballot should as well. So what are we going to do, folks?
Get out the vote.
We're going to get out the vote. It's incredibly important. What you're doing here in the next 5 hours, difference between winning and losing. We have knocked on hundreds of thousands of doors. We have made over 1 million phone calls to encourage people to vote. And it's because when more people vote, we have a stronger democracy.
Yes. Yes.
So thank you from me and Gabby for being part of this team. You know, I've done a lot of things in my life. I flew in combat 39 times. I flew in space 4 times. Never once did I do that by myself. It was always as part of a team. So thank you so much for being on this team. And now let's get out there and knock on some doors.
All right, so once again, keeping a little close eye here on some of the races happening on the West Coast. But I want to turn our attention back to the East Coast as we continue to see people fighting in key battlegrounds, including out in Pennsylvania. So let's go ahead and bring you some more with Kelly Rule, who's joining us out at one of those locations. It looks like, Kelly, you're out at what will be Fetterman's event in Pennsylvania. Tell me a little bit more about what you're seeing in this race.
Hey, Christy, good evening. Yeah, you can see the stage is set up behind me. We know that all eyes are on the Senate race tonight. That's not just here in Pennsylvania. It is likely the race receiving the most money and attention, and it is certainly close. So as you mentioned, we are here at an election night event for Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. We're about 20 minutes away from the town of Braddock. That's where he served as mayor from 2006 until 2018 when he was elected lieutenant governor. And that is where he voted this morning. Now, he did not make a statement to reporters, But we know that Republican Senate nominee Dr. Mehmet Oz voted in Montgomery County this morning. he did give a brief statement to reporters, and when someone asked if he would accept the election results, he did reply yes. Now, over the summer, Fetterman led odds by double digits, but the race narrowed significantly in recent months. Polls show a really close race here, and if Fetterman wins, it would give Democrats a pickup in the evenly split Senate. So we know that Fetterman is still recovering from a stroke that he suffered right before the May primary that left him struggling with auditory processing and speech, something that was certainly clearly evident at that debate at the end of October, that only debate that they had, and his health was certainly a political target on the campaign trail. Oz and Republicans have slammed him on crime and his record on the State Board of Pardons and for flip-flopping on natural gas drilling. Fetterman has continued to paint Oz as a wealthy, out-of-touch New Jerseyan and an extremist on abortion. Now, during that debate, Oz did say the decision should not involve the federal government but be left to women, doctors, and local political leaders. So Fetterman may address supporters here tonight, though we may not know the winner of this race for days or even weeks as the votes are continuing to be counted.
Yeah, that's something that we're seeing in some of these key races across the country is those results going to need to be carefully looked at, especially as they will continue to come in. And Kelly, real quickly too, what have you been seeing as far as voter turnout throughout the day in Pennsylvania?
Well, we were actually on the road to head up to Pittsburgh all day, but I can tell you just from when I voted this morning and from what our colleagues have been seeing, they said the turnout has been really strong. Talking to poll workers, they've been saying the same. So certainly people are coming out for this election.
Right, and we will be also keeping a very close eye on it as those results start to come in Pennsylvania as well as other states. Kelly Rule joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Kelly, for being here with us tonight. And I want to remind our viewers, our coverage going to continue on through the rest of the evening. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, focusing back on Arizona, we're going to be playing out some of those interviews on the machine issues that they had. It's coming up next on Live Now. Across the valley in the Maricopa County area in Arizona. So this is some video of some of those machines. They had some officials out of the area who were speaking about what to do, what voters should work on, or how they can get around this issue. And it was addressed just a little bit ago here with some of those Maricopa County officials. We're actually going to be speaking with one of those officials, Bill Gates, when they're going to call in here at the top of the hour. I wanted, though, take you out to a tweet that they'd sent out moments ago. They did say that they've identified the solution for the tabulation issues at about 60 vote centers. County technicians have changed the printer settings, which means some have been resolved in this issue, and it appears some of the printers were not producing dark enough timing marks on the ballots. They did say the solution has worked at 17 locations, and technicians deployed throughout the county are working to resolve the issue at the other remaining locations. So again, we are going to be speaking with Bill Gates with the Maricopa County here at the top of the hour. He's going to call in here to Live Now from Fox. But it was just earlier here today that one of the governor candidates for Arizona, Kari Lake, she's the Republican running against Katie Hobbs, the Democrat. She was speaking to some of these media members, to some of the voters, talking about these issues. Again, this was ahead of them identifying the issues, but I want to play out some of her remarks as she was speaking with reporters just earlier here this afternoon.
It's been above 20% all day.
Thank you.
Okay, Gary. Yep, right here. Where? On the X. On the X. Oh, jeez. Gosh, this is close. Okay. Do you want to hold this, Caroline? Yes.
How are you viewing the Maricopa County tabulation from 33 minutes to its and problem? Do you see something deeper in it?
What's your name and who are you with?
I'm Stephanie Sy with the PBS NewsHour.
Do you think this is normal, guys? My question is, do you think what's happening here in Maricopa County is normal? We have had problems after problems. And there's a reason we decided to change locations. We were going to go to a pretty Republican area. But I woke up this morning and within minutes of the polls opening up, I started getting people calling, voters in tears, calling my personal number, saying, what's going on? The tabulators aren't working. They told me to put my ballot into a box and they would drive it downtown to count it. This is not normal stuff. We don't have to have elections run this way. We switched from a Republican area to vote. We came right down into the heart of liberal Phoenix to vote because we wanted to make sure that we had good machines. And guess what? They've had zero problems with their machines today. Not one machine spit out a ballot here today. Not one, in a very liberal area. So we were right to come and vote in a liberal area. They gotta fix this problem. This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna win. And when we win, there's gonna be a come to Jesus for elections in Arizona. There's gonna be a come to Jesus. Next. Your name and who you're with.
Rachel Cole with Channel 12 News. I'm just curious, your attorney had mentioned maybe a possible silver lining with the issues that you will be able to move about town and kind of shake hands and talk to some of the people in line. Could you elaborate on your plan for later today?
After we leave, we're going to go encourage people to stay in line. We are going to vote, and we are going to stay in line. And the people of Arizona would walk over hot coals, and they would walk over broken glass to vote today. And I know that they can stand in line for a couple hours if they have to. I know they'll stand in line for 8 hours if they have to. And they will vote. And my message to the people of Arizona is do not get out of line until you have cast your vote. Do not get out of line until you've cast your vote. Things are looking very good for us. They may be trying to slow a red tsunami, but it's coming. And we are going to take back Arizona. And I know that people are out voting. Take a little bit of food, wear comfortable shoes, take some water, and just stay in line, Arizona, and vote. Vote, vote. We got to vote today. Next question, name, and who are you with?
I'm Roman Fontabrise with the French news agency KFP. So does that mean that the problems are significantly not like the lawsuit that test results?
I don't know what the problems are going to be. I don't know what the problems are going to be. But I know that people are feeling disenfranchised today. I saw a woman walk away from a line today. Guys, I'm asking you in the media, do you think this is normal? You're young. You didn't vote back in the day when I started voting, where you walked up, you cast your ballot, they counted it right there in the small precinct, and you knew the results the night of the election. We can't keep having elections run this way. We're going to have Hillary Clinton losing her mind when she's another election denier. She's already predicting bad elections in 2024. We've got to get this fixed. I want my children who voted for the first time today, I want them to have a country, and we need to have honest elections and transparent elections. Now, I hope that we get all these problems solved. I hope they get solved. Did you already ask a question? Next. What's your name?
Kelly O'Grady with Fox News.
And yes.
You've said before that you've wanted Secretary Hobbs, your opponent, to recuse herself. Does this intensify that feeling, and will you accept it if she doesn't?
I think she should have recused herself. She's unethical. She's incompetent. But, you know, we've been asking her to do that since July of last year. Apparently she hasn't done so. We're just going to see where things go.
Carrie,
Any other questions?
Newsmax here yesterday, you said stay in line, get an Uber, bring food, pack food. You said we don't know what, you said anything could happen, and here we are. What is your advice to voters out there who are watching this press conference live, saying, where do I go? How do I make sure my vote counts?
My advice is stay in line and vote, guys. Don't let all this craziness stop you from voting. We're going to vote. We're going to win, and we are going to vote, and we're going to stay in line. Don't let this craziness stop you from voting. Get out there and vote, vote, vote. And do not get out of line until you cast your ballot.
Okay. Ben Brookbaum, Real America's Voice News. You were talking about this for months leading up to it. They came out yesterday, said everything was secure. Now we're seeing this not only here, but across America. Does it surprise you at all? And again, implications for America and the significance of why we have to change our voting system.
You know, I'm just embarrassed for Arizona that we're still having these problems, guys. But we will turn things around when I win. We are going to reform elections and make sure that we have honest, transparent elections that every Arizonan feels confident in. The rest of the country will look to us and say, let's make our elections just like Arizona. I don't like the embarrassment of every election having problems. I hope you don't either. And, you know, it's interesting because you guys in the media, especially some of you, some really, really fake news propagandists, I see many of them right around here, have been calling me names because I'm standing up for the people of Arizona. I'm standing up for our children who are going to someday be ready to vote. And I want to make sure that they have fair, honest elections. If we don't have honest elections, we don't have a country. And so I want people to not worry about what's happening. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get through this, and we will reform our elections.
But Carrie, let's be clear.
Who are you and who are you with?
My name is Vaughn Hilliard with NBC News. And to be clear, the lines are not acceptable. People from work purposes, school purposes. At the same time, there is no evidence to suggest that this is not going to be an accurate election, just like 2020.
I haven't suggested that. We're going to see what happens. I haven't suggested that, Vaughn. Anybody else? Who are you?
Gavino Garay with Reuters News Agency.
Okay.
If Donald Trump were to announce that he is running, what would your reaction be?
My reaction would be elation. I would be so thrilled that President Trump runs. And I would absolutely, wholeheartedly support him. We need President Trump back in office to fix what Joe Biden has screwed up. Who are you?
Chris Van Cleave from CBS News. I wanted just to follow up on his question, if I may. If Donald Trump announces, as expected, to be president, and you win the governorship of Arizona, you're likely to be talked about as a VP candidate. Do you plan to serve your entire term in Arizona, or are you open to being the VP?
Are you new covering this race? Because we've talked about this before. We've talked about this. I've answered these questions. I am going to not only be the governor of Arizona for 4 years, I'm going to do 2 terms. I'm going to be your worst freaking nightmare for 8 years. And we will reform the media as well. We're going to make you guys into journalists again. So get ready. It's going to be a fun 8 years. I can't wait to be working with you guys.
All right, Arizona governor candidate Carrie Lake speaking after casting her ballot. Again, speaking a little bit about what was happening earlier today in Maricopa County with some of those polling locations experiencing issues with their machines. I'm going to turn our attention now to LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft, who's giving us a bit more on this story. And definitely, Andrew, I'm glad that officials have said that they are working on this issue, and it's already been fixed in multiple locations.
Yeah, thanks so much, Christy. Right now we want to be joined on the phone by Maricopa County Executive Board Chairman Bill Gates. Chairman Gates, do you have us? This is Andrew Kraft. All right, Chairman, if you can hear us, we also have learned, and you just had that press conference, that issues have been identified and somewhat resolved. Can you go into the nature of what some of these errors were, and why do you think this happened today?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. First of all, the great majority of voters today have experienced no issues at all. But in about 20% of our vote centers across Maricopa County, we've got 233 of those, about 20% of those, we had either one or two of the tabulators at that location where they were starting to reject some of the ballots. And so what we were doing was we were trying to have those run back through. But when the tabulators were not taking these, we do have another option, which is they can be placed in this secure box number 3, and then those ballots will be taken into central tabulation, where they will be tabulated tomorrow. Fortunately, our technicians, our poll workers, put their heads together and have determined the solution for this. Basically, it was not an issue with our tabulators. It was an issue with the printers that produce our ballots on demand. They were not producing dark enough, what we call timing marks on the ballots. And basically, those are what, that is how the tabulator reads the ballot. So now we've fixed that, and I think at the latest count I heard, we've been able to fix about almost 30 of those. So almost half of those vote centers that were having issues are not having issues anymore.
Chairman Gates, you know, in your press conference, you said not all elections are perfect. Could this have been foreseen beforehand? Are you guys in your office kind of chalking this up as some type of fluke tech error? Was there any way to have foreseen something like this happening today?
Well, we haven't seen anything like this happen before, but we certainly apologize to those voters who were inconvenienced by the situation. We ran tests in advance, didn't see this problem surfacing, and in fact, the variables in this general election are exactly the same variables that we had in place for the August primary. So, same type of paper, same printer, et cetera, same tabulator. So we were surprised by it, and frankly, that's why it took us a little bit of time to identify the issue. But we were working with the experts, and we're really pleased that we were able to address that. And now this issue is receding in many vote locations. And again, the important thing is that no voters today were turned away from the polls. Every voter that showed up with ID was able to vote. The only issue is whether we're actually able to tabulate that vote right while they were there at the vote center, or whether those votes will be tabulated, like I said, probably early tomorrow morning. Once those by the way, those ballots that are put into what is called box 3, those will be brought down by bipartisan boards, so Republican and a Democrat, making sure that it arrives down here at our central tabulation center safely, and then it will be tabulated.
Chairman Gates, you have gone into some of the redundancies that are already in place, but if you're a Maricopa County voter and you were affected and impacted by this today, what's your message to them?
So for those people who were affected, again, we apologize if it caused it caused inconvenience, if they had to stay there longer trying to get the ballot read, or even if they put it into box number 3. But if there's anyone who left, who happened to leave the polling place because of this situation, we would encourage them. I mean, we still have 4 hours to vote. We encourage them to come to the vote centers to go ahead and vote. There's still plenty of time. And by the way, people have had now weeks to vote, many options. We're proud of our hybrid system that we have, where people can vote by mail, people can vote in person. But if people if people do want to leave, let's say there's any issue going on at all before their vote is tabulated or before their ballot is put in to the box number 3, they do need to check out. If they've checked in, they need to check out, and then they're certainly free to go to another vote location, another vote center, and have their vote tabulated. But again, we expect that more and more of these vote locations will be fully online with no issues whatsoever. And again, there are 233 vote locations across Maricopa County that they can utilize for the next 4 hours.
Are you anticipating, though, that this might necessitate extending some of the hours tonight for voters, or do you think the problem has resolved itself and that's not necessary?
Yeah, I don't believe that it's necessary for the polling hours to be extended beyond 7 p.m. I mean, if someone's in line at 7 p.m., even if they haven't voted yet, they can stay in line and they're allowed to vote. But I don't think anything here justifies the polls staying open after 7. Again, no eligible voters have been turned away from the polling places today. And the bottom line is this: if a court orders us to keep the vote centers open, of course we will do that. But short of that, the plan is that we will be we won't be accepting any more voters after 7 p.m., which is consistent with state law.
Chairman, some prominent Republicans, candidates, media figures on social media are saying this is only impacting Republican strongholds in Maricopa County. Is that true?
I honestly have not been focused on whether these are Republican or Democratic strongholds. We're trying to get all of these issues addressed in all of the vote centers that are out there.
Okay. You and your office.
And sorry, and I would add too, again, these locations have been spread out across the county, so it's not like there's one geographic area where we've seen these issues with the vote centers.
Okay, and just to reiterate, you and your office have been really out front well before the election, trying to get your message across to voters to have confidence, to be patient as these votes are being cast and as these votes are being tabulated. Are you worried with what happened today that erodes some of that confidence you were trying to lay out in the run-up to today?
Well, again, yeah, we've been talking a lot about the misinformation that's out there. We've been telling the truth, and that's what we're doing today. Again, we never said in any of these press conferences that we were perfect, that there wouldn't be issues, but we asked for people to be patient with us, to also understand that all the votes are not going to be counted this evening, because they're not, regardless of it. But look, at Maricopa County, we admit when we made a mistake, when we have not provided service up to our level of service, and this isn't up to our level of service. That's why we've worked hard on it to get all of these tabulators online. We've identified the issue with the timing marks on the ballot, and we're excited to help a lot of people get through and vote over the next 4 hours here. We've already had over 155,000 people vote in person, and many more than that who have dropped off their early ballots. And by the way, if people have an early ballot and they want to drop it off at a vote center, they can do that today as well.
Chairman Gates, we appreciate your time. Just last question. If some of these errors in the tabulating process and other errors reach the adjudication process within the county, and of course, Katie Hobbs is the chief election administrator of the state, she's on the ballot, would it be appropriate for her to recuse herself from some of those cases that she might have to oversee?
Yeah, I really don't have an opinion on that. I'm focused on Maricopa County, what we're doing here, and we have confidence that we'll be able to go through this, and my colleagues and I will be in a position to vote soon to decide whether or not to certify this election.
All right, Chairman Bill Gates, we appreciate your time here on the phone with us, and we'll be speaking again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Live now from Fox does want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We'll continue our coverage on this election day for you here after this 2-minute break. Colorado officials who were speaking about this during a briefing just earlier here today.
Take the ballot to a drop box and make sure you have your voice heard. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and it's my pleasure to turn it over to Denver County Clerk Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Griswold. Today's like Christmas for elections officials. I mean, all our elves are working. We're grinding. We're doing everything that we can. Our sleigh is cruising around, you know. I'm Paul Lopez. I'm the Denver Clerk and Recorder. I serve as the Chief Elections Official for the county. So happy Elections Day to everybody. It's so easy to vote in Denver, and it's by design, and it's that way because of the people. Because of the people of Colorado, we have the best elections system in the country and model in the country. This is the vanguard of democracy, and we take it very seriously. We are now at box 43 in Denver County alone. 43 boxes. And to know that some counties you gotta wait in line to vote, it goes around the block a few times, that you maybe only have 1 or 2 boxes. We have to really take advantage of that, and that's what we're asking people all around the county to do, all around the state to do. As a matter of fact, if you're a Denver voter and you happen to be in Belmar at Nordstrom or something, and you're like, oh my God, my ballot's in my purse, you can drop that in a Jeffco drop box and it'll get to us. If you are Grand County and you drop a Denver ballot out there, it'll get to us. We do a ballot swap the next day. The other thing is that in Denver we have 37 vote centers. 37 vote centers that you can go in person, you can register to vote. Believe me, there's been a lot of voter registration happening on the last day. In Denver and Colorado, we have 22 days before the election to be turn those ballots in. They came and they trickled in, but we're really getting hit hard now. We got 175,000 that came in. I don't know what our turnout is. It's kind of hard because it's hour by hour, but it's picking up there. What we want people to know is just to understand how easy it is and to not take it for granted. We have had, in the course of U.S. history, people defend this democracy, whether it be overseas, in the trenches, putting your life on the line, and people who have sacrificed and paid that ultimate sacrifice for us to be a democracy, for us to be able to elect our leadership. We have had folks on the streets in this country face nightsticks for the right to vote. I could say that in 2 of my generations in my family. And now, as somebody who grew up just blocks from where I work, to be able to say that I'm from the west side of Denver, and to be the clerk and recorder and to oversee the elections in my hometown and my home city is quite the honor. So it's that kind of spirit that we take to this job, to this role. The other thing I wanted to say is, I know this has been a very tough environment where we've had to defend our democracy. But it is folks like the folks here that are manning our mobile voting unit, our election judges, our election workers. They are the front lines of democracy. And in Colorado, they take it proudly. I've seen, I don't know how many vote centers I've been able to visit today and yesterday, but every single time we walk up and we say thank you to the election workers, and I would ask our voters to recognize them as well too. Why? Because they are our neighbors, they are our family members, they are the ones that are doing this and doing it in a way that is that upholds integrity. You could just see it come out of their hearts. I can't even explain to you, and I can't even articulate that feeling that you have when they see you walk in the door with your ballot and their eyes light right up and they all jump to the occasion, right? So with that, I wanted to thank our Secretary of State. I want to thank our elections workers, our poll workers. We're here to show off our voter coach. This is a mobile voting unit, has a lift and a ramp. We had this over at Empower Field at Mile High, AKA Mile High Stadium. The other day, it is in full effect. We can get this puppy ready and put it in any county. It's one of those kind of things as well too. We're ready to support other counties should there be a disaster like there was last election where you had a forest fire and stuff like that. So it's that kind of technology, that kind of innovation that we operate with. Thank you very much. I do want to introduce our mayor, Michael Hancock. I served with Mayor Hancock on the city council, and it is an honor and a pleasure to serve as the clerk and recorder alongside our mayor, Michael Hancock. Mr. Mayor Hancock.
Thank you, Clerk Lopez, and let me thank Secretary Griswold as well. The reality is, today in Colorado, I'm proud to be a Coloradoan because we are, as I think both Secretary Griswold and Clerk Lopez have pointed out, the gold standard for voting across this nation. I can verify that for you, having for the last 2 years led up the National Nonpartisan Voter Rights Summit. Everyone is looking at Colorado and how we actually administer votes in an all-mail ballot state, but also using the technology innovation that these leaders have brought to Colorado to help make it easier for everyone. So I'm big on really encouraging everyone to vote today across Colorado, across this nation. Let me just make a couple points to summarize, and then we can answer any questions. In Denver, we're now trending just over 40% in terms of our voter turnout. Denverites like to vote on Election Day. We know that. So, as I was just saying to Secretary Griswold, just watch what happens this afternoon as Denverites kind of converge on our vote centers and our drop-off locations. And we just want to encourage everyone to do that. A couple things we want to say. Do not drop off your ballot at a U.S. postal box. It is too late. This must be a drop-off location, the voter or election drop-off location. If you need to find one of the 37 locations in Denver near you, go to denvervotes.org. It's pretty simple to find out where your location is, whether it's a vote center or drop-off location. We asked you to remember to take time off today before 7 o'clock to leave your office or home, wherever you are, to go, and if you're going to vote in person, to get in line before 7 p.m. We also need to remind Colorado is a same-day registration state. If you are not registered, if you don't think you're registered, if you do it by 7 p.m., you're able to vote in today's election. And so we're here simply to do a couple things, to stand with these very innovative, nonpartisan leaders of the state of Colorado, as well as the city of Denver, the county of Denver, to encourage folks to vote. To encourage folks to vote. This is our voice, this is our vehicle to make sure that our voices are heard. And two, to make sure you're dropping off those ballots or getting in line before 7 p.m. so that our votes are counted. And so I'm proud to be here, and I think we're going to open up for Q&A.
Perfect. Yes.
Do any of you know of any problems so far or any irregularities?
There's no reports of any big issues in the state of Colorado, so everything is going really well, just like normal, pretty easy election.
What is your reaction to the arrest of the man in Pueblo during the primary election using a USB on
Yes, a man was...
So officials here in Colorado speaking about Election Day. Obviously, a lot of people focused on the safety and security, not only for those voters turning up at the polls in person, but also for the election workers as well. They've been talking about any issues that have been coming up in the state of Colorado, all across the state. But we want to continue with our election coverage on more states, especially in some of these key races where we've been seeing some back and forth. I'm going to take us out to the Peach State, where we do have Fox 5's Deidre Dukes joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Deidre, I know that a lot of people have been watching multiple races there in the Peach State. Tell us a little bit about some of these races you've been watching.
Yeah, one of the key races underway here in Georgia, of course, Georgia's U.S. Senate race. And I'm joining you live from the Raphael Warnock Watch Party, which is set to get underway in just about an hour now. And as you might imagine, because this is one of the country's key Senate races, we've got media. I'm going to pan over so you can see. We've got media from across the country gathered here this afternoon, this evening, to watch the race returns come in, those election returns and results. results. A very exciting time here in Georgia as we've become a political epicenter after decades of Democrats working toward what we've been seeing here in recent years. And although this is a very heated race and the candidates are running neck and neck, the incumbent Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock did say out on the campaign trail that he is feeling very confident about his chances of winning outright tonight. Now, he did spend some time on the campaign trail this afternoon. We have candidates on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, in our top ticket races especially, who have been actively campaigning no matter what those poll numbers say, because they really know that these races are so close that they want to make sure that they get all of their supporters, as many as they can, to head to the polls. Now, within the past few weeks, over the past few weeks, we've seen record numbers of early voting here in the state of Georgia. People either going to the polls to vote early during that period or voting by absentee, just really energized Republicans and Democrats from what we've seen so far. In fact, we broke early voting records here in Georgia with over 2.5 million people casting their ballots early. I spoke to a Democratic strategist today about the Warnock race, the Warnock-Walker race, and he told me that Democrats feel very good going in, but that because this is such a close race, and although historically Democrats have been favored when you see such historic, great, large voting numbers, that we have been hearing that Republicans have also been turning out in large number during the early voting period, although they historically, from what we've seen statistically, tend to come out in larger number on election day. But because of what we've seen, the strong voter turnout early on during the early voting period, I was told by one Democratic strategist that for Warnock to be in a comfortable position where they think that he could really take this tonight, despite how close these poll numbers are, they do say that they need to see at least 2 million, possibly 2.2, possibly as many as 2.5 million people voting today. And so what the strategist I spoke with said the Democratic Party is really looking for here in Georgia is the turnout. What are we seeing today at the polls? If you see people energized, if you see people turning out in large number, they feel that is good for them. They are, of course, hoping that they can win this tonight. If not tonight, they are ready for a runoff. We're just in a kind of a wait-and-see mode, but again, everything will start to get underway here in about an hour or so. Back to you.
Yeah, I just love and appreciate the breakdown. Deidre Dukes joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you giving us all the updates happening there in the Peach State, and hopefully we'll be maybe hearing some of those results coming in tonight. Of course, it may depend on how close those races are. So thanks again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's continue on here for all of our viewers who are watching here with us. We appreciate your time, and we're going to continue to give you a different look at all of these races happening across the country as we get more and more candidates out with that final push. Now, some of these polling locations starting to close down as the East Coast is starting to reach those 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock p.m. hours. So we'll continue to watch all of these different polling locations. But then also, as you saw, Deidre was just at one of those events where candidates are going to be making remarks after these results start to pour in. And so once we start getting some snapshots, we'll be bringing those results to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue bringing you out to more of these different polling locations, telling you more about these key races happening all across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break, and when we come back, continuing to take a look at more of these races happening from coast to coast. We'll be taking you down to the state of Florida, as well as taking you also out to Arizona, where we sat down with Fox 10's John Hook. He is in Phoenix. He spoke about his former co-anchor and now candidate for Governor Kari Lake. We'll be playing that out also coming up here within the next half hour. It's all happening live, raw, and unfiltered. You are watching it all happen here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll see all of our viewers right back here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This tweet coming from Governor Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida from this morning saying, it's election day. Make your voice heard and go and vote. And that's certainly been something we've heard from candidates all across the country. And we want to continue to follow this race happening down in the state of Florida, the Sunshine State, where we do have our very own Fox 13's Josh Cassio joining us from DeSantis's headquarters. And Josh, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing there happening here as we're getting closer to possibly some results coming in.
Yeah, good evening to you. I can tell you, look, there is a lot of confidence among Governor DeSantis's supporters here in the city of Tampa. We are outside the Tampa Convention Center. You can see many of them heading in right now for the governor's watch party tonight. They are expecting a victory, and by a wide margin. And you know what? The polls are on their side. We have seen Governor DeSantis leading in polls by as many as 10, 12, even 15 points over Democratic challenger Charlie Crist. So for a lot of folks here, they're just waiting to start popping the bottles of champagne. The governor, however, not resting on his laurels. Yesterday, he was on the east coast of Florida holding a rally. That was actually just prior to him announcing a state of emergency order ahead of Nicole later this week. But, you know, he has been consistent on his message of keeping Florida free, his pushback against COVID mandates, and, of course, his criticism of Joe Biden and the Biden administration. Take a listen to some of the supporters we talked with a few minutes ago. Again, they are very confident that they're going to see 4 more years of Governor DeSantis here in Florida.
And we're going to win big time. We're going to take our country back from socialism.
I love that he shut down sanctuary cities, man. I love that he lowered taxes here. I love that so many more jobs have come here. I love that the fact that he just sent so many illegals that came here and he sent them to the liberal areas.
Hey, and check this out. Like all good citizens, the governor made it official this morning, tweeting that he had voted alongside his wife and 3 young children. He wrote on Twitter, "Proud to be your governor, proud to keep Florida free." And of course, in just about an hour and a half, we should start to see if the governor will in fact spend 4 more years in the governor's mansion here in Florida. And again, I can tell you, all the folks here, many of them decked out in red, they are very confident that by the end of the night, Governor DeSantis will be victorious. Back to you.
All right, and Josh Cassio joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for breaking it all down for us, Josh. We'll closely be watching also with you at the headquarters there in Florida. We appreciate your time here tonight.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and continue our coverage here for you on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, we've had a very busy day going all across the country into some of these key races happening from coast to coast. I'm going to turn our attention back here to Arizona, where we do have a big Senate race happening, but also a race for the next governor. We do have Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He sat down and talked with Fox 10's John Hook, as he used to co-host and anchor a newscast here with Carrie Lake. She's a Republican candidate here in Arizona, and also she's facing off against the Democratic candidate, Katie Hobbs. Let's go ahead and get out to Andrew Kraft, who's giving us a bit more with this sit-down with Fox 10's John Hook.
Today, we're going to focus on yet another key battleground state, this time here in Arizona. We're going to be joined by Fox 10 anchor in Phoenix, John Hook. John, thanks so much for being with us here. So we know Arizona went blue back in 2020, but I think a lot of people are questioning whether that might have been some type of political fluke, or is this here to stay this cycle?
I think that we are changing. There's no doubt about it. I mean, when I got here back in the 70s, late 70s, it was a deep red state. It's definitely changed. Big influx of Californians. That's been the big change. Before that, the migration was really from the Midwest. Sensibility similar to Arizona, but then a lot of Chicagoans would come here, usually because of the Cubs, and they get out here and go, I'm moving.
Oh,
so
spring training.
We had some of that sensibility as well, but this California sensibility is a whole nother animal. Okay. And people have lived here a long time. They know it, they feel it. It's changed the political landscape a bit, but I still believe Arizona, particularly fiscally, is a right of center state.
Okay.
I still believe that.
Okay, because we're seeing not only just Arizona, but more specifically Maricopa County.
That's changed even more.
It's changed even more. And some would say that nationally, that particular county hinges on a lot, the balance of power in the Senate. So we're seeing that change demographically,
yes.
Where, you know, that county is really make or break for some of these national races.
Yeah, Pima County used to be, in Tucson, a lot more of a sweet spot for politicians. Now it's only 14%. Maricopa County is like 68%. If you win Maricopa County now, you might be able to pick up, if you don't win it, you could pick up all the other rural and maybe make a little bit of a run.
Okay.
But Maricopa County now is a behemoth.
Yeah.
It's so big, if you can carry Maricopa County, you're going to win.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of these key contests. The Senate race is one to watch here. The Democratic incumbent Mark Kelly against Republican Blake Masters. Where did Blake Masters come from?
He's a Tucson guy, born and raised there. Ends up at Stanford, meets Peter Thiel, who becomes kind of his North Star, and he writes his book. He writes Peter Thiel's biography. Blake Masters has been around, but kind of in the background, but he's got Peter Thiel money behind him, and he's in his own right successful. So he's got means, but nothing to match what Mark Kelly's poured into this race. That has been unbelievable on a national level. The Democratic Party really trying to keep him going because they know this seat is critical.
Yeah.
And they really want Arizona blue. They've got, I mean, we're in a situation we haven't been in since the 50s where both senators are Democrats. I mean, it has been a long time, a long time. So they want to hold on to that if they can, even though they've got their own issues with Kirsten Sinema.
Right. So the most recent Fox News polling has Kelly up two Masters, 47 to 45. Just wanted your opinion on this. What have you made of the polling this cycle? It's kind of been all over the place.
I think so too, and even the pollsters are telling me that there are some problems that they're encountering, particularly with what was dubbed in the last election cycle as the shy Trump voter.
Yes.
These are people who distrust being called. They don't know who's on the other line. They're afraid of being vilified if they really spill their guts about who they're supporting, in that case, Donald Trump.
Right.
They don't want to be bothered, and they hang up. They're really hard to poll. And this showed, even in the last election, that they undersampled Republicans and strong conservative voters. Pollsters are having problems with this. The technology has changed, and it's getting very difficult to poll. And polling is really on trial in this election, I think, as well.
Interesting. Let's focus on this, the governor's race as well. You have Secretary of State, the Democrat, Katie Hobbs, running against her Republican challenger, Kari Lake. Kari Lake is obviously someone that you've worked with very, very closely for a very long time.
22 years.
Yeah. Did she ever express to you that she may want to run for office someday, political aspirations?
No, she never did. And we'd have a lot of conversations about politics in commercial breaks. Okay. She never said to me that, you know, I'm fed up. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run at some point. Never came up. I do not believe this was planned or plotted out. I think this was presented to her as my sense that, hey, have you thought about? And the light went off. And I think she has found her passion, her true passion.
Because it has been quite a meteoric rise there, on the right, with former President Donald Trump coming out and endorsing her, and so many other very, very powerful conservative media world figures, where right now she's basically like on Fox News primetime almost every other night. But she's facing off against Katie Hobbs, and many Democratic insiders have questioned the momentum there, her strategy. She's running kind of a low-key approach, if you will. Why do you think Katie Hobbs has not been out on the stump as much as Kari Lake has?
I think it's not Katie Hobbs' comfortable default position to be out campaigning. That's not really her. I don't think she really loves that. The work is a different matter. I think she likes government. I think she likes policy, but I don't think she's a natural-born campaigner. So she's kept that back in the background. And I also think, and this may turn out to be a miscalculation on their part, that they believe strongly that Kari Lake and some of her positions have disqualified her. So I think their position has been, we're going to sit back and let Kari Lake self-destruct. And I think they made a tactical error because that has not happened, obviously.
Right.
Because she's right there.
Right. And to your point, that manifested itself in this decision about not debating each other, and Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs have not gone up face to face on a debate stage in this cycle. Do you think that's political malpractice won, and do you think that does a disservice to voters?
Well, I think for sure to voters, they want to see the candidates side by side. Debates, I don't think really do change trajectories of races. I think about Jan Brewer's gaffe with Terry Goddard when they were facing off, and she literally had a complete brain freeze and laughed about it. Yeah, I think it was 15 seconds of nothing.
Okay.
And people thought, she's finished. Well, she won. So you could have a really rough debate performance and it wouldn't change the end result that much.
Okay.
People, though, do need to see these candidates side by side, and I really don't like the fact that we've entered an environment now where candidates will not engage. They're doing their strategy. They don't trust the moderators, and sometimes with good reason. So people are afraid to engage. They think that the system is kind of rigged.
Okay.
And so I hate to see it. I really do, because I've moderated debates, governor debates, senatorial debates, even a presidential debate at Gamage. It's sad to see that go.
Yeah.
I think it serves a purpose, but does it fundamentally change a race? I'm not sure it does.
Okay, because that has been a theme this cycle, whether or not it's been no matchup or just one matchup. Usually it's kind of 2 or 3 matchups on the debate stage between these high-profile candidates. So voters are definitely not getting that this cycle. I want to transition the conversation talking about election integrity, election confidence. We know there was so many problems and controversies post-2020. Are you foreseeing that yet again? We also got this ruling from a U.S. judge, and they are declining to bar some of these groups that are monitoring some of these ballot drop box locations, some of these polling locations. But there are stipulations. They can't have weapons. They can't obscure certain things about their identities. Why do you think that's happening here in Maricopa County specifically?
I think there is, among some, still distrust. They really believe that there was falderall in the election. And that can go from a range of actually thinking that the count is rigged. There are people who think that, all the way to people who say, I don't like the suppression, for instance, of the Hunter Biden story by the media. I don't like the idea that people are out grabbing people's votes and helping them fill out ballots. This kind of, so it can really, when you talk about election denialism, that's a wide field. I think it goes from the extreme of actual manipulation of votes that people wonder about to even kind of subtle things that may change an election. So I think that's too big of an umbrella. I mean, the actual people who think that there is falderall in the recorder's office, I think if they went down there and watched it, it would ease their fears. That thing is very buttoned up in Maricopa County. We've been doing it a long time with mail-in ballot. We do a good job with it. In other states that flooded the zone with mail-in ballots because of COVID as a pretext, you could make a case that some of that stuff got really loose. Because they lessened signature verification parameters in their software because they were getting flooded and too many ballots were getting kicked out. Those kinds of things cause people to have distrust. I think we do it very well here. In fact, we've got somebody who works in the newsroom who got called and said, your signature has changed. They detected it and wanted proof that he had changed his signature over the years and that it had kind of changed over time. They caught that. I mean, that's the
and a lot of times you don't hear about them catching the errors. You only hear about the error itself, unfortunately.
But I think in terms of the people watching the ballot boxes, you could make a case that's their constitutional right. I think judges and the courts are going to have a tough time blocking them from freedom of assembly. Intimidating these voters, that's another matter. I think they can draw a line on that. But if they're back watching, I think that's going to be very tough for courts to stop.
Yeah, when you talk about election denialism, too, I want to bring up some of the Secretary of State candidates. One, Mark Fincham, who has denied that President Joe Biden won the 2020 election legitimately. And then everyone is also talking about, well, what's going to happen come 2024 when some of these Secretary of State candidates might have to be involved in the certification processes in states like Arizona. What's going on in the Secretary of State race here?
I just think it's again born of this distrust of what happened in 2020. But as time's gone on, and I brought this up on the program on Newsmaker Saturday, at some point the people alleging this have to prove it in court, and they have yet to do so. And until you can prove it in court, the rest of it is simply conjecture. You can come up with theories. It's like the Kennedy assassination. You could present everybody with the Warren report and say, look, here it is. It's pretty basic. But you're going to continue to have this. You're going to have people who doubt that this was a legitimate election. And again, for the reasons that I laid out before, they may say, well, it was suppression of opposing viewpoints that made the election unfair. Election being unfair is different than outright cheating to manipulate votes. That's a different matter, and that's a much higher threshold.
Definitely.
And they haven't met it in court yet. So at this point, I think voters, frankly, are kind of moving on from it. That's 2 years ago almost. So I don't know how much play that's going to have in the election, actually. I'm not sure.
All right. Just lastly, what will you be watching for tonight? I know you're going to be following this very, very closely. Do you have your eye on anything?
A couple of things. I think we will see an early surge of Democrat leads that will probably rattle Republicans a lot. This is going to be people who mail in their ballot. We saw this in the primary where Carrie Lake was behind Karen Taylor Robson because Carrie Lake said vote on Election Day. And people did. And so as the ballots were counted over hours and days, Carrie Lake surged ahead and went ahead of Karen Taylor Robson in the Republican primary for governor. I think we could very easily see on election night Democrats surge because of the early vote, mail-in vote that they are really on. They're doing it. And then it could shift in the days to follow.
So you're not expecting results election night, probably?
Well, I may be an outlier. I actually think we could, some of these races, we might get a pretty clear lead. I don't know that some of these will be as close as people think. We'll see. And we'll be there covering it. 8 o'clock on.
Fox 10's John Hook, we appreciate your time here on Live Now. Always a pleasure.
You got it.
And a live look here in Phoenix, Arizona, where you can see voters lined up so they can cast their ballots. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break, and to continue bringing you more of these conversations with all of our different partners across the country on key races from coast to coast. More to come here in 2 minutes. Thank you so much to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This yet another live picture coming to us from Cobb County, Georgia, outside of a polling location where you can see multiple people lined up. The state of Georgia also breaking records when it comes to early voting. We had heard earlier on with some of our reporters down in the Peach State saying that they had more than 2.5 million people cast their votes early ahead of Election Day. All those ballots going to be processed and counted, and as those results start to come in, whether it's in Georgia or in any of our other states, of course, we'll be bringing those top election results. Let's go ahead, though, and continue on, giving you more with our conversations that have been happening with some of our very own reporters from coast to coast. As we continue a close eye on this midterm elections, the road there has been a wild one with Republicans and Democrats really fighting for each and every single vote. We want to continue talking about these top races and the feeling that is happening on Capitol Hill with our political reporter and Fox 5's On the Hill host. We have Tom Fitzgerald joining us here. And I know, Tom, there's so many races to keep track of, but let's just start with that feeling on Capitol Hill. What have you been noticing in the D.C. area?
You know, Democrats, by and large, felt that they had a good summer. They felt they got a lot done. They felt that they had momentum. But, you know, that really changed into the fall. This lingering inflation, gas prices, while they have dropped, are not where most people want them to be. And I would say there does seem to be now a changing tide on the Hill that Republicans may be well positioned to take control majority of the House of Representatives. It's a different story over in the Senate. Democrats feel that their chances of holding on to the Senate are better, but you know, remember the Senate was razor thin by one vote anyway. You know, so that could dramatically turn depending on what we see this election night. You know, Republican turnout, Democratic turnout. These are going to be very tight races in a lot of these Senate races. So, you know, that's no sure thing either. But I would say if you had to choose between the two houses, the Republicans are looking probably better in the House as far as taking majority than they are in the U.S. Senate.
And that's something that I think a lot of people have been talking about, has been that control and the balance of power. It's something that we're really seeing starting to ramp up, especially in those last few days leading up to Tuesday election night.
Yeah, and you know, you can see it if anybody's turned on television lately. You know, the ads, at least here in the Washington D.C. area, have just been saturated back and forth. You know, we've got one race in particular in Virginia between Democratic incumbent Abigail Spanberger, who is running for re-election in a newly redrawn district. You know, she's up against a challenger, by the name of Yesli Vega. She is a former law enforcement official. She is now a county supervisor in Prince William County, Virginia. But, you know, these two have been back and forth over and over again. Outside money has been pouring into that race, and you can barely escape it. As I said, with the nonstop television ads. There are also other races in Virginia, like the one between Democratic Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, who is seeking re-election, and then her Republican challenger, Hung Kao, is a former U.S. military member. Those ads have been nonstop and by large part pretty aggressive on both sides. So a lot of attention, a lot of money being spent here right now. But this is, and I know it sounds like a cliche, and I know you've heard this before, this is going to come down to turnout. Which party has the most motivated voters? Is it the Republicans who see a chance here to plant a stake up on the Hill and take control of at least one house of Congress? Or is it the Democrats who say that they were going to rally after that decision on abortion, that they were going to rally on the progress they say they've made on the economy? But, there's that big middle ground of independent voters who are seeing generationally high inflation. And James Carville's old wisdom always comes back this time of year. It's the economy, stupid. That is the number one thing that both Democrats and Republicans tell us they agree on. That is this inflation. It is about what's going on in people's lives. It's about how much they're spending at the grocery store right now. Those make big impacts when it comes time to choose who they're going to vote for and who they're not going to vote for.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point, too, because a lot of Democrats, we've seen it earlier on before we got so close to the elections, but they really focused on the issue of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They really focused on those abortion rights, and we've even still seen them out in that final week, still speaking about how that's something on the ballot. But when it comes to the voters, it seems like they're saying that their top issues are some of the ones you pointed out. It's the inflation. It's where we're headed with our economy.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that the inflation question is important. The abortion question has been a debate in this country, for over half a century right now. The difference, though, is the inflation issue is inescapable. You go to the grocery store, you pay more. You go to buy lunch, you pay more. You go to the gas pump, you pay more. So in large measure, the inflation issue does tend to top everything because it does tend to be wherever you are. And, with a lot of families now seeing that their paychecks are not going as far as they would like them to go, the question becomes, what are the political parties doing it? Now, I will say a lot of voters tell us, yes, the Republicans have done a very good job at identifying the importance of the inflation issue. Maybe a lot of voters would also like to have heard more about what the Republicans are going to do about it. We have heard that. Democrats, by and large, have kept pointing to the president's Inflation Reduction Act, which critics say was poorly named because it focused on things that don't really have a direct, quick impact on inflation's rate. However, of late, a lot of these congressional candidates have been asked about this. Well, what are you going to do about inflation? They point to the IRA as it's been termed, but they say the relief from this is not going to be until about 5-6 weeks out. Well, that's a problem because the election's about 5 days away. And it remains to be seen whether the electorate has patience enough to wait 5 or 6 years, for relief from an Inflation Reduction Act that right now does not seem to be reducing inflation.
And then we think about, too, you mentioned it really does kind of come down to who's turning up to vote. And we've seen states even like Georgia who've been shattering records when it comes to early voting. Are we expecting to see the same kind of spread all across the country through Tuesday night?
Yeah, we are. And, the one thing I can tell you is a lot of these races are not going to be announced, decided, put to bed, put back up on the shelf on election night. It just doesn't happen that way anymore. And it can't in large part because we have changed the way we vote in this country. Early voting predated the pandemic. Large parts of this country, the states had already had, early voting before the pandemic. But once the pandemic hit and mail-in voting took hold in a lot of states, the explosion of early voting as well, too, just physically changed the way people do this. And you'll have states, local jurisdictions, counties, towns that just, don't have the manpower to turn out a result on election night. And especially they physically can't. When you talk about mail-in voting, you have a window after election day that goes for several days. Depends on state to state, jurisdiction and jurisdiction, but you don't have to have your mail-in ballot into the registrar's office at midnight on election night in many, many parts of this country. So it takes time for those ballots to arrive from the post office. It takes time for them to be opened. They have to be checked, judged as to whether or not they've been filled out accurately, whether they're valid. So, we now have kind of flipped the story as far as how we used to learn about election results. We used to turn on the television every night and find out who won and who lost on election night. That does not seem to be the case anymore. And because we've changed so much about how we do this, we get now into maybe more of an election week than election night.
Well, and I think, too, as we're talking about that, the results, I think that's something that is going to be closely watched as well. Are some of these races kind of already easy to call ahead of time, depending on, where maybe they stand on which side of the aisle, which state they're running in, which seat they're running for. But other races, it might be quite a few days until we do have those results, and it could look very neck and neck up to that last minute.
Yeah, and that's the thing, as a viewer, so what should you pay attention to that night? I would say maybe don't jump to conclusion as far as who you hear is ahead or behind on election night, because what you're basically just getting on election night now is a snapshot of the vote for that day. there are a whole heck of a lot of votes that are going to come in after election night. So, staying up and watching the returns, or maybe checking your state's returns, it might be helpful as far as giving you some indication as where things are going. But these votes are going to continue to come in many jurisdictions for days after the election. So there could be big swings, quite opposite of what we find out on election night.
And I know you already had talked about some of those races that are tight. Any others that you want to mention that you're keeping a close eye on that have really caught your attention this election season?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got a governor's race in the state of Maryland. Now, this is a race that is probably going to flip from Republicans over to Democrats. Remember, they've had a two-term Republican governor in the state of Maryland, Larry Hogan. Now, in large measure, that's unusual because Democrats have a 2-to-1 majority over Republicans in the state of Maryland. But when Hogan got elected, he was able to do it by building a coalition of Republicans, which he needed to get there. But he also had to get a wide swath of independent voters in the middle. And yeah, he had to draw in Democratic votes. We're back to more of a traditional split in Maryland right now between the votings, and it does not look good for the Republican candidate here. Now, Dan Cox is a conservative Republican from Frederick County, Maryland. He was endorsed by President Trump. He has raised questions about the 2020 election. His opponent is Democrat Wes Moore. Wes Moore has never run for elective office before in his life. However, he beat a wide field of Democratic challengers. He racked up big endorsements from Maryland's Democratic machine, and he appears poised right now to score a massive victory over Dan Cox, who just not has seemed at this point to gain the momentum or been able to recreate that coalition that Governor Larry Hogan had in Maryland. In fact, Hogan and Cox themselves are at extreme odds right now. Hogan had at one point said that he believes that Cox is mentally ill, said he would not give him a tour of the State House if he had the opportunity, and has not said that he would vote for Dan Cox. So it appears they are going to be able to flip that seat over from Republican to Democratic as far as the governor's house in Maryland. We would point over to also another type race in Virginia is up in Northern Virginia, the one going on between Democratic incumbent Jennifer Wexton and her opponent Hung Cao. That's another race where big battle lines have been drawn. Now, you'll remember this national debate over school curriculum. A large part of that gave birth in the county of Loudoun County, Virginia, and that is the area that Jennifer Wexton currently represents right now as a Democrat. There had been raucous school board meetings over the past summer, which in large measure, current Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin was able to harness that energy and ride that to victory as the governor of Virginia, flipping that state house from Democrats to Republicans. So Hung Cao is hoping to be able to recreate what Governor Glenn Youngkin was able to do in that race. It is still believed that Wexton might eke that one out, but again, much like Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic incumbent in Virginia, around Fredericksburg, Virginia, Wexton has a fight on her hands, and she is in a tight race as well.
And as we look at some of these candidates who are out, obviously, especially those days leading up to election night, there has been some conversations around will they be able to accept these election results? That's been a topic that even President Biden's been pushed on. He even had recently said that when it comes to not accepting the results, it's a path to chaos. Are we thinking that could happen in certain areas where someone may not have had the results they were hoping for and refuse to concede?
Well, I'll tell you, you're right. That is a big question. That is a question that has been put to the Republican candidate for governor in Maryland, Dan Cox, several times. I've asked it myself. Cox raised questions about the results of the 2020 election, and he has been asked often by many journalists, will you accept the results of the 2022 election? Cox's answer has been, well, I accepted the results of the primary. Well, that is true. He accepted the results of the primary this past summer in July. However, it also needs to be pointed out that Dan Cox won his primary over Governor Larry Hogan's Republican handpicked candidate, for that seat. The question, though, for Dan Cox has been, will you accept the results in the Maryland governor's race of an election you might lose? And he has had very evasive answers about that. He repeats over and over again that he accepted the results of the primary. He has not categorically said yet, yes, I will accept the results of the 2022 election. He says, I have to see what happens. He says it would be foolish of me to say that now if I don't know what happens. He won't give a yes or no answer, and he's been asked many, many times.
And it's something, too, that I feel like a lot of the voters are really hoping that these candidates can stay away from a little bit, too, is not talking about those 2020 election results moving forward, especially when it comes to, your vote is counted and it's been confirmed, and let's just move on from that issue.
Well, it's part and parcel of the times we're in right now. This is something that used to not happen. As I was saying, in regards to the election counting, people used to turn on their televisions, see where the campaigns were, and hear a candidate accept defeat and another one declare victory. We are out of those times in large part, by a combination of, yes, both the candidates, some of the candidates themselves not accepting these results, and then the physicality, the logistics of how we count votes now, the growth of early voting, the explosion of mail-in voting. Everybody wants a quick fix, but there seems to be no quick results anymore in elections. And that does leave the door open for some of these candidates to start raising questions. We have always had a system in this country where legitimate questions were raised during elections, and those were, by and large handled in the days after an election. We've had recounts for years in this country. But we do seem to have entered a new era where as a going in step, some candidates seem prepared to not accept these results. However, getting them to say that before elections, that's a little bit hard.
Yeah, and it will be definitely something we'll have to continue to watch here, especially as we've mentioned some of those tight races. Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to this year's midterm elections, since there has been such a huge fight between our two party lines for that control and for that balance of power?
Yeah, I think there has been one development here this year that is a little bit different, maybe a little bit troubling to some folks. We have kind of seen the death of the political debate in some respects. Across the country, some of these races, either on the national level or the state level, have been limited to either one or no political debates. Now, in some regards, the candidates cannot agree on moderators. They cannot agree on locations. But in some respects, some candidates just refuse to debate their opponent publicly. The Spanberger Vega race in Virginia was scheduled to have one debate. It was canceled because Congresswoman Spanberger decided that one of the moderators that was chosen for it was a conservative radio talk show host. She didn't want to participate in the debate with him. So as a result, voters in that district, despite all of the ads that they've been bombarded with, are not getting any political debate. And, there's smarter people out there that can decide whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing for democracy. I do think that, voters are going to have to put up watching these ads. They at least ought to be able to get a series of debates to watch these two candidates go at it in a, non-sanitized, non-messaged, crafted form.
I think that would be a little helpful for those still looking to make those last-minute decisions. And we appreciate the breakdown, of course, as always, here joining us, Fox 5's not only political reporter, but also host of On the Hill, Tom Fitzgerald. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we're closely watching these results that will soon be in.
Great to talk to you, as always. Have a good night.
All right, we thank Tom Fitzgerald there from Fox 5 DC and our own Christy Larson kind of breaking down some of those key races in the Northeast, in Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this election night. We're just a little bit after the top of the 6 o'clock hour there on the East Coast. Polls have now closed in some states, including Indiana, including Kentucky, but still many Americans in many different states are in line as we speak voting. Let's just show you some of these LiveNOW looks from across the country of some of these voting lines. Take a look at that here. Also, this gymnasium here, you can see so many Americans demonstrating the privilege and right they have in this participatory democracy. In the meantime, we're going to kick off our election night coverage right now. We're going to be joined right now by some of our guests that you'll be hearing from throughout the course of the night, reacting to some of the results that we are getting in, talking about some of the trends that we are seeing as the balance of power, of course, is in question. And let's talk about some of those guests right now and introduce them to you. Of course, we have Rhett Buttle, a friend of the program, and Rhett is was a senior Biden campaign advisor, now the principal at Public-Private Strategies. And of course, Sarah Chamberlain, she is the CEO of Republican Main Street Partnership. And we want to thank you guys for being with us tonight. Rhett, let's start with you. What are some of the trends, some of the things that you are seeing right now as polls have just closed in some of these states?
Yeah, well, we're starting to see polls close. Obviously, we're very interested in what early vote looks like. In particular, we've seen Democrats, are more focused on mail-in ballots and early vote. They tend to do well with early vote and mail-in ballots, so a lot of focus will be there. Where I'm paying a lot of attention tonight is particularly in the Senate, because I think that will be the sort of more interesting place where we'll really be able to tell what the balance of power in Washington will look like going forward. I think the House is interesting. As we know by history, in general, we see when you have a party that has, all three houses, particularly with the president, we often see a change. And so I think a lot of folks are resigned that there's probably going to be a lot of pickup for Republicans in the House. I think the Senate's where it's tighter, and I think that we'll have a better sense about how
states. And really, as I said earlier, what are the suburban women doing? Suburban women decided that Biden should be president 2 years ago. Their votes are going to be key. So that's really what I'm narrowing in on. If the suburban women go for the Republicans in each of those states that you mentioned, then Republicans will have a great night. I think Georgia, no matter what, probably is going to go to a runoff. I don't see us getting to 50-50 tonight. So I'm afraid that will be decided in December. I do not think the Senate will be decided on that, though. I think we're going to know tonight or early, probably by Saturday, like early Saturday morning at the latest, who has won the Senate. I do want to say, too, I agree every vote should be counted. It's extremely important. But some of these states, more and more people are voting by mail, and it's kind of ridiculous. Like a state like Pennsylvania doesn't even open the ballots until they close tonight. That takes days to count them. Where Florida, with Governor DeSantis, they start counting the votes when they come in, so they have a better outcome night of and a better decision. I think that's what throws the American people off, because they're not used to that. This is a new trend, the voting by mail at this level. It used to be just occasionally people voted by mail.
Yeah, of course, we've seen vote by mail expanded in so many states, especially, post-pandemic. And so, Rhett, to that point, are Americans not used to, massive vote by mail numbers? Is this kind of a new phenomenon at the, ballot breakdown where, there are more time to send in your votes? And why do you think some of these states have laws on the books that don't allow for some of the counting, whether it's in the morning on Election Day or after the polls close on Election Day? Could that be more efficient in your view?
Well, look, we would all like to know the results sooner. And so I agree with your other guest sentiment. That would be great to know the results. And, in years past, we've been able to do so. I would also say, we're in this sort of unique climate right now where people aren't bowing out gracefully the same way that they used to. We're seeing a lot more people challenging election results. And I think that that's been really unhealthy for democracy overall, quite frankly, especially if sort of the trends are telling us it's moving a certain way. And so I think there's multiple things in addition to the voting by mail that have created some of these challenges that are getting the American public, quite frustrated. The reality is, our election infrastructure, quite frankly, hasn't gotten the amount of funding it needs. And so while some states have made really good improvements to their election infrastructure and they have the staffing that they need and to be able to do it, not all states have been able to do that. And so, in states where there are a different set of rules, or maybe they don't have the funding they need, it does take them a little longer to count the votes. I'd rather make sure that all the votes get counted and wait a little longer and that we have a unique result. Of course, we would like it all more expeditiously. And so I think if, there are ways for states to revisit those things and do it in a safe and secure way, I definitely think those are things that we should be looking at so that we can have results much sooner. But we have to remember that this is sort of more of a holistic issue. It's not just about vote by mail. What I will say is vote by mail has tremendously expanded people's ability to vote. In 2016, during the presidential campaign, we saw more Americans vote than in any time in history. And I think, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, Republican or Democrat, something in between or on the ends, I think everyone can celebrate that, and that's a good thing. And there are a lot of other really important things going on. For example, making sure that people can register to vote when they go get their IDs, automatically and things like that. A lot of things that make the, experience easier for the voter or the consumer if you're thinking like a business owner. So there's this is a very sort of complicated situation. Every state in our beautiful nation is different and sort of tackles this in a different way. And some states could learn from other states, of course, but the most important thing is getting reliable results of the election that everyone can stand behind.
Sarah, I want to bring you in. We're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol right now, about 6:15 there in Washington. If Republicans get the majority in the House and the Senate, let's talk about, the leadership contest that might, follow those gains and those victories. Are you confident that if Republicans pick up some of these Senate seats, that they'll back Senator Mitch McConnell as majority leader, or do you think there will be some type of internal debate, internal revolt where, maybe one of these younger, newer in the vanguard of the movement will rise and McConnell will be kind of, sidestepped out a bit? What do you think of that?
I think Senator Mitch McConnell has this locked up. I think that he has a great deal of support, especially amongst the Main Street senators. I think he'll be fine on that. I don't think there's going to be any controversy on the Senate side, and I really don't think there's going to be any controversy on the House side either. Republican Main Street Partnership is going to be the second largest caucus on Capitol Hill this evening, or at least by the end of the week. And everybody in Main Street is behind Kevin McCarthy. So I think the leadership election is going to go very smoothly. We've got to have them go smoothly so we're united to begin to fix this country. And
can I just pop in there, Andrew?
Yes, please.
I have a little bit of a different take. Look, I think if Republicans take the Senate, I do think Mitch McConnell is in a good position. I think we're far away from that. I think what's important to remember about the Senate is it takes 60 to govern in the Senate. So even now, right now, we have a 50-50. Yeah. There were a lot of things that Democrats wanted to do that they couldn't do. So the majority of the Senate, while if Republicans took the majority of the Senate, and I'm not ready to say that they will until we see more coming in for tonight, I think we have to be really mindful that it's still going to take a lot of negotiation with Democrats to get things done. On the House side, I can't completely agree. I think particularly if Republicans have a good night in the House, and we don't know yet, I think you're going to hear a lot from the Tea Party, and I think they're going to make it really difficult on Kevin McCarthy, who, in years past has been more moderate. We've seen him in the last few months really shift. He used to push back against, President Trump. So, for example, on January 6th, he came out hard against President Trump when President Trump was cheering insurrectionists who were climbing over the walls of the Capitol. And then he gave it a few weeks and he started kissing the ring a little bit for President Trump. And so he's grown more to the right, and I think he's grown more to the Tea Party liking. So I think he has some support in the Tea Party, but I think if we see a stronger Republican wave, I think we're going to see some emboldened Tea Party people make life really hard for a potential Speaker McCarthy. And I think it will create a lot of drama in the Republican caucus and potentially start to a really rocky way to be able to govern. So that's just my take. We'll see what happens tonight, but I don't think it's easy ridings for a potential Speaker McCarthy.
Okay, and Rhett,
I have to say,
Sarah, yes,
I totally
please.
disagree with that.
Okay.
I think we're going to see next week it's going to go very smoothly because I think the Republican Party is united to get things done for the country. Inflation, energy, there's so many big projects. I do not see a challenge.
But they're not united on whether the 2020 election was valid. They're split against that. They're not united on who should take leadership of least
I totally disagree with
so
you.
Let's move on. I think McCarthy will pull it out, but I think it will be tumultuous and it will lead to uneven leadership from the Republican House majority.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna friendly and lively debate here is what we want. We're gonna kind of move on to some of these other topics. We were talking about what Republican leadership might be if they take back majorities in the House and Senate. Let's talk about if Democrats' night doesn't go their way in the House and Speaker Pelosi is out of the speakership and out of the majority. Rhett, what do you think happens? Obviously, she's had a very, very long tenure in the House side. What do you think happens to Nancy Pelosi, come January 3rd of next year? Because she could not and might not be in leadership anymore. What will she do?
Well, look, I think we saw, this with the last election. I think Speaker Pelosi's been thinking a lot about what her next steps are. I mean, this isn't a woman who, regardless of whether you agree with her, has had an amazing career, right? She's held the Speaker's gavel multiple times. She ushered in the largest health insurance expansion in our country. She helped pass the American Rescue Plan, the bipartisan infrastructure law, which gained a number of Republican votes. So, and she, quite frankly, she worked really well with President George H.W. Bush, and so she's worked with Republican and Democratic presidents. She has a long career in Washington. I think she'll know when it's time for her to go. I'll say that, the personal situation that happened where a mad person, broke into her personal home and assaulted her husband, I think is probably weighing pretty heavy on her right now. And I think that this feeds into some of the things that we've been discussing tonight about the challenges of being a leader in this moment. And I think, she said last night on CNN when she was speaking with Anderson Cooper that that's weighing heavy into her decision. So I think there's a lot of factors that are going on at this moment. I also know that there's a number of young leaders in the Democratic Party who are, interested in taking on leadership roles. And I think those negotiations have begun. So while we don't have a big complete picture, I definitely know that Speaker Pelosi is thinking about the future. And I think tonight will be sort of an important input in sort of how she's thinking about her legacy.
Okay, Sarah, last word before we go to commercial. Just to update the viewers, we're going to have you guys on for a long duration of the night here. We appreciate your insight into all of these questions. But in the meantime, we're going to be punctuating some of this analysis and commentary with some of our reporters who are in the field at election night watch parties, at polling locations. Sarah, the last word before we go to commercial.
Sure. I'm very excited about tonight. I think we're going to pick up at least 20 seats, and I look forward to talking to you in a little bit when the polls are closed and results start coming in.
All right, we will be back in 2 minutes with more on this election night here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking live looks at many different polling locations across the country. And remember, we were bringing you the news that some of these states in certain counties, the polls have closed, like Kentucky, like Indiana. Just to give you updates on what's going on in Kentucky, Kentucky voters will decide whether to approve an anti-abortion constitutional amendment that, if passed, would effectively ensure the implementation of a near-total abortion ban that is currently being challenged in state courts. In Indiana, a House race in the 1st Congressional District leaning Democratic, but if it were to flip to Republicans, it could be an early sign of a red wave. So remember, we're monitoring some of these House congressional districts. And remember, we brought you the news of just one. Obviously, we've been kind of monitoring some of these territories as well, like Guam. According to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram, Republicans have already flipped a seat from blue to red, and that is the territory of Guam. So the Republican James Moylan has defeated the Democrat Judy Won-Pat in the race for the non-voting delegate there. So remember, there are several of these non-voting delegates in the House, like from D.C., like from Puerto Rico, like from the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, what have you. Those members serve on committees, they sponsor bills. They cannot vote, though, on the House floor since they are from territories, not states. And in the meantime, we wanted just to show you some of these kind of long lines. Take a look at this. I believe this is also in Arizona as well. We did have one from Arizona, aerial pictures over a polling location where it was quite a long line. We also are getting some news in from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich. I'm going to put up this tweet here. She says a judge has ordered Luzerne County, Pennsylvania polls to stay open until 10 p.m. Eastern because of a paper shortage. County election officials tell Fox the paper some locations ran out of is special paper that goes into voting machines to tabulate votes. They did not run out of actual ballots there. So in the meantime, we have a lot coming up for you on this election night, including a live report from Washington we're going to be getting to very, very soon here from Fox's Lauren Blanchard, who is standing by in Washington, D.C., with a look at how this and many of these races could affect the balance of power. Back out live, though, to some of these polling locations, because many are still in line. If you're in line, according to a lot of state laws, you can still cast your ballot, even though the time has passed and polls have closed. But if you're in line, that is the case here in Arizona, of course. So we always just want to kind of keep these live pictures up as we monitor some of these results that could be coming in at least at the top of the hour when polls close. But we are still very early on tonight. It's going to be quite a long night. We do appreciate you being with us here. In the meantime, let's touch back in with Sarah and Rhett about election administration and the like, and Sarah Chamberlain, Rhett Buttle. From what you guys have seen today, things are going smoothly or no in some of these states, some of these counties?
Well, I think today, it seems like mostly things are going smoothly. You just reported that, a judge has ordered, a county to stay open, which, look, I think, and I've said this before, I think regardless of party, everyone here, or at least Sarah and I, want everyone to be able to vote. And so, working hard to make sure that everyone has the chance to vote is really important. But I know, I was watching, as we've all been watching, Georgia very closely, which went for President Biden and Raphael Warnock. And I think there's also an interesting governor's race happening there. So there'll be a lot of eyes on Georgia tonight. And obviously a lot of folks, now know the Secretary of State, which is generally a position most people don't really know by name. And, the good news is that there's no news. There's not a lot of news, right? And I think that that's what you want when elections happen is you don't want a lot of hiccups. You want things to go logistically easy. Obviously, we're entering, a phase now where it's the end of the day. And so for a lot of people who wait to vote till after work or, priorities during the day, that can cause some lines. But for the most part, there hasn't been a ton of hiccups across the country. We haven't heard of a ton of irregularities. And so that's good news. That doesn't mean that there aren't individual incidents happening around the country that obviously will need to be looked into. But for the most part, it seems as though things are going pretty well.
And I agree with him. I think things are going as smoothly as they can be. I mean, there's always little problems, in each of the different locations occasionally, but everything seems to be going fine, which is great for the American people and for democracy.
All right, Sarah and Rhett, please obviously stand by with us. We're coming up at the bottom of the hour here. We're going to be speaking to one of our correspondents on Capitol Hill, Fox's Lauren Blanchard. Let's just take a look at, though, some of these live pictures that we are seeing outside of polling locations in states, in counties, in municipalities, all across the country. We're going to get Lauren set up here. We're going to be speaking with her very, very soon, and then we will be bringing Rhett and Sarah in to talk about some of these key states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, here in Arizona, and the balance of power as well. Stand by. Okay, in addition to so many of these live looks that we are bringing you from all across the country at polling locations, so many Americans are still in line. Let's get an update right now on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. With Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, who's joining us right now. And Lauren, thanks for being with us. I know it's a really, really busy night. What are Republican leaders, what are Democratic leaders saying? How do they feel about tonight?
Well, Andrew, obviously, as we are going to be watching all of these polls start to close across the country, you know they continued to close each hour basically until about midnight. We're probably not going to have any idea on who is going to control the Senate. That's really the big question here in Washington, D.C. As you know, right now, power is 50-50. Republicans only need to get one more seat, a net gain of one seat, in order to take over control of the very powerful Senate. In the House, it is believed that Republicans have the advantage going into tonight. It is history has shown us usually the incumbent president loses a number of seats during those midterm elections. So Republicans hoping for a really good night in order to take at least one of the chambers. It's worth noting that the House GOP leader, Kevin McCarthy, is actually attending a victory party tonight here in Washington, D.C. As many here on Capitol Hill know, he is likely to become the next Speaker of the House if Republicans are able to take over that chamber. So this could be a very big night for Kevin McCarthy. But as we are watching so many of these races, there are really four that we here have been very closely watching. As you know, Pennsylvania, you're looking at Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, Dr. Mehmet Oz. That is a razor-thin race. Georgia, between the incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Again, so close. The interesting thing, Andrew, about Georgia is that whoever wins that race, they have to have at least 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff election. If they are not able to get that, we are looking at another month till December 6th for a runoff election, which means voters down in Georgia, they may think that the election is over by tonight, but they could be looking at a full month more of campaigning, of fundraising pleas, and that could mean
No idea really that when you go to one of these centers, no matter where you're from, that machine, they will print out a custom ballot for the district you are in, including your school board and all of that. They do it right on the spot. It's 7,500 different ballots that they can potentially print on the spot, made to order.
Well, John and Christina, yeah, absolutely. And there's so many different ways that they're able to cast their ballots. And that's the great thing with how creative they've been with casting these ballots with the tabulation issues here today. But we're actually going to speak live with the chairman for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates. Tell us about, first of all, when we spoke maybe an hour and a half ago, you were telling us you had, 17 out of 60 machines that were fixed. Now we're up to, 49 last we checked?
Yeah, so we now have 49 of those vote centers that were having some issues with the tabulators. Those are now fully functioning. So that just leaves a few of the vote centers that are having issues with the tabulators. And actually today about 80% of the locations out there, the vote centers, had no issues at all. And most importantly, that I want everyone to know who's watching, that no one today, no eligible voter has been turned away as long as they showed up with valid ID.
And for people who may not have caught a report from earlier today, tell us exactly what the issue was with those voting machines. It was a printing issue, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So what we had happening was that people were trying to feed their ballot into the tabulator, and it was rejecting it. We took a look at this. We hadn't seen this before, and our techs and our poll workers were able to determine that the issue was actually the printer that was printing off that ballot. It was the timing marks, which helps the tabulator to read the votes, were too faint. So we were able to adjust the setting, and that's why we're seeing the improvement here in the conditions so quickly.
Yeah, and that's great. Thank you so much for your time. I know we're going to have to send it back to John and Christina, but as he mentioned, everyone was able to cast their vote that went. They were able to put it here in this 3-box as well, and then that's going to be counted, or rather submitted later, tabulated by a bipartisan group, just like if you were to drop it off in many other counties at a ballot drop box. Reporting live at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, I'm Irene Snyder for Fox 10 News.
Can we ask Irene a quick question? I wanted to ask if Bill Gates says this will delay the vote tonight at all, but maybe we can't do it.
Oh, she's still there.
She's still there.
Sure, John,
Irene,
absolutely.
Ask Bill if
So,
this
yeah,
will
I'm still
delay
here.
the vote. Yeah, at all.
So John, our anchor, wanted to know if this is going to delay the vote counting at all.
Yeah, so the only issue is that those people who didn't have their ballot run through the tabulator and instead it was put down into box number 3, for those folks, those particular votes won't be counted this evening, and instead we'll be counting those either tomorrow or later in the week. But for everyone who voted through the tabulator, no delay at all. We'll continue to be reporting hundreds of thousands of votes, in fact over 1 million votes over the next few hours this evening.
And at this point, we don't have any numbers as far as how many people actually put their ballots in that number 3 box, I imagine.
Yeah, we don't know that at this point. We'll probably know that tomorrow morning.
Okay. Well, thank you so much again for your time. Again, Bill Gates, Chairman for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Irene, thank you for that,
Great
because I think
question.
people are wondering if it's going to slow up the returns tonight. Thanks for that.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this election night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We just got this shot that popped up here. We were just looking at former President Donald Trump. Remember, he had that rally last night in Dayton, Ohio, campaigning for J.D. Vance, and announced an announcement that's going to be taking place November the 15th at Mar-a-Lago that could somewhat, determine or give us a sense of what he is planning as far as 2024 is concerned. So, Live Now look there. I believe this is in Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, where the announcement will take place. And we just lost that shot there. Well, we are getting some results in, and let's go to some of these. You're going to see these graphics with some of the matchups in some of the states. Let's take this one right now. And I believe here we have the Indiana Senate race. The Republican incumbent, Todd Young, there at 58%, well above his Democratic challenger, Thomas McDermott. So about 25% reporting. Remember, polls just closed in Indiana about 40 minutes ago. So we wanted to get you this. And then we also have some updates on Indiana House District 3 with the incumbent there, Jim Banks, at 53% right now, the Republican, to the Democratic challenger, Gary Snyder, at 14% in for House District 3 there in Indiana. Now, Jim Banks, if, Republicans have a very, very good night, could be seeing some type of leadership role in the House Republican Conference. That remains to be seen. He's very close with House Minority Leader currently, Kevin McCarthy, and the House Minority Whip, Steve Scalise. So look out for Jim Banks. Whether or not Republicans are quite victorious tonight, you're going to be hearing that name a lot going into the new Congress. In the meantime, we do want to get to some of our other reporters who are in the field right now. I believe we do have Fox's Austin Westfall, who has been with us in Maricopa County, kind of detailing some of the problems, some of the issues with some of the tabulation machines here in Maricopa County. We spoke to, Maricopa County Chairman of the Board of Commissioners, Bill Gates, about some of these problems that have now been rectified. But I believe we have Austin right now. We're going to go out to Austin very live in just a moment as he is following some of these. Austin, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. I know you've been doing a lot of work tonight. What's going on there at that tabulation center? What have voters, said to you about some of these errors that we saw earlier this morning in Maricopa County?
Yeah, Andrew, busy day here in Maricopa County. We woke up with hearing that there were some hiccups in regards to some of the polling locations having issues tabulating the ballots. We heard from the Maricopa County Elections Department that those issues have been figured out at this point. About 60 locations were affected, and they've fixed over 3/4 of those. Out of those 60 that were impacted, by the way, that only accounts for about 20% total of the ballot locations that are in this county. 80% of them were not touched. But ultimately, election officials, they want to emphasize the bottom line here: no matter what, all ballots are going to be counted. If somebody did go to the poll this morning and they did run into that tabulating issue, then that meant that they could have put it in a drop box, and then it would have been transferred over to a central location where it would eventually be tabulated at a later time, or they could have went to another voting location and they could have simply voted over there that way. So Maricopa County officials are ensuring every vote will be counted here. Andrew, they're also saying that because of those hiccups today, they don't expect that to delay the ballot counting process all too much. Back to you.
Yeah, Austin, here at Live Now, we spoke with Bill Gates over the phone. He said to what you just said, that they don't expect, delays to kind of extend some of the times there in Maricopa County, at least. What about media access? Customarily in elections past, Maricopa County officials have kind of opened up some of these tabulation centers for the media to get a sense of what's going on. Is that the case this time around, Austin?
Yeah, it's fairly open. The facility itself is barricaded quite a bit. There are 2 fences surrounding this building, and then they've even put some more barricades in front of those fences. The media, though, they were able to pick up press badges, which allowed them to come into the lobby here at the tabulation center. That way you can see through these windows the process that goes on when they do tabulate tabulate ultimately the results of these races. But there is a good amount of access out here. Maricopa officials have been very available to us, speaking to us regularly, keeping us posted, especially when we were experiencing those hiccups a little bit earlier this morning.
Yeah, Austin, no, you're so right. They have been very transparent with the media, holding, press conferences regularly. What have the candidates, have they been responding to some of these issues there in Maricopa County? What have they been saying? Have we heard from them?
Yeah, so you hear some talking points from some of the bigger named Republican candidates, Kari Lake running for governor in Arizona, Blake Masters running for senator in Arizona. As soon as there was any sense that there might have been some hiccups happening this morning, they did take to Twitter and encourage their voters to stay in line and make sure that those votes were counted. As far as hearing from Democratic candidates, ultimately similar messages from all of the campaigns. They just want people to be vigilant, to make sure that they stay in line, they get their vote counted. That way democracy works its best.
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall there in Maricopa County. We appreciate your reporting. We'll definitely be checking in with you as the night progresses. Austin, thanks so much.
Andrew, take care.
All right, in the meantime, we're going to be showing you and speaking with our reporters in the field in so many of these key states there in Arizona. We're going to get one very, very soon here in Wisconsin. Let's talk about California for just a moment. We know that Los Angeles has a pretty big mayoral contest there in Southern California, but a lot of ballot proposals have been put to voters. We spoke with Fox 2's Greg Lee there in the Bay Area about some of these races and even the the consideration, if you will, that, everything could rest on some of these House races in California for the battle and the control of the House majority for Republicans, at least. Let's listen to this conversation. All right, here on Live Now from Fox, let's talk about one of these other huge states where voters are going to the polls as we speak. That, of course, California. Joining us now is Fox 2 reporter Greg Lee with the latest. Greg, thanks for being with us. What are you watching today? What are the key races that we should be focused on?
Hey, Andy, good to see you. Well, listen, what we know, at least at the statewide level for California, 22 million people with ballots. Really, this is election month for Californians because they were all mailed their ballots, had an opportunity to turn those in. We're seeing sort of low turnout so far. But in terms of what races to watch, the top of this ballot is kind of devoid of any excitement. At the top, you have Governor Gavin Newsom against Republican State Senator Brian Dowley. That is a race that Governor Newsom has led by 18 to 20 points in the polls for much of this race. He hasn't spent much time in the state or much money in the state. He's instead been in other states campaigning for other Democrats nationwide. And so when you don't really have a lot of excitement at the top of the ballot, you get concerned about turnout. But one of the things we are watching is the role of propositions. There are 7 ballot propositions on the ballot this year, including one which is a national topic, Prop 1, to enshrine the right to abortion in the state constitution. The other 2 that have gotten a lot of attention are Prop 26 and Prop 27, which attempts in their own ways to legalize sports betting in California. We're talking $500 million that have been spent by campaigns involved in that process, but the polls have looked very bad for them. So we're looking to see what drives turnout in the state of California. Now, outside of the Bay Area, central, Southern California, there are 6 to 10, 11 congressional races that could really dictate the direction of the House if things are close. We've seen different numbers from Cook Political, et cetera, that have Republicans really coming in with this red wave. But if it is close, and it could come down to California, the margins could really depend on the Golden State as it pertains to who controls the gavel.
Yeah, that's so interesting because we've been speaking to a lot of reporters. And like you said, we also know that California could be kind of the linchpin, essentially, where the House is decided. But back to some of those ballot initiatives, online gambling, online sports betting, to be more exact. Why are those not polling as well as, I would have thought? I thought maybe Californians would be, favorable to something like this. And the amount of money that has gone into some of those ballot initiatives is historic. But like you kind of alluded to, they're most likely doomed to fail. Why do we think that is?
Yeah, Andy, let's be clear. There is some interest in this state, obviously, for there to be legalized sports gambling. We know sports gambling is happening currently in this state. It's just illicit and illegal. 36 states in the country already have legalized some form of legal sports betting. Prop 26 is supported by a coalition of Native American tribes that would allow people to bet on their favorite teams in a tribal casino or at a racetrack, a horse racetrack. 27 is an online betting measure. FanDuel, DraftKings allow you to be on your phone or your computer, place your bets. These 2 have been locked in a very contentious race. You can't go anywhere in California and not see an ad for or against either of these. And I think when you consider that, it kind of got lost in the soup. So much money was spent on this that I think voters were turned off by everything that they were seeing and just thought, you know what, never mind, let's just be done with this and vote no.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 propositions fail anyway. So with those odds stacked against them, and then how much money was spent that voters were being inundated with information, I think, again, it starts to get lost in the soup and then you get turned off. Now, we should say, ultimately, voters will decide, and polls have been wrong. But at this point, both sides have said they're likely to, shake off their losses and hope for another day down the road, whether that's 24 or 26, that we again see legalizing sports gambling come up.
Yeah, even Governor Gavin Newsom has come out against it as well. Greg, back to who controls the House. Obviously, who has been at the helm of Democrats is Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And her family suffered this really, heinous attack on her husband, Paul Pelosi, just last week. But the very real possibility is in front of House Democrats and the Speaker that she will not be Speaker any longer. Talk about her legacy in that leadership role. Talk about what she means to San Francisco, because we could be seeing an end to her, at least, position in leadership in the House if Republicans take the majority.
And we should say Speaker Pelosi has been asked that question numerous times, over the course of this election cycle, is what will she do? What will happen if Democrats do not retain the House, a place where she's held the speakership? And she, in true form, has not responded to that question, said we are focused on the election, on protecting women's rights, on sort of the national line from Democrats. But you're right, from a very third-party perspective, her legacy is tremendous. The strides she has made for women in politics, not only in the Bay Area, but California and the nation. She has made tremendous contributions to politics for women. I'm sure she still believes in some part that Democrats can hold these seats. But everything we are seeing is very likely, and the writing sort of on the wall and sort of written in the history books. We know that the party in power in the White House typically 9 times out of 10 loses control of the House in a midterm election. So Democrats are struggling with that. They have looked to the Roe v. Wade decision, the Dobbs decision, in an effort to energize their voters to get to the polls. And, this will all be about turnout, but we're sort of seeing that pendular swing back to Republicans on issues of crime, on issues of inflation, on issues of the economy. And it's clear from the polls that we're seeing that voters have not been happy. And for Republicans, that bodes well for them.
All right, we thank Greg Lee there from Fox 2 KTVU in the Bay Area, speaking to us about what matters to Californians, some of these ballot initiatives, especially when it comes to online sports betting, gambling as well. So it remains to be seen how those initiatives will do. And then some of these House races. And, of course, what the political future of Nancy Pelosi might be after tonight. So great stuff there. We have so many live pictures coming to us from so many polling locations around the country. And people are still in line. Let's go out to one of these really, really important states. That's, of course, Wisconsin. We're going to be joined now by Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Sam Kramer, joining us, I believe, from Senator Ron Johnson's election night watch party. Sam, good to see you. What's the mood there? Have you spoken to some of these Johnson supporters? What do they think is going to happen tonight?
Yeah, hi there, Andrew. Thanks for having us. Doors open here just at the top of the hour. So we've been here since right around 2 o'clock, and the preparations have just kind of continued since then. The stage is set, the caterer's here, the food is out. So it smells great, and they're certainly expecting a great night. That's what they're hoping for. Campaign officials told us they will have anywhere between 200 and 400 people here, invite only, for, again, what they're expecting to be a solid night. We've talked with Johnson. We've heard him over the last 10 days on his 60-stop bus tour across Wisconsin, covering more than 3,000 miles, and he says this is a fight for freedom, and his supporters agree with that. Mandela Barnes, his challenger, the lieutenant governor right now, they differ on what the meaning of that freedom means. To Johnson, it's about tax cuts. It's about securing the southern border, about supporting law enforcement in times of rising crime, like what we're seeing in Milwaukee in terms to the homicide rate. So it is a challenging time, and really this race is going to be so pivotal, not just in Wisconsin, but nationally, if you look at the power of the Senate. So very close. Obviously, we just saw Johnson actually within the last hour and a half, and he was asked how he's feeling heading into tonight. He said cautiously optimistic. That's been his words really for the last week or so. He's hopeful, but he's not necessarily thinking it's over just yet with the polls closing here at 8 o'clock local time.
Sam, the last major federal election, of course, there in Wisconsin, 2020, and the vote count between Biden and Trump, at least the margin was what, some 20,000? So it was very, very close in Wisconsin the last time around, and now this major federal election in the Senate race. Do you think it's going to be close to Johnson supporters? Are they expecting results tonight?
It remains to be seen, but I think everybody here is prepared to go long into the night if it has to, just based on some of the systems that the state has in place with central counting systems, including Milwaukee County. So there's certainly an understanding that this night could go that far. The latest Marquette Law School poll in Milwaukee showed that Johnson was up 2 points, but that's so close, the narrow of margin within it, they're calling it a toss-up. So there's certainly a lot of people in it for the long haul tonight.
All right, Fox 6's Sam Kramer there. Sam, thanks as always. Maybe we'll be talking again a little bit later tonight as the party gets underway there. Sam, thanks.
All right, we'll be here. Thanks.
All right, and that's what we're going to be doing throughout the course of the night here, kind of just checking in with some of our reporters in the field in so many of these states there, like Sam was in Wisconsin. We're coming up on the top of the hour. Just wanted to update you on some of these results. We were going over some of the Kentucky and Indiana results that are in right now. Take a look at this. This is the Kentucky Constitutional Amendment number 2. On abortion, about 2, almost 3% reporting right now. Yes, 34%, no at 66%. So that's interesting. I also believe we did have House Senator, incumbent Republican Rand Paul is also doing. Let's put this up. So he's facing Charles Booker yet again. Remember, back in 2020, this, I believe, was the same matchup. And so that was quite interesting. They're doing it yet again. And so there you can see Booker at 56% right now, to Rand Paul's 44%. Now, it's very, very early there, only about 3% reporting Rand Paul, the incumbent Republican senator there in Kentucky. In the meantime, let's get some more updates as we do approach the top of the hour because we are also learning that some states' polls might close very, very soon here. States closing at 7 p.m. Eastern in Florida, in New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Also, we also are learning in Georgia that a judge has ordered several counties there to stay open later. Normally, it would have been across the board 7 o'clock Eastern, closing there in Georgia. Some counties there in Georgia staying open later. Now, that's important, obviously, because we're following the governor's race there, the Senate race there, and really everything could hinge on Georgia, and it could be a long haul in Georgia if they go to a runoff there in the Senate election. In the meantime, let's just take a quick commercial break. We're going to reset before the top of the hour. More where that came from on this election night on Live Now from Fox.
They're getting it done.
The polls opened at 6 a.m. this morning, and plenty of people have had to wait in lines that looked like this. Sky Fox flying over several polling spots with long lines in Maricopa County today, and for the most part, the longest wait times have been about an hour or so. With the workday winding down now, voting centers could start to see more traffic before they do close at 7.
Now, there were some early morning issues, and it stretched into the afternoon. This is the printing machines that print the ballots at some locations around the state, particularly in Maricopa County, where the machine would not accept the ballot after they printed out the individual ballot for the voter. That slowed things down.
Yeah, the issue's frustrating, of course, for people trying to get out there and vote. Fox 10's Lindsay Regis has been talking to voters all day about the printing machines not working, all the issues. Lindsay, what are voters saying?
That's right, Christina. They are very frustrated. I spoke with someone who had to try 16 times. Then I spoke with another person who said they tried it 7 times. Now, the good news is that there are only 8 locations that are still experiencing this problem with the tabulation printer. In the beginning of the day, 20% of the 223 locations in Maricopa County were impacted. That number changed to 60 voting locations by the afternoon. Around 3 p.m., county technicians found the issue and started fixing the printers. We were over at Shadow Mountain High School, where a handful of people said the tabulation machine there wasn't working.
This whole election season, and they knew that this election was going to be critical, and they've said that they've tested the machines, and they promised us that they were all going to work just perfectly.
Voters we spoke to say they're nervous that their ballot isn't going to count. Now, we spoke with the county. They said it is going to count. It just may take a day or two. Reporting live, Lindsay Regas, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Lindsay. And tonight, Maricopa County says they have identified the solution for the printing issues at about 60 of its vote centers that plagued some of the vote earlier today. They say that the solution has worked at dozens of locations. They figured it out, they say. Irene Snyder live at the county recorder's office tonight with more on that. So we talked to you at 4. Tell us what they did to fix this problem and what the problem was.
Well, John and Christina, good evening. We've definitely been getting a lot more information in the last hour. They haven't been able to give us exact technical terms as far as how they fix these machines. This is an example of one of the tabulation machines right here. Now, they said it was a printing issue. They were able to fix 52 of the 60 voting centers. I believe when we spoke to you at 4, it was in the 40s. At this point now, it's up to 52 out of the 60 voting centers have been fixed. According to the county recorder's office, this was because of, again, it was a printer setting. They haven't been able to give technical terms exactly what that entailed, but some of the tabulation machines were not producing, or the tabulation machine printers rather, were not producing dark enough timing marks on the ballot. This was tested before the primary and again before the midterm election. None of the voting locations were closed because of this, and according to the Board of Supervisors Chairman Bill Gates, no one with a valid ID was prevented from voting.
It's frustrating, but that's why I'm so grateful for all the people who worked on this. This was a tough issue. People were trying to figure it out, and now that we've got a solution, really pleased. But again, even when we had this and we hadn't figured out the solution, people were still able to vote. It was just a matter of maybe not, voting in the way they wanted to.
And for the people who were affected by this printing issue, they had several other ways of casting their ballot. One of the examples they had here, they were able to submit their ballot right here where it says 3. This is just an example of one of the many tabulation machines across the county. And this essentially works like a ballot drop box, like they have at many other counties across the state. You put your ballot in there, they're later collected and tabulated by a bipartisan group. The other option, they could try another tabulation machine at the location or drop it off here at the Maricopa County Elections Department. But again, as the chairman said, they have not denied anyone from casting their vote today. They made sure they had some other option for voting. And again, 52 out of the 60 voting locations affected have been fixed at this point. They're really fixing them very rapidly. So we'll keep you updated throughout the evening. Reporting live for now at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, I'm Irene Snyder for Fox 10 News.
Okay, Irene, thank you for that. Things going along smoothly at one polling place in Phoenix. This is the scene off 24th Street in South Mountain this afternoon. Voters we caught up with say the process was pretty quick and easy.
No time to waste, especially us that we have to pick our kids from school. So I didn't really waste no time. That's really pretty. That the staff were there ready to tell you what to do, and it was awesome.
The polls close at 7 o'clock tonight, but if you are in line by then, you will still be able to cast your ballot.
Well, all eyes on Arizona tonight. Our state has some of the most competitive races in the nation, including the race for governor. Republican candidate Kari Lake facing off against the current Secretary of State and Democratic candidate Katie Hobbs.
It's a race that's been close since the beginning, and tonight we're tracking it with team coverage. Steve Nielsen is following the latest on the Hobbs camp.
But first, let's go out to Stephanie Bennett. She is live covering Republican candidate Kari Lake. Steph, she's been leading in the polls for the last several weeks, at least leading or tied, but she seems to be kind of holding that ground.
That's exactly right. Good evening, John and Christine. It is a very tight race, to say the least, so it is not expected that we will have the results tonight or some indication of what will be happening today. Right now, we're at that Republican watch party here at McCormick Ranch in Scottsdale. Several other Republicans will also be here, including Lake. Now, the fiery newcomer is a former news anchor of more than 20 years here in Phoenix. She grew up in Iowa in a big family. Kari Lake threw her name into the ring early on last year and quickly drew national attention for her combative style, anti-media rhetoric, and her devotion to former President Donald Trump. Trump even endorsed Lake earlier this year, and the pair have shared the stage at several rallies. Current Republican Governor Doug Ducey campaigned for her opponent Robeson in the primary, but is now backing Lake. Now, the race is expected to be very tight, as you mentioned. We will likely not have a clear indication of a victory tonight. The Maricopa County Recorder says about 95% of the votes will be verified and counted by Friday at the earliest. We caught up with Kari Lake earlier today as she headed out to the polls to cast her ballot. Now, she went to Arizona State University to do so. She's a strong supporter of voting on Election Day itself, but she did encourage voters to vote by mail, but not to drop off those early ballots into a ballot box. Now, the election denier has repeatedly stood by false claims that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump and even criticized the primary back in August, and it looks like she's already criticizing today's election as well.
I'm just embarrassed for Arizona that we're still having these problems, guys. But we will turn things around when I win. We are going to reform elections and make sure that we have honest, transparent elections that every Arizonan feels confident in. The rest of the country will look to us and say, let's make our elections just like Arizona.
20 minutes ago, I was talking about.
Yeah, and there is a stage set up right here behind me at the Republican Watch Party, so we do expect some comment from these candidates, including Kari Lake, at some point this evening. We will bring you that as and when it happens. But let's now head on over to the Democratic Watch Party, where Steve Nielsen is watching Katie Hobbs.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, the Katie Hobbs camp feeling good today. We talked about that polling that John brought up with you at the start of this. They're feeling good about that polling, even though that shows that Kari Lake has had a pretty steady lead here in most polls over the last few weeks. I'll tell you a little bit why. They say that it's a statistical tie in their mind. All of those polls, according to the Secretary of State, are within the margin of error. You're seeing her here right now as she was rallying some of her supporters this morning, as she was trying to get them to go out, do some door knocks, and get people to go out there and vote, especially her supporters. She wants them to go out there and vote today. Again, she feels like this race is neck and neck. Here was her final message to her supporters before they went on those door knocks.
A choice between myself, who has a track record of working across the aisle and delivering results for Arizonans, versus Kari Lake, who is offering dangerous ideas and empty rhetoric and is too extreme for Arizona. And that's why a lot of Republicans have joined our campaign and are supporting me publicly, because they're choosing Arizona over their party.
That rhetoric she's referring to is a lot of what we had just heard Kari Lake speak about, what Stephanie Bennett just referred to about the election, the voting process today. That is what Katie Hobbs refers to when she says that dangerous rhetoric. Where we are right now, this is the Renaissance. This is going to be the main Democratic Party hub. This is where almost all of the candidates statewide and local to the Valley here are going to be in this room, ready to speak to voters tonight as the votes start being tallied. That being said, the Secretary of State has stressed that she does not expect her race to be called either way tonight. This will continue to drag on as all of those votes are tallied. Reporting live, Steve Nielsen, Fox 10 News.
Steve, thanks. The plot thickens because just moments ago we learned that lawyers for Kari Lake and Blake Masters, candidates for governor and U.S. Senate, respectively, Republican candidates, are asking a Superior Court judge to extend voting hours until 10 p.m. tonight. And they're asking that the results be delayed until 11 p.m. This is all in response to issues with those printers printing ballots that were not accepted by some of the machines at polling places because the printer was printing out ballots that the machines just didn't like. So leading to longer lines than expected, they claim that some voters were turned away from those polling places. We're working to gather more information. If we learn anything new, we will certainly bring it to you. Still ahead tonight at 5. Control of the U.S. Congress is up for grabs, and a closely watched U.S. Senate race here in Arizona could tip the balance of power in that chamber. We're live with team coverage.
And you're going to have to put your dreams on hold.
Okay, so we wanted to leave that tweet up there. We'll monitor that. That is definitely one of the storylines in this election today about, remember, we were speaking with some of the Maricopa County officials here on Live Now about whether or not some of those errors and delays would necessitate extending the voting hours. Republicans here in Maricopa County are asking for just that. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. Let's go out now to McAllen, Texas. We're being joined by Fox 26 Houston reporter Tom Zika. He's traveling alongside Governor Greg Abbott there in the state. Tom, good to see you. When can we expect Governor Abbott to be there at his watch party? And why did he choose McAllen, Texas, do you think?
Two questions there, Andrew. Number one, we do not know when the governor will arrive, but the stage is set for him behind me. Hopefully he's looking forward. Hopefully, to make a victory speech tonight. The polls are certainly trending here in Texas in his favor, but that's why they actually have the election. That's why people cast their votes. That's why they count them. As for why he is in McAllen, mere miles from the southern border with Mexico, the southernmost tip practically of Texas, is very symbolic. The issue of immigration has been a hallmark of his campaign, and what to do, how to manage the seemingly endless flow of migrants who have come across the border, some seeking asylum, some trying to sneak in for whatever reason, how to manage them. He has pleaded with Washington for help. He has pleaded with the rest of the country. You've heard about the busing of migrants to typically democratically held cities, saying, okay, well, you can share the burden. That's why he's here, to hallmark, to bring that issue into focus. And he is hopeful that that if the numbers go his way, that the things he has been talking about, the pleadings he has made over the course of the campaign, will come to fruition.
Yeah, of course, Tom, you know, obviously the governor has time and time again held events down there at the border, trying to bring national attention to some of the border issues with the crisis there in some of those border communities as well. So interesting choice there with McAllen. You know, have you been speaking to some of his supporters who have kind of trickled into the election night watch party? You know, because some would probably argue, you maybe agree with me, that this race might have a pretty big margin going for Abbott's way. Do they think Beto will kind of mount another run or race in the future, or do they think his political fortunes are over after this?
Number one, there are not a lot of, I guess, Abbott supporters just yet. That party has not really started, if you will. It's largely populated by dozens and dozens of television crews that have come from all across the country to mark this evening. What I have done is talk to people who live here, lifelong residents of the McAllen area, Hidalgo County, the border area as well. While they listen to the candidates, whether it's Beto O'Rourke or Greg Abbott, talk about what they would like to see in the future, they say they are the ones who are dealing with that influx. They're the ones who are managing it, and strained almost to the point of being unable to do any more. That's why they want to see something done as well. As for Beto O'Rourke and the future of him, he has run for senator, he has run for president, he has run for governor. How that ends tonight, we do not know.
Democratic Senate candidate Mandela Barnes. Aaron, good to see you. How are things looking there at that election night watch party? What's in store tonight?
You know, Andrew, both candidates know that this race has the potential to be razor thin. We have Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes versus Republican Senator Ron Johnson, the incumbent in this state. Right now, we're at the Mandela Barnes watch party. This is called the Turner Hall Ballroom. The stage is already set here. We have media from around the country. A little perspective, this is typically the place where concerts happen, other performances, but tonight this is where a couple hundred supporters of Mandela Barnes will be watching this race. So that will be the show tonight. They believe that he has what it takes to unseat incumbent Republican Ron Johnson, who's going for his third term. Mandela Barnes voted in October, so he did some early voting. So today's game plan was to start early and really fire up voters. So he started at 6 o'clock this morning. He went to an event and he went to other events as well. 3 before noon talking to canvassers, and then he went to coffee shops. He went to the place where he launched his campaign. His goal again is to just fire up voters and get people to the polls, get them calling people, and get them to the polls as well, because he knows that every single race matters. He's in his mid-30s, but he's been in Wisconsin politics since he was about 25 years old. And Andy, he says that he's always been the underdog, and that's going to be the situation here. He knows it's going to be an uphill battle, and he wants to make sure that he leaves no stone unturned and that he talks to as many voters as possible. Andy?
Okay, Aaron, obviously it's still early there in Wisconsin, and you had kind of walked us through Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, political history, his rise to this role right now. What is, his campaign saying? What are some sources there saying about, when they can expect final results in Wisconsin, and if they're confident they can get this Democratic pickup there in the Senate?
Well, kind of two parts to that. The first part is when could the votes come in? We know from the Wisconsin Election Commission here in Milwaukee County that absentee ballots could be counted, into 11 o'clock midnight. And because early voting is possible here, it's possible they are going to be going through thousands of ballots really late into the night. So that exact voter turnout or that ballot turnout, we don't know when we'll get that. But the campaign is hoping that they'll have a victory speech tonight at some point, but the timing is a little bit tricky. As for Mandela Barnes' background and what he's been saying to voters, he really leans on who he is. He's from Milwaukee. He's an only child. His mother was a school teacher. His father was a union worker, and his goal has been to really connect with middle-class voters, talking to them about rebuilding the middle class. And he's going up against Ron Johnson, who he says has extremely wealthy donors and only caters to the wealthy because he's wealthy. He made a lot of wealth in the plastics industry too, so their stances are very different, and he really leans into his background in being a Milwaukee Public School graduate as he talks to voters.
All right, Fox 6's Aaron Maben there, live for us in Wisconsin. Aaron, we appreciate your reporting. We'll definitely be checking in a little bit later on tonight. Aaron, thanks so much.
All right, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to get to Wisconsin in just a moment. Again, we spoke with Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Jason Calvi about what these races mean and what some of the issues are in Wisconsin. But let's get to some of these race calls. Fox News Decision Desk is calling some of these races. We do have one in Kentucky that we want to go to right now. Before we do that, take a look at just some of these polling locations. Still, people voting. I know in states across the country, they can still do that. Remember, polls have not closed in a majority of states in the country here. Take a look at some of these LiveNOW looks at polling locations across the country, Americans exercising their right to vote. In the meantime, like I said, we do have some race calls that we want to bring to you right here. Let's put up some of these graphics. You can see, speaking of Kentucky, the race has now been called for incumbent Senator Rand Paul against his Democratic opponent, Charles Booker, the Democrat. So you can see there 54 to 47% there, Booker against Paul. So Rand Paul will win another 6-year term to the Senate representing Kentucky. We also have some other race calls according to the Fox News Decision Desk as well. Before we get to those, we got more numbers in Florida. Take a look at some of these for the Florida Senate race. Val Demings trailing Republican Marco Rubio with 36% reporting, 48% for Demings, 51% for Marco Rubio. And then, of course, we got more results in for the Florida governor's race, about 37% reporting. Charlie Crist there, 47% to Ron DeSantis's 52%. So that race, both of those races could be called very, very soon here, and we'll bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go to some of these other states where races have been called, including in South Carolina. We are learning that Republican Senator Tim Scott will win another 6-year term to the Senate representing South Carolina. We've also are learning, according to the Fox News Decision Desk, that the South Carolina Republican governor, Henry McMaster, will win yet another 4-year term, leading the state, leading the Palmetto State there. Also, we're getting more results in from Indiana. Remember, we brought you some of those results from Indiana. I think we have the graphic for that. But the Senate race there between Republican incumbent Todd Young and his opponent, Democrat Tom McDermott, where we're learning that Todd Young will win a second term to the U.S. Senate, another 6-year term there for Todd Young in Indiana. And then something that's also really, really interesting, we have one more race we're going to give you that the Fox News Decision Desk has called. That is out of Vermont. And so Democrat Peter Welch has won the Senate contest there in Vermont. Now, why is that so significant? Because the incumbent that chose not to seek re-election, Senator Pat Leahy, the longtime Democrat, one of the longest-serving members of the Senate, that is his seat. So now we are learning that Peter Welch, he's a Democrat who serves in the House already as a member of Congress from Vermont. He will now become Vermont's next senator. So the new senior senator of Vermont, of course, is Senator Bernie Sanders, now to Peter Welch's junior there in Vermont. So interesting stuff happening in Vermont. We wanted to bring you some of these race calls here. Like I said, let's go back to Wisconsin. We spoke with Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Jason Calvi, who's been with us throughout the whole cycle, talking about a lot of these races and a lot of the issues that matter specifically to Wisconsin voters. Let's show you that. We're going to be focusing on yet another key state. That, of course, is Wisconsin. A lot of major races there that we want to focus on right now with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Jason Calvi joining us now. Jason, thanks so much for being with us. You know, let's talk about one of the main races in this state, and that, of course, is the governor's race between current Governor Tony Evers, the Democrat, and his Republican challenger, Tim Michels. For our viewers who don't know, who is Tim Michels?
So Tim Michels is a co-owner of a business here in Wisconsin, a large construction company. They do a lot of the roads. So when you're driving and you're seeing all these construction sites across Wisconsin, you're seeing the Michels logo on the various equipment that is building a lot of the roads here in Wisconsin, a huge corporation. And so he's a businessman. He did run previously for the United States Senate and lost, but now he's running for governor. As running on that platform, the Republican platform. You know, he's bringing up issues like crime and inflation. He says as a business leader, he's going to be able to help recharge the state economy. You know, when we're looking at what are the most important issues for independent voters here in Wisconsin, right now they're saying the #1 issue for them is inflation. We just got the latest Marquette Law School poll yesterday, which is sort of our gold standard poll of Wisconsin voters, and that came out just yesterday. Just last week, I should say, and what it found was that inflation was the #1 issue for these independent voters, and that's one issue that Tim Michels is hammering on the campaign trail here in Wisconsin.
Jason, has the race between Evers and Michels been particularly, nasty in the last couple of days? We've seen former President Barack Obama come out for Evers, come out for Mandela Barnes, but have they been going back and forth? What's the rhetoric like in this race?
Well, one of the things I can tell you is that this state is really one of the key states for campaign ads. So we're being bombarded. People across the state are being bombarded on all of their screens, on TV, on their phones. They're being hit with campaign ads all day long. Tens of millions of dollars being pumped into to these battles. And yeah, the ads are attacking the other candidates, calling them radical, extreme. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, the other side is too extreme for the state, is what the ads are showing. So yeah, the attacks have intensified. Again, I mentioned that Marquette Law School poll that came out late last week, and it did show that this race was a tie in the poll. Both of the candidates, Tim Michels and Tony Evers, getting 48%, and that's exactly what we saw back in 2018 when Tony Evers faced off against former Governor Scott Walker. That final poll before Election Day showed them also in a tie, and Tony Evers went on to win by 1.1%, just a little bit less than 30,000 votes advantage for Tony Evers against Scott Walker in 2018. What will happen this time? Again, it is a toss-up, and the polls are showing that this really is a neck-and-neck race here in Wisconsin.
Wow, Wisconsin is just so close in many of these previous elections, this election, no doubt. And so it remains to be a very interesting state in that respect, where, voters there just don't know how some of these races are going to pan out. Let's transition into the major Senate race that's going on between Republican Ron Johnson against his Democratic challenger, Mandela Barnes. Who is Mandela Barnes? He's very young. And what's his chances against someone like Ron Johnson, a Republican juggernaut there in the state?
Right. So Mandela Barnes is currently the lieutenant governor. He was a running mate with Tony Evers back in 2018 when they beat Scott Walker. And so he right now is currently serving as lieutenant governor. Now, the state constitution doesn't give many roles for that elected position of lieutenant governor. What it says is that that person, just like the vice president of the United States, is to step in and become so if there was a vacancy, if the governor was impeached or resigned or died, then the lieutenant governor takes the position, becoming the governor of the state of Wisconsin. So that's the one key constitutional role for the lieutenant governor. Now, what we see with lieutenant governors in the last few decades is what they'll do is they'll take on particular issues that are important to them. Mandela Barnes is running on calling for change and saying that it's time to elect somebody from his background. He touts his family background and his parents, working class parents and grandparents, and touts what that means in the American dream, and says that it's time to elect somebody from that background to represent them in the United States Senate. Now, this is one of the key races that's going to decide control of the United States Senate. When you see that chamber is split, this race here in Wisconsin was always seen as one of the closest watched races in the country. We've seen some the poll numbers suggesting that Senator Ron Johnson was ahead. Now, the most recent Marquette poll that came out again last week showed that Johnson was ahead in that race, 50% to Mandela Barnes, 48%. Now, that is a tightening in this Marquette poll. Again, our gold standard poll in Wisconsin. Previously, Johnson was up by about 6 points. So in the last month's poll, so we've seen that race tightening in the polls. And really, polls don't vote, people vote. Right. It's going to all come down to what happens today as people cast their ballots. Polls are open today until 7 o'clock. We're going to be watching until 8 o'clock, I should say. We're going to be watching these polls. They open at 7 this morning, and they're going to be closing at 8, and we'll see. It's going to take some time for all these ballots to be counted here in Milwaukee and across the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, Jason, let's talk about the ballot counting process. What are the state laws on the books? Can they start counting early and absentee ballots early, or do they have to wait until election night's over?
Right, so the absentee ballots cannot be counted until polls opened this morning at 7 a.m. That's when these absentee ballots can start to be processed. And it takes some time to process them, because what happens? You have to open up each of the envelopes, and on the envelope is signatures. There's going to be the voter signature as well as the witness and the witness address. And these are issues that have been in court because in the past, clerks in the state of Wisconsin have been able to fill in some of the witness witness address information that might be missing. So sometimes somebody may, a witness may not put in their full address or their state. They might not put WI, or there might be something missing. And in the past, clerks have gone in and corrected those missing elements from the witness address. They'd be able to find out using public documents or city records to find out exactly where that person lived, and then fill in that missing information on the envelope. But that's no longer allowed. This is something that came down in the Wisconsin courts. A lot of these issues have been hashed out in courts here in Wisconsin, including issues like drop boxes, for example, as well, where we saw the state Supreme Court ruling that drop boxes are not allowed. So they were used in the 2020 election, but they're not being used right now on today's election. All of these things have to be delivered in person to either the clerk's office or in some municipalities to your polling place. Other places have central count, like here in Milwaukee, they have a central count location where they're going to be processing all those ballots today. Again, they can't start opening them up until the polls opened at 7 this morning. Okay. But in some states, you can't start opening them up until the polls close. That's not the case in Wisconsin. But I know there's been movement in the past to start allowing these to be processed before Election Day, because it does take so much time, as I mentioned, that long process to open these up and to verify what's going on with those ballots before they can start actually putting them through the tabulating machines, the voting machines, the counting machines. So all that's taking place right now as we speak in central count locations here in Milwaukee and polling places across the state.
Jason, this is a good segue too into really the issue of election integrity. Wisconsin was one of these focal points post 2020 about, you know, some of these conspiracy theories that were out and about there about the election administration in the state. We know President Biden won the state by about 20,000 votes in 2020, but it's going to be very, very, very close this time around with the governor's race, with the Senate race. What are some of the officials, I don't know, telling voters about whether or not they can have confidence in the system there in Wisconsin?
So one of the things that's going on, we're seeing both sides in Wisconsin, both from conservative and from the progressive side, sending observers to polling places. So we're going to see this time around probably a lot more people there watching this process take place. And I heard from some clerks before Election Day, and what they said was in the past, these election observers were really wanting to know, you know, what was going on. They'd ask helpful questions to get to what was going on here. A lot of them didn't have that background with election procedures, and a lot of times the election officials, the judges, election inspectors would give them information about what was happening and all the whole process for securing the vote here. What the clerks want to remind people on is the whole process. You know, in Wisconsin, you have to show your a license, there's a photo ID law before you can vote. You show your license or passport or some other photo ID to the election inspectors, and then they check you in. There's actually 2 of them that will check you in the poll books, and so it starts from there, and it goes all the way through the whole process. There's going to be after these ballots are counted today, there'll be a whole certification process. There'll be canvassing, both at the city level, then at the county level, and then at the state level, where they double check the map and make sure that all the signatures in the poll book match how many ballots were cast on Election Day, on today. So that's all that's going to be taking place in the days to come here in Wisconsin as these ballots are counted today. And then from there, after that certification process, there's also going to be a random audit. So what we have here is we have various brands of voting machines that are used in various counties across the state. And what they're going to do is they're randomly going to select voting precincts. They're going to randomly select those precincts, and they're going to go ahead and pull those ballots, and they're going to hand recount to make sure that the paper ballots, because again, all of the ballots that are cast here in Wisconsin are going to have they're paper ballots, and so they're going to go do a hand recount of those randomly selected precincts to make sure that the paper ballots match what the computer counted on election night. So that's just one more level of security here in Wisconsin to make sure that everything is secure as people are still casting their ballots today.
Yeah, Jason, just last question for you, because you've been following this all cycle. You know, what are you looking forward to? What will you be watching for tonight as some of these results come in? No doubt you have some of these particulars that you're keeping an eye on.
Well, one of the things I'm looking at is really turnout. We saw record turnout in 2018. midterm elections tend to have smaller, not as much turnout as presidential years, as you see. And of course, midterm election 2018 did not nearly reach where we were in presidential levels, but we have seen some various decreases in voting. So, for example, in Milwaukee County, when you look at Milwaukee County from 2012, when President Obama was on the ballot, to 2016, when Hillary Clinton was on the ballot for the Democrats, we saw about 50,000 fewer people vote in Milwaukee County that year. Now, it's a presidential year. It's hard to compare that with a midterm election, but we're going to look and see how turnout is in Milwaukee. We're also going to be watching Waukesha County. Waukesha County is a strong Republican county, but we've seen over years their numbers starting to shrink a little bit. Back in 2014, when Scott Walker was on the ballot running for governor, he got 72% of Waukesha County. Compare that then when he was on the ballot again in 2018 and he lost, he only got 66%. So you can see how the numbers have shrunk in a dominant, a crucial Republican county like Waukesha County. Those are all those key places that we're going to be watching tonight to see exactly what happens and kind of get maybe a preview and a test case for how the whole rest of the state's going to go. If we see voter turnout high in Milwaukee compared to that with 2018, and if we see Waukesha County strong numbers for the Republicans, then those can give us some insights into exactly how this is going to play out tonight. But again, it's going to be a long night because, as we mentioned, those absentee ballots have to be open. They have to be inspected by inspectors 2 at a time. And then they'll be going through the voting machine. So that's all going to take time. And so don't expect that we're going to have the results right as the polls close at 8 tonight.
All right. Well, the nations will be looking at Wisconsin, of course. A lot of these, balance of power questions could hinge on Wisconsin there. Jason Calvi there in Milwaukee. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk again.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
All right, we thank Jason there and his reporting. He's been really instrumental as we've broken down so many of these key races in Wisconsin specifically. We just spoke to Sam Kramer. We just spoke to Aaron Mabin. They were at some of these watch parties for the Senate candidates, Ron Johnson, the Republican, and Mandela Barnes, the Democrat. In the meantime, let's throw up this really fancy graphic, the balance of power. You can see there from the Fox News Decision Desk, and the balance of power for the House and for the Senate. So you can see there what Republicans need to take back their majorities and what Democrats need to do to keep their majorities. Of course, things are very early right now, and we just want to get to some of these updates on other states. Polls have now closed, 3 of which are really crucial Senate races. So polls have closed about 10 minutes ago in states like North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. So North Carolina, remember, we're watching that Senate race there between Ted Budd, the Republican, and Sherry Beasley, the Democrat. Ohio, of course, we're going to be getting results in very soon here, early ones, and we're watching that Senate race there between Republican J.D. Vance and the Democrat Tim Ryan. We have 2 LiveNOW looks up at the moment in Georgia. Take a look at some of these pictures inside some of these watch parties. Okay, there is Reverend Raphael Warnock's watch party in Georgia. This is a live picture. We also have Herschel Walker's election night watch party happening in Georgia as well. Let's go to some of the early results we have in. I'm going to put up this graphic here. Take a look at this. All right, Georgia Senate race. We got about 14% reporting right now. Raphael Warnock, 60% to Herschel Walker's 39%. So I know it's very early still, about 14% just reporting. Remember, each candidate, or at least one of the candidates, needs to reach that 50% threshold or above to avoid a runoff. Now, you'll remember that did not happen back in 2020. And both of the Senate contests then went to the runoffs there, leading to Raphael Warnock's, Senate position. He has not been in the Senate for a full 6-year term, only 2 years. Herschel Walker, of course, has never been in elected office. And so this could be the first time, if he wins, that he would be serving elected office there in the Senate. Of course, so many Georgians know him as a very famous collegiate football star at the University of Georgia way back when. So in the meantime, let's just listen in to some of the speakers here at the Herschel Walker election night watch party before we bring you some more results, some more early results, and some breaking news out of key places like in Maricopa County.
Doing? It is a good night in Georgia, right? That's right. Listen, before I get too carried away, a lot of you know politics, it takes a toll on a lot of things. And I want to acknowledge my family. I got my wife here somewhere. I got my 2 kids. My daughter came back from Alabama with her future husband, and my son from Riverside. And I just want to let them know I appreciate you being here, because the sacrifice the candidates have, not only us, but it's their families. So thank you for allowing me to do this. Listen, I came to Georgia in 1990, and I was young. I started a company, and I was traveling through, spent the night here. It was snowing in Colorado, and I thought, what the heck, you know, we'll spend a few nights. And then its temperature started dropping, and it got to 40 below, and I said, you know, I'll just stay. And so at 25, I made Georgia my home. And I started some companies, and we did a lot of different things. But 10 years ago, I was talked in to get involved in politics. And see, I wasn't from Bartow County. I lived there, but you know what I'm talking about. If you're not from there, you're not from there. But there's a couple of people out there right now that took a chance, and they said, even though you're the underdog, we want to believe in you. And so John Morosco, John Clayton, Boyd Pettit, and Thomas Hammond, if you're out there, man, I appreciate what you did when you invested in me to get us here. I've been accused of a lot of things, including being a bulldog, but I think the Bulldogs shined pretty bright last Saturday, didn't they? We decided the only way to fix this agency was to get involved. And we had to run, and we had to run hard. And I'm not going to use the word I normally use because I said it's not appropriate. So we started hammering away. And my team did what no one else has done. 204,000 miles in a truck. Hannah and Cindy and Sam and Lewis and Wesley and Mallory and myself went to communities all over the state to make sure they had a voice into the Department of Labor. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, those outside right now are begging for leadership. And it's time for us to bring leadership, and it's not coming from the Dems. So tonight, from top to bottom, we're going to see a sea of red wave, aren't we? We're going to let the rest of the country know this is not a blue state or a purple state. It's red, right? It's red with Republicans. Let me close with this. Many of you have been volunteers on the campaign for not only me, but for Tyler, my good friend that's about to come up here. And we want to say thank you, because you cannot run a campaign without volunteers putting signs up and sharing social media posts and just letting it out there. But tonight is a celebration. And we're going to not only celebrate us, but we're going to celebrate Herschel Walker taking down Raphael Warnock, right? Next up is my dear friend that's going to make a fantastic agriculture commissioner. I'm an entrepreneur, but as he's going to say, he's a farmer, and it takes a farmer. So come on up here, Tyler.
What's up, Georgia? Oh, come on. Y'all can do better than that. This is a big night, and we got to be excited because we're about to win, and we're going to send Raphael Warnock packing. We're going to send Stacey Abrams packing. We're going to send Nancy Pelosi home, and we're going to fire Chuck Schumer. Y'all ready to do that? That's a lot better. I don't know about y'all, but we're excited tonight, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be part of this Republican ticket up and down the ballot that stands for what I like to call farm values. And as we've traveled the state, we've talked about farm values. And I tell people all the time, if we had farm values from the City Hall to the White House, we'd be a lot better off as a state, as a country, as a community. And I've put those farm values to work for the last 10 years in the state Senate, and I look forward to put them to work for you as your next agriculture commissioner. But you know, those of us that are on this ticket, we've traveled the state a lot. For a year and a half, we have campaigned, And many of you in this room have helped us do that. So I want to start out by saying thank you to all of you for the work that you've put in helping us get across the finish line tonight. Tonight is a big night. Tonight is a night for celebration. Tonight is a night for us to celebrate all of the work that we put in over the last year and a half to get to where we are today. And with your help, this little farm boy from South Georgia, a 7th-generation farmer, is going to go to work for you as your next ag commissioner. We're going to send Herschel Walker to the U.S. Senate. We're going to make sure Brian Kemp continues to be our governor. And we're going to send Democrats packing up and down the ticket. Y'all ready for that? Because I know I am. Well, as we've traveled the state, we've said a lot of things and we've done a lot of things. And as you know, agriculture is our #1 industry. And quite simply, agriculture is national security. And I don't think we talk about that enough. Because if we're not feeding and providing the fiber and the food for ourselves right here at home, we're less safe as a state, as a community, and as a country. And we've got to ensure that we're making that happen right here at home and protecting farm families and protecting agriculture and protecting our land here at home from foreign investment and ensuring that we're not relying on other places like China to provide that for us. And we're going to do that as your next ag commissioner and fighting every day to make that happen. So thank you for your support. Thank y'all for what you've done to help us get here. We're looking forward to celebrating big wins tonight. And we're keeping plowing all the way to the end. And I appreciate y'all's support and glad to be with you tonight. As we say on the campaign, I do have one saying, and you might have heard it. Sometimes it takes a farmer. And sometimes it takes a farmer to solve the issues we're faced with. I'm that farmer, and I look forward to serving you as your next ag commissioner. But it also takes other people. And sometimes it takes attorneys, and we've got a great state attorney general in Chris Carr. Y'all help me welcome the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, Chris Carr, to the stage.
Good evening, Georgia Republicans. Tonight we win, tonight we take back, we keep these seats, and we're going to take the United States Senate because Herschel Walker is going to be our next United States Senator. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank y'all for letting me serve as the Attorney General for the past 6 years, and I'm feeling good. I feel good about our ticket, but tonight again, I know a little bit about the United States Senate, having served as Chief of Staff to Senator Johnny Isakson. But you know what? When I was 8 years old in 1980, I used to love to watch Herschel Walker take that handoff and go over the top and score a touchdown for the Dogs. There was nothing better. In fact, I'd like to put on my own jersey, and my dad's here. I'd take a football, I'd go over the couch until I got in trouble, and I spent a little time in my room because I went too many times over that couch. But tonight, Herschel Walker goes over the top to win back a U.S. Senate seat for the state of Georgia. And we've seen what the last 2 years will result with Democratic leadership and Democrats in charge of the Senate. We need Herschel Walker. Why? Because he will bring back fiscal sanity to the United States of America. He will stand up for the men and women in uniform, both here and abroad, that defend our nation. He will help us fix the border that is porous, that's got human traffickers coming through in fentanyl. He will do it, and he believes in the rule of law. We asked Herschel Walker to help us win a national championship in 1980. Tonight, he helps bring back the soul of our nation. We need Herschel in the U.S. Senate. On September the 6th, 1980, Herschel Walker ran right through Bill Bates. On November 8, 2022, he runs right through Raphael Warnock. I want y'all to welcome our next congressman from the 10th District, Mike Collins.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me here. You know, I'm excited and I'm proud and I'm happy to be here to help support Herschel and, you know, our entire Republican ticket. I also want to take just a few minutes to thank you. A lot of you have supported us and supported me out in Georgia's 10th District. and I'm proud to be your next congressman. Also want to take a few minutes because I've got a lot of people to thank that helped us get here. Of course, I want to start out by thanking God. Thank God for His grace and His mercy and this opportunity to represent Him in the role as a United States Congressman. Also, I don't see her out there. I can't see anybody, but want to thank my wife, Leanne, and our 3 grown kids. Y'all know how this is. It's like a roller coaster, up and down, and for them putting up with me. And also, I'd love to just take a minute and just thank my parents who instilled the values in me. We also had a great team of Brandon Phillips and Kevin Mason and Stephen Lawson. They were almost like our family. And I don't know if the chairman's here or not, Chairman Schaefer and James Cooper. I appreciate not all what you did for me, but what you've also done for this party and for the 10th District. We got a lot of people in Butts County that took over for me as I was the chairman of Butts County, Harleen Connor and Guy Cottrell and his wife Karen. But you know, it takes a lot of people to help us win an election. And we had a lot of great people in the 10th District to do that. Not just me, but helping out the entire Republican ticket. But I think most important we want to pay thank you to is the voters of the 10th District. I thank you for putting your trust and your faith in me to go to Washington to represent you and to fight for our values. Y'all, we've got big plans when we get to Washington, and I look forward to passing those bills and passing them on over to a great man like Herschel Walker in the Senate. He's not going to be just looking out for the people of Georgia, but he's going to look out for people all across this country. And I'm going to tell you something. You know, when you've got a president who's acting like a 3-year-old, standing up there licking an ice cream, and when he's saying this economy is strong as hell, folks, you ain't got to go past the first gas station to see that it could be no further from the truth than what he's saying. I think that's the major turning point in this election cycle. And that's why you're going to see the Republicans take the House, we're going to take the Senate, and we're going to fire Nancy Pelosi. As a matter of fact, I got a plan for her. She can go back to California, and you know those big conventional freezers she's got there in her home that she showed off that she packed with ice cream during the pandemic. Well, she can go back there and she can pack those things full of ice cream. As a matter of fact, she can buy one of those little cone dispensers to go with it. Because when we send her back to California, Joe Biden's going to be right behind her. They can both sit out there and they can rock and they can eat ice cream. Because I doubt Biden will even know he's not even in D.C. You know, there's another thing. I think that the icing on the cake came when President Bill Clinton was speaking just a few days ago, and he made that awful joke about Governor Hochul. When he acted like that her opponent just wanted her to stand at the subway with billy clubs and baseball bats and hand them out. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Crime's real. Why don't he try telling that joke and going and talking to the folks that are affected by that crime and had people that have been killed out there? I don't think it would be that funny. I think that is what pushed this over the edge, and I think that's why we're going to see not only a big red wave here in Georgia, but you're going to see a red wave across this country. Y'all, the American people are tired. They're tired of the Democrats and the Biden administration driving this country into the ground. You know, it's not an America last, it's just out to destroy this place. So when we get there in January, we're going to take our America First agenda and put it back in place. Thank you. It's time we get back to energy independence by allowing our producers to drill here. We're going to fight the inflation by stopping the spending spree that's been going on up there. And we're going to pass a bill, if we're going to call it Inflation Reduction Act, By God, it's going to focus on reducing that debt and not be some crazy Democrat wasteful spending bill. Looking forward to securing our border, stopping these thugs from crossing our borders and dealing in drugs and human trafficking. We're going to fight back against crime by supporting our men and women in blue. And y'all, we're going to do all that, and we're going to get wokeness out of our school system, and we're going to allow our parents to have control again. And there's one other thing that I want to mention besides the legislation. Y'all, this time we have oversight in every committee we've got in the House. It's time that we peel back the layers, expose the corruption, and let the American people know exactly what's been going on in that place up there. You know, by the end of the night, you're going to see more America First fighters get elected and serve alongside me in Washington. We do that, y'all, we're going to take our country.
Okay, so you have been watching the election night watch party from some of the speakers there, Herschel Walker's event, listening into some Republican members of Congress from Georgia talk about how they want Herschel Walker in Congress on Capitol Hill to work alongside. We also have LiveNOW looks into Raphael Warnock's election night party, in addition to some of the early results we're getting in the Georgia Senate race. Let's put this up. About 22% of results are reported right now. Warnock up by 58 to Walker's 41. Remember, it is still very, very early, and results are coming in kind of piecemeal here in certain battleground states. We are coming up on the top of the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast, and when we come back, we'll be diving into what states polls are closing in the next hour. We'll also be diving into some of the races that have already been called and getting into some of these key states like Florida as well, and then talking to some of our experts and guests to get them to react to some of these results as well. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you're just joining us, we are covering all things election night here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's how we do it here. Okay, polls have now closed in some more states. We'll get to that in just a moment. But let's take a look at this graphic here, the balance of power that the Fox News Decision Desk has created here. You can see there in the Senate what's needed, and then, of course, in the House, what is needed. So Republicans need 5 in the House for a majority pickup. Of course, Republicans need 1 in the Senate for a majority pickup because it is so evenly split there in the Senate. So we're getting lots of results in, some final, some just early. Let's bring in our guests on the top of the hour just to check in with them. We're going to be joined right now by Rhett Buttle, Senior Biden Campaign Advisor and Principal at Public-Private Strategies. And then, of course, Sarah Chamberlain, CEO of Republican Main Street Partnership. And thanks for being with us yet again at the top of the hour here. Okay, let's get you guys to react to, we were just showing our viewers some of the results in the Georgia Senate race right now. We're going to take this live. All right, what are you guys thinking about this particular race? Obviously, it's still early, but all the polling has suggested that this is very, very neck and neck. Sarah, we'll start with you.
I think it actually is going to go into a runoff in December. I don't think there's any way either one of them are going to get over 50%.
All right, and Rhett, for you, Georgia, it really kind of all hung on Georgia back in 2020. Do you agree with Sarah?
Yeah, look, I think a runoff is possible, although I also still think we're in the realm of possibility of having a winner tonight. I was looking at, during the break, I was looking at some results. One of the things that's interesting is Herschel Walker's underperforming Governor Kemp. Right now, a lot of early vote is in, so I don't want to read too much into it. So Stacey Abrams is up over Governor Kemp. I think we expect that to tighten. But what's interesting is Governor Kemp is performing better in the early vote than Herschel Walker is, which may tell us something. We knew Herschel Walker was a challenging candidate from the beginning. Things continue to come out about him potentially paying for women's abortions, people close to his family coming out, and those claims continue to come out. And I think, at the end of the day, people, a lot of decisions, you talked about what drives people to the polls. I think at the end of the day, it's a character situation. And I think that because of sort of the repeated instances of people coming out and saying Herschel Walker isn't telling the truth, that has really hurt his character. I think Raphael Warnock as a candidate, a pastor, an organizer, a leader, regardless of whether you share his political affiliation, his character is strong. He is from the community, and I think that that's going to play well for him. We'll see tonight whether we go to a runoff or whether he's able to pull it out. But I think the fact that Herschel Walker is underperforming Governor Kemp is not good news for the Herschel campaign.
But can I jump in there? Because we knew that he was always going to underperform Governor Kemp. So that's not a surprise.
Okay,
and that's
yeah.
why I think that he can't get to 50%.
Okay, and we are kind of seeing, and a lot of people had talked about this in the run-up to the election, that there could be some underperforming with both Kemp and Walker, and also maybe some, ticket splitters with Warnock and Kemp. That's more of a Stacey Abrams kind of debate and question there. And we were just putting up some of the early results in from the Kemp-Abrams race and the Walker-Warnock race as well. Let's focus on Florida, you guys, because we're getting a lot of results in from Florida, especially in the Florida governor's race between Charlie Crist, the Democrat, and Governor Ron DeSantis. What are you guys seeing in these races? We're going to put up some of the early results here. Oh, it does look like we actually have a race call. Let's make that right now. That Ron DeSantis the Associated Press is calling this right now for Ron DeSantis to the Democrat, Charlie Crist. 57-42, about 72% reporting. Rhett, your reaction?
I think this was expected. I see other networks are also calling the race for Marco Rubio. I don't think this is a big shock. I do think there are some learning lessons here for Democrats. In the past, Florida has been a place where Democrats continue to work to be effective. I think what we're seeing right now is we're actually seeing a remake of both parties. And I think, some of that is due to President Trump and the way in which he speaks to working class voters, and I think that that's been effective with some of the Republican base. I think the bad news for Republicans here is this gives DeSantis more trajectory, and he is President Trump's potential biggest rival for the Republican nomination, and so this gives him another boost, and I think really sets off a potential run between President Trump and DeSantis. It's been widely reported in the media that President Trump doesn't like Governor DeSantis. It's also Governor DeSantis has been very clear that he's coming for President Trump. So I think this win adds a little bit of flavor to Republican Party politics for the presidential election coming up.
Okay, and we just put up these numbers as well, 72% reporting in the Senate race. The Associated Press, to which we are relying on tonight, has not called this race just yet. Like you said, Rhett, a lot of outlets have, but Marco Rubio with a sizable lead against his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings. And I want to put up as well, maybe we could get Sarah to comment on this. Take a look at this, because I was kind of looking at Miami-Dade County, at least for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This is the Rubio-Demings breakdown of what Miami-Dade County looks like. Maybe we can get the DeSantis-Chris breakdown with Miami-Dade, but and I think this is not, and maybe it's new to some viewers, but a Republican has not won Miami-Dade, at least in a gubernatorial contest, in the last 20 years. So we'll have to wait and see if Ron DeSantis actually pulled that off. Sarah, is that what you're seeing?
That's what I'm saying. And again, it goes back to Latino vote. I mean, as we said earlier, that they're starting to move and vote Republican. I mean, in Dade County, usually it's a Democrat plus 8 county, and today both the governors and the Senate candidate won for the Republicans. We've got members of the Republican Main Street Partnership from that county. They're going to win overwhelmingly tonight as well. So it goes back to Latinos are starting to vote Republican, and Republicans are coming home, and especially the suburban women. So we're thrilled to see that.
Okay, and
Can I
let's
add something in here?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when we're talking about Latinos, we're making sure that, Latinos are not one community. And as someone who's done a lot of work in Florida, I did a lot of work in Florida, during the presidential campaign. Unfortunately, President Biden didn't win. But what we saw a lot in the work that we were doing there was a lot of Cuban voters and folks who had immigrated to America were particularly scared by Donald Trump's candidacy, and they were scared by the rhetoric that we're starting to see come out of DeSantis. DeSantis has put corporations like Disney and other big companies on the map for them trying to support their employees or create more equality in the state. And I think what we're seeing is some of these folks who've come to this country who've seen, governments really take retribution against the private sector, that scares them. And I think that that is a big issue in places like Florida, where you have immigrants who've come from other countries, who've immigrated to the United States, and they've seen the effect of powerful leaders in other countries create retribution. And so I do think, some of the stunts we've seen, for example, with Governor DeSantis, putting people on a plane and, shipping them to Martha's Vineyard, first of all, questions about human trafficking, but B, like, how do you treat people? And I think a lot of that is going to come home to roost over the next few years as Latinos, and specifically as you break down and think about the different communities, whether they be Cubans or Hondurans or El Salvadorians, what that means and what kind of leadership they're going to want in the state and at a national level for someone who's willing to put people who've just migrated over on a plane and ship them somewhere without any direction.
Right, and every demographic group, you cannot look at them as a whole, but and maybe Sarah could come in here. Where do we see some of these elements? Why? What are the reasons that you see some of those voting blocks in Florida that make up Latino voters trending to the Republican side? What are some of the, I guess, root causes of that? Sarah, maybe you could offer.
So I'm going to disagree with my colleague. They like Republican policies. They actually like Donald Trump. They're afraid of socialism.
They like being put on planes and shipped places.
You know what? They overwhelmingly voted today for Republicans. They overwhelmingly voted for DeSantis. I mean, you and I can agree to disagree, but
like seeing their brethren
overwhelming
put on
victory.
planes and shipped on places around the country. I mean,
you know what? You're going to have to ask them.
All right, and we do want to keep it.
It is an overwhelming victory. You know what? You can have your opinion.
I just think there's politics and then there's human standards, and in this case,
and that's fine.
All right,
I agree with you, but
Sarah,
the reality is the facts are the facts. And Dade County just went overwhelmingly for Republicans, so I don't think that you called that a stunt. I don't think that stunt affected the Governor DeSantis, and he will be on his way, I'm sure.
Okay. Rhett, we got to focus on these races. We got to focus on the results on the races.
You know what? The results speak for themselves.
All right. Final word there. We got to focus on the races. We're getting so many results in, and we're going to focus on Florida. Yet again, we do have some of these live looks up out of some of these election night watch parties there, Charlie Crist's party. No doubt that he will have to issue, this concession speech here. We also are getting in Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's election night watch party. And so we're going to check in with you guys a little bit later on so many other of these states, but definitely very, very heated in Florida. A lot of national issues at play there in the Sunshine State. We'll be checking in with Brett and Sarah probably at the bottom of the hour here. In the meantime, let's at least check in with some of our other LiveNOW digital journalists in the newsroom. Before we do that, let's put up the results yet again. This race called for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And so I think we have a live look out of his election night watch party. All right, and here is the election night watch party there in Florida of Governor Ron DeSantis. So a lot of his supporters in the room there. And so I want to put up the results yet again for this race here. And so we're going to be showing you both the remarks from Crist and DeSantis. We're going to be bringing on Florida politics experts as well, who cover Florida each and every day to make sure we understand what went into this race here. But take a look at this, because this is interesting. We were talking about Miami-Dade County, and this is the breakdown here between DeSantis and Crist, according to the Associated Press. And remember, a Florida Republican governor candidate has not won Miami-Dade County in 20 years. Ron DeSantis doing just that tonight here. Okay, so let's talk about Florida even more. Let's bring in LiveNOW Zone Andy Mack. He's in the newsroom with me here to break down both the governor's race that has been called. We're waiting for a call, though, in the Senate race as well. Andy, thanks for being with us. Obviously, you've been following this all night alongside us. Let's talk about some of the counties. Let's talk about where they fell. We just talked about Miami-Dade. Any other counties that especially are reaching out to you right now?
Well, we're watching this very, very closely. And like they said, Miami-Dade County, a very, very important one for this race, for both races, in fact. And we want to get over some of these county by county looks. And obviously, Ron DeSantis, the red there on Miami-Dade County, winning it by up by over almost 50,000 votes, some 84% of the vote right there. And you can kind of contrast that. You can see outside of Miami in southern Florida there as just a little bit Broward County actually going for Charlie Crist. So you can see usually it's blue at the bottom of Miami, but not this time. And these are very similar to what we're seeing for the Senate as well. Orlando, the big municipality there, Orange County going in favor of Charlie Crist. But he's going to need to win these by bigger margins if he wanted to beat Ron DeSantis tonight, which we've already called that Ron DeSantis takes it because he only won by 20,000 votes there, and also in Broward County by just over 100,000 votes. So those would have had to been a bigger margin if Charlie Crist wanted to win. So obviously these maps look very similar to what Val Demings and also Marco Rubio's maps looked here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're watching it very closely, but you can see the two, just the main cities are generally going blue and the outside counties going red. But as you can see, again, that Miami-Dade County we're looking at very, very closely. Ron DeSantis, 330-some thousand votes in favor of him. So that is a big point of emphasis tonight here, Andy.
Andy, thanks so much. All right, we just got this LiveNOW look into Marco Rubio's election night watch party there. Many of his supporters are watching the results there come in on the Fox News channel. So we're waiting for the Associated Press to make a call in the Florida Senate race there. Remember, a lot of money was in this race, especially on the Deming side. And Deming, we were told, is underperforming in some of these key Democratic strongholds that she's still taking, just underperforming at the moment. So if we have the Florida Senate kind of early result breakdown, I believe about 75% has been reported so far. We want to put that graphic up. This, though, is the live look in the Marco Rubio camp at the moment. We also have live looks in the Charlie Crist election night watch party and the DeSantis watch party as well. We'll be showing you these remarks when those candidates step up to the podium. Okay, so you were just looking in there to the Rubio watch party, and of course we have Governor DeSantis's watch party there in Florida and Charlie Crist. We're going to be speaking to one of our Florida politics experts at the bottom of the hour as these races are getting called. We'll also be breaking down some of the congressional House races, and we're waiting for some of those calls to be made as well. Let's go out now again to Andy Mack in the newsroom. We want to break down the Florida Senate race and the results that are coming in right now. Andy, thanks for being with us here. What are you seeing? Where are these counties playing right now?
Well, we're looking at it, and the maps between those governor race and the Senate race, as you might imagine, very, very similar, but both Miami-Dade County, both going red for governor and for the Senate. We want to bring up this map county by county here on Live Now from Fox. Marco Rubio certainly taking Miami-Dade County there, some 87% of the vote according to the Associated Press, some 350,000 people voting for Marco Rubio, up by about 50,000. So very similar margin between the governor race and also the Senate race. And we're also watching here Broward County going blue instead of Marco Rubio, but you see Palm Beach County going toward Val Demings. It was Ron DeSantis that took that one. So a map we're looking at very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, we are going to step away from Florida. Andy, thanks so much. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting some updates from some of our reporters here in Arizona as they are at some of these election night watch parties and about where the races stand here. We'll be back in just a moment. Take a look at this. We were just talking about the Florida Senate race. The Associated Press has now called both the Florida governor and Senate races, and of course Marco Rubio there with a very sizable lead against his Democratic challenger, Val Demings. So Marco Rubio will now win another 6-year term to the U.S. Senate. So Republicans keeping that seat red. We also learned that the Associated Press has called the Florida governor's race for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as well against his Democratic opponent, Charlie Crist. We're being told as well that Charlie Crist could be stepping up to the podium there in Florida. This is a live look to offer some type of concession speech. Okay, in the meantime, though, let's focus on Arizona. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Steve Nielsen. Steve, good to see you. And of course, a lot has been happening in Arizona, specifically Maricopa County tonight. But what are Arizona Democrats? How are they feeling? Are they expecting results tonight?
They're expecting results. They aren't necessarily expecting any called races. In fact, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate, Katie Hobbs, she says that she doesn't expect it to be called for several days even. That's how close this election could be. Andrew, it's been a little bit of an exciting last hour in this race, though, after there was an error this morning in some of the tabulation machines in Maricopa County, which is, of course, the largest county in Arizona. It makes up the vast majority of the voters in this state. In Maricopa County, they have voting centers where when voters come in, they print out the ballot for you right there. Well, it turns out, for some reason, some of those printers weren't printing out dark enough, black enough numbers at the bottom for the tabulation equipment to pick it up. This is according to county elections officials. So it was causing a delay in many ballots in those voting centers. Well, that delay has now been a target, Andrew, for the Republican candidate, Kari Lake, for governor, and then also Blake Masters, who's running for the Senate, a Republican as well. They've now filed a lawsuit, Andrew, to try to keep voting open. So the polls should be closing in about 40 minutes, but now they're asking voting to be extended until 10 p.m. They have filed that in Superior Court. We expect a decision soon. It has to be soon since polling's closing soon. So we'll see if this night drags on a little bit longer than we thought it was going to. But either way, we're not expecting any races to be called for governor tonight.
Yeah, Steve, we just want to put up this tweet from a Washington Post reporter, Yvette Wingate Sanchez, to what you were alluding to, that Maricopa attorneys for top Republicans asking a judge to require county officials to extend voting times by 3 hours until 10 p.m. tonight. Is that going to be happening? Have judges here accepted that request? Have we heard anything about that?
We expect to have a response from a judge, we've been told, at least before 7 o'clock. At local time here at 6:20, a little after 6:20. So we should, worst case scenario, hear an answer in about 30 minutes on that. Theoretically, if the polls close, you can't really reopen them. So we would need to have a quick answer on this. Pretty late breaking news to have, and already a pretty eventful and vicious news cycle that's happened in the state of Arizona. So we'll see how this plays out, Andrew. We could be a much longer night than we even anticipated.
Yeah, of course, we spoke with Maricopa County officials earlier in the day. They didn't think those delays or errors necessitated extending some of these voting times. Obviously, Republicans in Maricopa disagree. Steve Nielsen, thanks so much. We'll check in again when the party there gets a little more crowded. Thanks, Steve.
Sounds good, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, right now we want to focus yet again back on Florida. Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings just taken the podium, conceding to Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio. Let's take her remarks right now live here.
Our communities is and always should be our top priority as public servants, and I will never, ever forget that. To my family, you all know how I am. I love to talk about my family. There's not many times that I don't talk about my family, to my sons and to my grandchildren who have strengthened me and stood by me during some nights and tough schedules. You are more precious to me than anything, and I am grateful. But you all also know that I seldom travel alone, that I have the baddest backup possible. I am so honored to call this person my partner, You all know him as Orlando's former police chief, Orange County's former public safety director, Orange County's former sheriff, and current mayor of Orange County, my husband, Jerry Demings. No, 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 I did not get here alone. No man or woman is an island unto ourselves. My parents, y'all know how much I talk about them. The maid and the janitor, Eloise and James Butler. I remember they used to go to work sometimes 7 days a week, working odd jobs, growing their own food, and fishing and hunting to put dinner on our table. I can still see them coming home at the end of a day so tired. You see, but they believed in the American dream. They believed that by working hard, playing by the rules, that we can achieve anything. They believe that our democracy is the greatest foundation on which all else depends, our democracy, and we must protect it and defend it. You see, my parents, they did not have much. They didn't have a famous last name. They didn't have much money in the bank, but they were good, decent, honest people who taught us to be good, decent, and honest. They believed in the promise of America. I believe in the promise of America because I've seen the promise of America. That's why every election cycle, my parents pressed their way to the polls. If her car was broken down, they would pay someone to drive them. If they had to work at the end of their day, they would press their way to the polls. You see, they understood that their vote counted as much as the richest man and woman in town. That's what living in a democracy is supposed to be about. They knew, my parents, that the safety or prosperity or future depends on our democracy. Today, you all know that our constitutional rights are under attack. Costs are way too high, and working families are wondering if they can still believe in the American dream, wondering if our democracy can still deliver the safety and prosperity on which we all depend. In the coming years, American democracy, it will be tested. This is going to be the great challenge of our lives, possibly one of the greatest challenges our nation has ever faced. But I am here tonight to tell you that yes, even tonight, I still believe in America. And I still believe in our democracy. So I also know we still have a long way to go before we fulfill the ultimate promise of America. That's why I ran for the Senate, because we can never stop striving to form that more perfect union. No, it's not easy. It's never been easy, but nothing ever worth it is ever easy. But I came tonight to tell you it's worth the fight. So wow, Florida, we did not get the result we wanted tonight. We can never, ever tire. We can never tire of doing good. We must look to our next fight to stand for the values we believe in and hold America to its promise of liberty and justice, not just for the privileged few, but for all. We have much work to do to protect our fundamental constitutional rights. No, this election might be over, but that fight is not over.
All right, you've been listening to Val Demings there conceding her race to Republican Senator Marco Rubio. We have the results here we want to put up on the screen yet again. You can see there the vote breakdown. We're going to be talking about all of this. It does look like Charlie Crist has taken the stage as well there in St. Petersburg. We're going to get to that in just a moment. We want to bring in A.G. Gankarski, a Florida politics reporter and editor. And AG, you have walked us through the primary cycle tonight, election night, these races now called for governor and senator there in Florida. Anything that has struck out to you that's unusual that you didn't expect? What do you know?
Worst case scenario for Democrats. Governor DeSantis won by a bigger margin than Jeb Bush did 20 years ago, which was the historic watermark for all victories. And you saw that on race after race, 15-point races, attorney general, agriculture commissioner, you name it. And the Republicans just had a much better operation than Democrats did. Charlie Crist couldn't make the sale. I don't think he made the sale to Hispanic voters. I don't know if he made the sale to black voters in the way he needed to. So when you look at what happened, it was the perfect storm for Democrats, and it is the type of thing that sets Republicans up for the next decade, if not a generation.
Okay, AG, let's talk about maybe some of these congressional races that you're following. Have we gotten any results in from those? Are Republicans going to pick up any seats in Florida, you think?
Republicans are going to end up with like 20 seats. A lot of that happened via redistricting. Governor DeSantis got rid of maps that had minority access maps. He basically drew what he called race neutral maps, where he signed on to that plan. So Republicans are going to control.
Won't be counted. They'll go to another voting place. They'll ask for a ballot at a polling place where the tabulators actually work, and they'll be informed they've already voted at the first polling place, even though they couldn't vote at the first polling place because the ballots weren't tabulating correctly. And this appears to be a result of the county election workers not understanding the way of checking a voter out of a polling place, presumably because they were new at it or hadn't had experienced the issues before. But in any event, the result is voters follow instructions and are denied the right to vote. More importantly, Your Honor, this appears to be a widespread issue. Our reports are that it's affected more than a third of the polling places in Maricopa County. And we're just unaware of another case in Arizona or elsewhere where these sorts of issues have been so pervasive. And finally, on the facts, before I get to the remedy, I'll just observe that we don't have vote counts yet, but it's entirely possible that this issue, this disenfranchisement of voters voting today in Maricopa County, could determine who's our governor for the next 4 years and the majority control of the United States Senate. This is a consequential issue. On the law, I think the most important thing to know tonight is that we should not close the door to a remedy over time. We are not asking that you keep polling places open and that all those ballots necessarily count. What we're asking is that you keep them open and the votes that are cast after 7 p.m., or more precisely, people who get in line after 7 p.m., cast provisional ballots. We can return another day if those votes might affect the outcome of the election and litigate whether they should count or under what circumstances they should count. Will it be these voters or those voters or all of them? But the most important thing tonight is to not close the door on this sort of remedy for a widespread problem in the county that may determine the outcome of these very important, nationally important elections. So we'd ask you to extend the polling hours for provisional voting only from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock in Maricopa County and push back the reporting of election results by the same amount of time, 3 hours, so that folks aren't discouraged from voting by the early reports of voting they get from other parts of the state. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, thank you. You have 2 more minutes if you have additional things you'd like to point out.
I'll save it for
for voter registration and early voting has no responsibility over election day voting and therefore should not have been named as a defendant. Any objection to that motion, Mr. Langhofer?
if the board is representing that it will abide by it will ensure that the county abides by the court's orders, I think that's fine.
With that understanding, we'll go ahead and grant the motion to dismiss. Of course, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Your Honor, the parade for relief is extraordinary. And such a relief, even half this relief, would only be warranted if there were systematic failures and they could show that polling places were closed down. 223 vote centers in Maricopa County, not a single one was closed, not for a single minute, not for an hour, not for 2 hours, not a single minute. Every single one of them opened up at time at 6 a.m. And Your Honor, as of this hour, they are still open. So no relief is warranted. Earlier, Your Honor, we heard from plaintiff that some voters were denied the opportunity to vote. That is simply not true. Every single lawful voter had 27 days to vote, including on this day, Election Day. Anyone who chooses to vote on Election Day is free to do so. It's their right to do so. And when they do so, they have from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. to do it. And anyone who went to any one of those 223 voting places today, Your Honor, arrived, checked into the site book, was given a ballot, was given an appropriate amount of time to fill out the ballot, on average 13 minutes, and then was afforded an opportunity to place that ballot and have it tabulated on a precinct tabulator. And every single 2 years it happens. Sometimes the tabulators read them, sometimes they don't. And what they don't, what Maricopa County does is what the other 14 counties do in Arizona, is they put them into a ballot box. We call it drawer number 3. And those ballots all go down to Central County and are tabulated. Every single one of them. Every voter who arrived at any one of the 223 voting stations today, anytime between 6 a.m. and this moment, is afforded that opportunity. No one was told they couldn't vote. No one was denied a ballot. Not a single person. And Your Honor, if we know one thing from Bush v. Gore back in 2000, but didn't trigger anybody, it's that we must treat all the counties the same. We can't now have the votes of the polls closing as the law requires at 7 p.m. in 14 counties, but not in Maricopa County. That's not giving equal access to the ballots as everybody. So the relief would be more harmful constitutionally, Your Honor, than the current situation. And there's ample opportunity for anyone to vote in Maricopa County. 27 days, including 12 hours. And in another courtroom, on this very same floor, Your Honor, plaintiff is saying that poll workers are working too many hours. And now they come before the court and say, let's add an additional 3. Well, as nonsensical as that sounds, Your Honor, let me add one more point. And that is, it would be impossible at this late hour, if this court were to grant the relief, for Maricopa County to communicate out to every single one of those 223 polling places that are currently busy helping voters vote, that they need to not shut down as they've been told to do, instructed to do, and trained to do, and are prepared to do at 7 p.m. and stay open. We literally don't have the capability of communicating that to all 223 before 7 p.m. So I would argue that it's not only impractical, that it's probably impossible for us to do that. That some would in fact close. If you were to rule right now, we couldn't get on the phone and call them because most of them won't answer the phone right now because they're helping voters. We'd have to drive people out, and we don't have enough. So I'd say the prayer for relief is unwarranted. And finally, Your Honor, it would be a recipe for voter fraud. We've heard constantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, voter integrity, voter integrity, voter integrity for 2 solid years. If we keep these polling places open for 3 more hours and say anybody who wants to can come in and say, oh, I tried to vote early but wasn't able to, even though the records say, let me vote again, we violated the sacrosanct fundamental aspect of American constitutional democracy, and that is one person, one vote. We'd have to take people on their word. I showed up in Queen Creek to vote. They asked me to put it in the third drawer. I decided not to do it. I tried to spoil my ballot. I don't know if it was spoiled or not. I left, and now I'm showing up at another vote center because the court said I can after the vote's supposed to close, and I'm going to vote again. There is no way to reconcile whether that individual voted and had that vote tabulated at the polling place or is going to be tabulated at McTack. And so you're opening up the door to voter fraud. And so for those reasons, Your Honor, I would urge the court to deny the TRO.
Thank you. On behalf of the intervening party?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll begin with arguing that the plaintiff should be denied based on the doctrine of latches. I'm looking at the time now. We are less than 20 minutes away from polls being closed. This is an issue that was brought to my attention, I believe, to the Republicans' attention by the county this morning beginning at 9 a.m. And it wasn't until this late hour that this TRO was filed about 15 minutes ago. And when I look at the TRO, I think it's important to note that in the affidavits that are attached, the conduct at issue in those affidavits occurred this morning. The plaintiff simply waited too long to file this lawsuit. And here we are in a situation where I believe it would be impossible for Your Honor to issue an order that the county could actually implement in a way and effectuate in a way that does not sow voter confusion and unfairness to the voters that otherwise listen to the county's instructions. It is simply too late for that to be communicated in an orderly fashion, given that we are this far away from polls being closed. Turning to the actual burden that the plaintiffs have to meet in order to get this injunction, turning to the actual burden that the plaintiffs have to meet in order to get this injunction, even beginning with the likelihood, or I should say here, the unlikelihood to succeed on the merits. The statutes in Arizona law are very clear about polling hours, and it's very clear on when poll locations are to be closed. There's been instances in the past where folks on my side of the aisle have attempted to extend the voting hours based on delays at various polling locations, and those attempts have been denied by this court. And again, there's nothing different about cases in this case, and therefore the court should deny an extension of the hours. When turning to irreparable harm, again, when I look at the affidavits, I think it's important to note that I do not see in any of the affidavits an actual allegation that a single voter spoiled their ballot, went to a second location, and were unable to actually vote that ballot. That is simply not in the affidavits that I see here. And again, as Mr. Liddy has argued, and as the chairman of Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has said publicly, not a single voter in Maricopa County was denied the right to vote as a result of these tabulation machine errors. So in the end, Your Honor, I think we're in a position now to change simply 15 minutes before ballots, or I should say, polling locations are supposed to close.
Thank you. Mr. Langhoff, you would reserve time.
Thank you, Your Honor. What we haven't heard from the county had this problem today. We've not heard a denial that voters followed the directions they were given and were disenfranchised. Look at the declarations from Mr. Lewandowski or the.
Mr. Langhoff, how do I glean that there's 36%? What analysis was that? How did you come up with that number?
Well, the county this morning put out a press release that said 20% of their sites were affected. That was this morning, and as we've gone throughout the day, we've found more of those. I can get you more precise numbers if you'd like, or bring onto the horn some of the folks in our room who've been taking those reports and counting them up. In fact, if the data that I have suggests it may be as high as 40%, but we're comfortable saying it was more than 1/3. That's a lot. That is systemic. That's not something we see in comparable cases. So yes, the relief is extraordinary. And followed the instructions. He spoiled his ballot, went to another site, as being denied the right to vote. And they're also not denying that in this election, we'll know more tonight, we'll know more tomorrow and by Friday, in this election, these errors can determine the outcome of the governor's race and the Senate race. They're not denying that. So we're not asking that, as Mr. Liddy says, you throw open the doors and everyone can come in and just say they voted, tried to vote before. Ballot, and we're going to fight about those later. Well, we might fight about those later. If the margin of victory or loss is so close that it could determine the outcome, then we'll come back to you and we'll argue about what to do with these ballots that are voted provisionally. But for now, they're just going to vote provisionally. Go ahead, Your Honor.
I'm looking at declarations, and I don't see that anyone wasn't allowed to vote. They all were able to vote.
Mr. Lewandowski was not able. The Masons were not able to vote.
Well, I don't need semantics. They ultimately got a vote that was collected and put in. They didn't like the process. It might have been a little unorthodox in their view, but from what I've seen, they all got a collection of their vote, whether it was a provisional vote or put in a box. It was collected and retained. So it's there, and I'm assuming under the Maricopa County protocols, if it's ultimately processed, you can see that they processed your vote online when you check your voter ID information.
So
do you disagree that there are 223 vote centers that remained open from the beginning time it's called for by the Arizona legislature statute?
My understanding is that the Burton Bar Library right now, this is not in the record, but I can tell you my understanding. The Burton Bar Library has, which is supposed to be a voting center, supposed to be up until 7 o'clock, is now saying their tabulators don't work. All you can do is off mail-in ballots. You're not going to be able to get a new ballot there and vote it like you should be able to. You've got to find a new place in the next 12 minutes. Go. And Your Honor, factually, I do not agree these people have been able to vote. Mr. Lewandowski spoiled his ballot, so it's not in the tab. Can't do it, you've already voted another center. You got it. It's not there. Now, the Masons were ultimately able to vote a provisional ballot at a second place.
Isn't that a valid ballot, a provisional ballot? I mean, you're acting like that's not a vote. That's a valid ballot, isn't it?
Because if you show up at a voting center and you say, I'm here to vote, they check their computer and that shows that you voted before, they're going to let you cast a provisional ballot, but they're not going to count it, right? These provisional ballots for people who went to the second site and hadn't been checked out of the first site, they're there, they exist, but they are not going to be counted under the law as it's currently written. Now, I don't know whether that's going to be material to the outcome of these elections yet, because we don't have the voting results yet, but it very well may be. And so we need you to let people cast these provisional votes. We'll come back later and fight about whether they should be counted. Obviously, if people follow the instructions of the poll workers and they lost the right because they followed those instructions, that is not right. That is not the way we run elections in a free society.
What about the concerns raised by the county that doing what you're suggesting will actually increase voter fraud as opposed to preventing voter fraud?
I disagree with that, Your Honor.
Risk of voter fraud.
I disagree with that because what we're going to do is take in these ballots over the next 3 hours and 10 minutes or so, well, 3 hours, let's say, and set them aside. And we're going to have a fight later on, if it is material to the outcome, about whether to count them, right? Just letting people put their marks on a paper, put it in a provisional envelope and setting it aside, that's not affecting the outcome of an election. We're going to come back later when it's not rushed at 7 o'clock on election day and say, okay, let's call this person in, let's have them swear. Did you try to vote before or not? We're going to be able to check the electronic poll books at that point and see. We're not asking you them cast non-provisional ballots, right? So they're automatically tabulated. That's not the request. It's just provisionals, put them in an envelope, set them aside. We'll talk about them later if it would affect the outcome.
All right. Your Honor, I believe I have 20 seconds.
You do.
Thank you, Your
But
Honor.
Mr. Linghoffer, you have the last word, so go ahead.
Your Honor, each voter was given the opportunity to fill out a ballot and put it into the ballot box. If they chose not, it was a volitional act of the voter. No law required them to not put it in drawer number 3. No law told them they across the county and across the state. So they had their opportunity to put it in drawer number 3, Your Honor, and that's their choice, not the county's imposition.
Thank you. Mr. Linghoffer, did you want to be heard on that point?
Yes, Your Honor. So what happens is people go in, generally election day voters or folks who've been watching the news over the last couple of years, and they've got earnest concerns about the way this goes down, about how their ballots are counted. They want to make sure it counts. And one of the benefits of voting on election day is you can get that piece of paper and you can put it in the machine yourself. You can watch it be counted. And people find that satisfying. It increases confidence in our elections. This is very healthy for our system. So they put it into the ballot machine, the tabulator, it comes back out. Counted. This is, again, good for the system. The elections workers say, well, you can put it in this box and we'll get around to counting it later. Okay, that's one option. What's behind door number 2, right? What else can I do? Well, spoil that ballot, go to the next voting center over, and their tabulators work. You can watch it go in there. So people say, okay, I like that idea better. I have a little bit of time. I'm going to go down the street. They're following the options that are given to them by the county. And by doing that, they lose their right to vote. That is very troubling.
Your Honor, may I have a word before the final word by Mr. Linghoffer?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. So again, I want to reiterate precedent here. We have had 2 prior election cycles in 2016 and 2018 where we have had delays, long lines at polling locations. And again, there was a request for an extension of hours that was denied because, again, Arizona law very clearly sets forth the hours at polling locations. In this case, as we've been going back and forth on, there still, in my view, have not been any evidence presented that any voter was actually denied the right to vote. And in addition, as Mr. Liddy has pointed out, a voter at a location that faced this issue had several different options when it came to having their vote counted. They could have put it in tray B. In a lot of locations, there was an accessible electronic machine that they could have voted on. So there were options for that particular voter. And again, looking at the affidavits or declarations, if you will, there still isn't any allegation that a voter, even Mr. Lewandowski, who was actually denied the right to vote. Thank you.
Court makes several findings of fact and conclusions of law as to the statute that applies to the operating hours during elections. The court finds the Arizona legislature has determined there is a benefit of having a statutory mandated presumptive closing time of 7 p.m. The court does not have any evidence to the contrary that there were 223 vote centers open and that no one who showed up between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. have been precluded from turning in a ballot, whether it's an actual ballot or a provisional ballot. The declarations from the court's perspective do show that although there might have been some confusion and some difficulties, that all the individuals in the declarations filed either a provisional ballot or a direct ballot vote. The court does not have any evidence that there's a voter who was precluded the right to vote from what was presented. There was an opportunity, and is an opportunity until 7 p.m. for every Arizona to get in line and to vote. The court was thinking of this as issues of impossibility of performance, but I was wondering why the filing was when it was, when this was an issue according to the declarations and other information that was known in the morning. So I do believe that the doctrine of the latch is applied, and this is something that would be impossible to perform. As we're here at 6:55, and I would have no way to communicate, even if I were to agree with the moving party who's asking for the TRO, there'd be no way to actually effectuate such an order at this late time.
We'd like to keep the broad case open, of course, and if appropriate, we'll either dismiss or come back for additional proceedings on the merits.
Would it be the prince of the party that set a status conference that works for your calendars and we can?
The number of votes at issue here would affect the outcome, and I don't think we're looking for advisory opinions on issues that don't affect the outcome of elections.
Would, Your Honor, respectfully, this case is moot in 3 minutes.
It is. I'm not. It's not being dismissed by me outright. I'm just saying I can give you a status conference because he may be dismissing it on his own. I'm not going to be getting any relief. I'm just giving you a landing place to show up, and if you need additional court involvement or discussion, that's your opportunity. That's all I'm doing. There's a lot of work and effort that went into this evening.
He is calling this race for J.B. Pritzker. Pritzker now will be reelected to another 4-year term there in the land of Lincoln. So right now, let's go out to his election night watch party. We're going to listen in. We're also going to be speaking with some of our reporters and experts on where some of these races stand, kind of reacting to the results. Let's hear from some of J.B. Pritzker's surrogates and endorsees here.
Platform to fight for these rights and freedoms. Hate and fear does not motivate us to go where we need to go. And tonight, our light shines and it illuminates a path forward where Illinois is home for all. Where we welcome everyone with open arms and open doors for all to have a good life, with equitable treatment in our economic system, the criminal justice system, our healthcare system, our schools, and the very environment in which we live. Our light shines because with this election victory comes an acknowledgement that our fight for equal rights and racial justice is not over. There is still so much to be done to ensure that Black, brown, indigenous, and AAPI lives are valued and voices are represented in every space where decisions are being made. Here in Illinois, we can lead the way. We can light the path. We can make racial equity a reality. Our light shines because we believe, I believe, that our democracy is worth fighting for. And for those of you who are out there who are disappointed tonight, I say to you that we are listening. Every vote cast today represents someone telling us what matters, whether from an urban or suburban or rural community. All Illinoisans contribute to the diverse tapestry that is our great state. And if we are willing, we can search for the light in each other. And I also know that across aisles of party or politic, across cities, towns, and counties, there has been grief. Not just our individual grief, but our collective grief. During these past few years of the pandemic, we have been in what feels like a perpetual state of loss. Due to many causes, many of you, like me, have lost loved ones. We have lost rights. Many have lost peace of mind. Let me just say that I can't tell you what tomorrow will bring. I don't stand here today knowing what we may face in this journey that we are on together. But I can tell you that there is no obstacle big enough, no darkness so deep that can ever eclipse the light that we are working toward. That North Star of justice, freedom, and equality will guide us to the bright future we seek, because our foremothers and forefathers stayed true to its course to bring us to this moment, and we are stronger than we know. We are the vanguards of our democracy, and history has shown us that no matter what comes next, we shall overcome. When we work with each other, when we uplift each other, light wants to find a way, and it will.
Okay, so this race has been called there in Illinois for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, winning re-election to another 4-year term there in Springfield. We have the numbers. Let's put them back up here, beating his Republican opponent, Darren Bailey. Let's jump around to some of these other key states. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just a little bit after the top of the hour here. We are waiting for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis here to step up to the podium. Before we get to that, before he speaks and in his victory speech there in Florida, let's talk about Arizona for now. We want to be joined by Paul Bentz, who is a political strategist, pollster out here in Arizona. You've been watching these races very, very closely, but we do have some breaking news that I want to get to the voters. Remember, if you've been with us throughout the duration of the night, we have been kind of seeing whether or not this judge would allow extensions of voting hours here in Maricopa County. We are learning right now a judge has denied extending in-person voting poll hours past 7 p.m. Paul, Republicans wanted them extended till 10 p.m. out here. They didn't get that. What do you make of that?
Well, it's pretty consistent from what we've seen in the past. Several years ago, Democrats challenged trying to keep polls open past to 10 o'clock as well. The judge declined that, applying that the same strategy and the same thing should apply to all 15 counties in Arizona. They could not find a single example of someone who actually had their vote taken from them, because those machines, if they weren't able to scan it, they could either file it in to be counted later, or they could have that ballot spoiled and then they could go get their own ballot. So there wasn't a pressing issue here that the judge found.
You know, Paul, we have been speaking with Maricopa County officials really throughout the day, including Chairman of the Maricopa County Board, Bill Gates, and he didn't think some of the errors in tabulations with some of those machines earlier necessitated extending the times. And so we see how this judge ruled. Let's talk about some of the races. You've been following the governor's race very, very closely. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, versus Kari Lake, the Republican. What are you sensing tonight? I know it's very, very early. Where's the momentum?
Well, it's going to be a dead heat at the end of the day, but I think for your watchers, I think Georgia, what happened very early in Georgia is a great rubric to look from, where we saw the Democrats jump out to an early lead and then it narrowed pretty quickly. I think we're going to see a very similar approach here in Arizona. The early votes benefited Democrats. They had about a 20,000 vote lead through yesterday when the final drop was sort of counted. Republicans have surged ahead very significantly in election day voting. So I think what we'll see is Democrats with an early lead in the night that will narrow fairly quickly.
Okay, let's talk about the Senate race as well. Mark Kelly, the Democrat, against Blake Masters, the Republican. And, you know, something throughout the cycle that I haven't spoken to you about lately, Republicans really stayed together. Almost the entire ticket did events all the time together. The Democrats, not so much. Why do you think that's the case? And is it disadvantageous?
One of the biggest challenges is another one of their ticket mates, Kirsten Sinema, is not particularly popular among the Democratic base right now. I think she would have been helpful to them on the independent and unaffiliated side. But at the end of the day, what we saw is that Mark Kelly was really sort of the strong leader, and then other people followed.
Yeah, of course, there were a lot of big Democratic heavy hitters that came out for the Democrats, including former President Barack Obama. First Lady Jill Biden was here earlier this week. And then, of course, obviously all the Republicans have the Trump imprimatur, if you will. You know, because of what happened today, Paul, in Maricopa County, do you think voters will, be confident that the processes are playing out as they do, that the state laws on the books are operating as they do? Are we going to see repeats of what happened in 2020?
I think those who were going to claim fraud are going to continue to claim fraud.
Okay.
I certainly think that this gives them a reason, or at least an excuse, to talk about it. But I think the challenge that we're looking at here is What do the results actually look like, and how do they perform? Certainly, I think they'll go back and look through some of these issues later and see how they can improve them. But ultimately, everybody's vote will be counted. It's just depending on when.
All right, a lot is riding on Arizona. Of course, it's very early. Of course, we will bring the viewers up to speed when we get some of these early results. And Paul Bentz, as always, we appreciate your time. I know you're really busy tonight. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right, and like we've been previewing for about the last 25 minutes now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just stepped up to the podium there. Let's listen in.
So much. You know, over these past 4 years, we've seen major challenges for the people of our state, for the citizens of the United States, and above all, for the cause of freedom. We saw freedom in our very way of life, and so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine. Florida held the line. We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder. Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states,
for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision. We executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic...
All right, you've been listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there with his wife, Casey DeSantis, in this victory speech there, going after woke politics, vehemently saying there's no room for woke politics in the state of Florida, and the confetti comes down there. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to move away from Florida right now. We want to get more voices, more reporters, kind of update you on how some of these races are playing out. We also have a few live looks as well. There in Illinois, J.B. Pritzker giving his victory speech in Chicago. He just won another term there as governor. We also have this live look in New York. Senate Majority Leader
workers to organize for better.
Chuck Schumer speaking at the New York Democrats rally there. You see Hochul Delgado. We're going to be expecting her remarks a little bit later tonight as she vies to become the next governor of New York, at least for a first full term there. And then we're going to be speaking to one of our reporters in New York at the bottom of the hour as well. But Chuck Schumer there speaking to New York Democrats. New York, very, very interesting. We'll get to that race a little bit later. Joining me now is Ben Jacobs, friend of the program. He writes for New York Magazine, for Vox Politics. And Ben, thanks so much for being with us. You know, we just kind of showed the viewer so many of the live looks that we are monitoring right now. And so give us a sense of what you have your eye on. We just showed Ron DeSantis there, but it's still early tonight. A lot of results still outstanding.
Oh, it's still very early tonight. That Ron DeSantis's win, which was a pretty resounding win, winning jurisdictions that Republicans rarely, if ever, win. Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County is impressive, but it's still very early. We're still waiting on Arizona. We're still waiting on New Hampshire. That there's still a lot of questions and a lot of.
I think most of you know that, but for those of you out of town, that's probably helpful to know. So anyway, the chairman's been here all night. He's talked to a lot of you already, so I'll let him go ahead and take it away, and then we'll answer some questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Fields. Thanks to everyone for being here. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to the 3,000 temporary workers, all of our permanent workers, so many people who worked today to make this a very successful day. That we had a lot of stuff thrown at us, and these folks here did just an incredible job. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that, and I want to thank all the voters who came out today, again, and dealt with some challenges. And I want to start right off by saying, again, we apologize to those voters who were inconvenienced by some of the things that occurred today, but we feel very confident that every voter had the opportunity who showed up with ID. Every voter had the opportunity to vote and have their vote counted. So that is extremely important to all of us, that no one was disenfranchised today. Giving you a few numbers, we've had up to this point about 245,000 people who have voted in person, and we do have several locations out there where people were in line, the voters were in line at 7 p.m., so they're still waiting in line to vote. So that number will go even higher. We also have many people that dropped off their early ballots today at one of our vote centers. We don't have those figures at this point, but once we do, you know, that's something that we will be in a position to report. But I want to set some expectations, and I want everyone to be patient this evening. As you know, everyone's been voting out in vote centers today. Again, some of those vote centers are still active. People are voting. The workers out in those vote centers will not be in a position to start to break down everything out there until the voting has been completed, and then those memory drives are going to be brought in by bipartisan groups in here, okay? So as we have been announcing all week, we will have our first drop of ballots. The first vote tallies will be reported at approximately 8 p.m. Those are going to be early ballot reports. These are early ballots that we received as of Friday, everything we had received before last Friday. So there will be a significant number of votes that will be reported at that time. Then the next time you see numbers, those are going to be numbers of the votes that, again, these are people who went in to the vote centers today and voted via the tabulator. We don't have exact times on that, but maybe roughly, you know, every hour and a half or so going through the evening and then into the early morning. So again, I want people to be prepared for that. Hopefully finishing up all of those, reporting all of the in-person votes today that people voted through one of these tabulators in the wee hours, you know, 2 or 3 in the morning. Then tomorrow morning, we'll be doing a few things. First of all, we're going to get those ballots that went in here to box number 3. And those ballots, we'll be looking at those, making sure there isn't any adjudication that needs to take place, and then we will begin tabulating those box 3 votes tomorrow morning. And then also, all of those ballots, the early ballots that have come in, certainly came in today. We will have Recorder Richard's team going through all of that signature verification. and everything that needs to be done. Again, this is a team here, and that's how we operate as a team. We have some separate statutory responsibilities, but we have worked as an entire team. And even Eddie Cook, our county assessor, is here. So that's the way that we work here at Maricopa County. So again, as I've told some of you today, we anticipate about 95 to 99% of the ballots will be counted by this Friday. So again, we've asked for people's patience. People should not be expecting, final results. There are still many, many ballots to be counted even after today. But we ask for everyone's patience in the process. We thank all of the campaigns up to this point for their professionalism. We assume that we're going to continue to see that through the next few days. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Yes?
Who's in charge of testing that equipment that had issues today?
Yeah, so testing of the equipment, again, this is the team here that does that with the ballot, with the printers. This is something that we tested. We did not obviously anticipate these problems. We saw we used all the same materials, the same sort of variables in the primary. We didn't have issues with them. Additionally, used these printers throughout early voting. So again, this was a surprise, but I have to give huge props to our tech team and to our poll workers who were able to identify the problem early in the afternoon. And by right before the polls closed, we had nearly every single vote location was back fully operational. So it was really amazing work that the team did. And again, we do apologize to those who've been inconvenienced today. Yeah, so again, I mean, those ballot printers, those are used, they're actually used on both sides. They're used both in early voting and they're used for day of. So that's a joint responsibility. Yes?
Bill, when it comes to later on this week, are you expecting more lawsuits to be filed? There was one filed earlier today to try to keep some of the polling locations open longer. Do you expect more lawsuits?
Yeah, I don't know what will be done on that front. We certainly know that elections have become more litigious over the past few years. I would not be surprised to see any lawsuits. And if we see those lawsuits, we're certainly staffed up as a county to address those, to provide the courts with the information that they need. And I appreciate all the work that both the attorneys from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office provided in the lawsuit, the hearing that just ended, in addition to all the lawyers who participated. We at the Board of Supervisors, Amarcord or Richer, we've never had a problem with folks going to court to address concerns that they have. We've just always asked that once that process has completed, that everyone will respect the results and allow this democratic republic to continue to operate. Yes?
How many sites still have voters waiting in line? And then separately, there's a huge police presence out there. What are we expecting tonight?
Yeah, so I'm not sure on the exact number. I know we have a few, a handful, maybe a little bit more, maybe 2 handfuls of locations that still have people in line. Again, as long as they got in line at 7 p.m., they're going to have that opportunity to vote. Again, with respect to any presence that we do have outside, this was some of the things that Sheriff Penzone has been discussing. Unfortunately, in 2020, we saw folks come here and get very close to the building, getting a little raucous and things like that. And we just want to make sure that all the workers who are working so hard, frankly, all of you who are here are protected from any efforts. We have no specific reasons to think that there'll be problems down here this evening, but we want to make sure that everything is protected like Sheriff Penzone protect these votes like gold bars. Yes?
By the time the polls closed, were you guys able to fix the problems at all 60 voting centers that were impacted?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Do we have that? I believe so. I believe that that's accurate. I know that in the last hour or so we were down to just like 5, and I think all of those issues were cleared up. And I got to tell you, that was really a remarkable effort for folks. We had a lot of experts looking at this. People were puzzled trying to figure out what went on. But to get that fixed and then to give all of those people the opportunity to actually vote through the tabulator, we were very excited to be able to do that.
We confirmed it's all of them.
Okay, we confirmed it was all of them.
And,
Yeah.
and sorry, to Rachel's question earlier, we can find out what that line situation is for you. We have it on a big board back there.
Yeah, we can get that. I just don't have those all right.
Why don't we go to Sasha over here on this side?
Okay, great,
and,
yeah.
So we'll take her question and then we'll keep moving around.
Hey, everyone.
Sasha.
I'm wondering if we have a count on the number of provisional ballots cast today, and then I'm
elections and kind of what our expectations were for those provisional numbers. Essentially trying to get a sense early on, when I know it's hard to get a sense of how many people had to cast provisionals today just because of these issues that we encountered.
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't have that number, but we can get the provisional number. But just because they're provisional numbers doesn't mean that they're all related, or even a majority are related to the issue with the tabulator. Could be ID, for example. They could have come without ID or other reasons. But we'll certainly get that number. Again, I was looking at that as the day went on. They were, again, what I would call historically low numbers, certainly compared to what we used to see before we went to the vote center model. But we'll get that number for you. Yes, sir.
When will results be posted?
Yeah, so 8 p.m., that'll be our first results, and those are, again, going to be all the early ballots that we've received here and processed and counted through Friday of last week.
And roughly how many is that, or how many have you received by Friday?
I'm not sure exactly on that. I think over 800,000. Yes.
Can you give us a sense of whether or not the tabulation issues will create a longer time counting? Is that going to add to the amount of time it takes to make sure you have the numbers right?
Yeah, so really what it does is it kind of shifts, and again, we don't know how many ballots have been placed here in box number 3. But these, if all of those ballots would have gone through the tabulator, they would have all been counted. All the day of votes would have been counted by about 2 or 3 in the morning. For those down here in box number 3, those we will start with those tomorrow morning. So again, it won't move the total count, but whatever number we have here in box 3 will be more, probably reported like tomorrow or the following day, as opposed to all being reported either this evening or first thing tomorrow morning.
And just to
Yes.
follow up to that, the problems with the tabulators or the printers, is that going to delay the vote count or make it a longer process for you?
Yeah, it shouldn't. We believe that that's not going to have an impact on the vote count. We believe that the ballots here out of box 3 are going to run through our central count tabulators. That is, we'll see it when it actually happens, but that's what we anticipate. Yes.
We have some big names behind, the 2020 election is stolen, saying that they're already en route to Arizona hopping on a plane. You have former President Donald Trump saying there's a lot of bad things going on in Maricopa County. One man outside just said there will be more of us later. Can you address these concerns and that some of these megaphone personalities are going to be headed here?
Again, look, we know that the eyeballs of the world were already on Maricopa County. We've known that for weeks. Obviously, we can see that from this room. So whoever wants to come here, that's fine. They have every right to be here. But again, there's nothing that happened here today that would indicate, in my opinion, a need to be out here, a need to address some injustice. Again, we had an issue with printers, which has been addressed by the good people of Maricopa County addressing it. So people want to come out here. If they want to stay in our hotels, I know our hotel industry would love that. But again, if they're going to come here to create disruptions, I think Sheriff Penzone has been very clear about it. They're welcome, but we would ask that they handle themselves in a professional, civil way. That's the way we handle things in Maricopa County. Problem is, we've had a lot of people from outside of Maricopa County trying to tell us how to handle things, trying to tell us how we run elections, and I think we know how to do that. I think people have shown incredible patience today, dealing with some challenges, but again, whoever wants to come, they can come.
So since it's printer issues, back in 2020, it led to a full audit with the cyber ninjas. Would printer issues lead to calls for audits?
Well, again, in 2020, there's nothing that happened that led to calls for audit. So I don't know what people are going to do. Again, this is an opportunity for me to speak to my Republican brethren, elected officials in this state. Again, if they want to try and challenge the voters of Maricopa County, what they've decided, if they want to challenge the election workers, that's fine. We'll take a look at everything here. People want to go to court, they can go to court. But we've got to get to a point where we have a finish line. When everything is done, it's done. We need people to acknowledge the results, and if there are changes in state law that legislators want to make based upon what they've seen, they have every right to do that. But pursuing extra legal audits like the so-called Cyber Ninja audit, in my opinion, does not move things forward, does not strengthen this democratic republic. But we will be open, my colleagues will be open, Recorder Richard obviously will be open to talk to any other leaders in the state about changes that they want to make.
Let's take 2 more questions.
What time exactly did you figure out the issue and the problem, and how quickly did you then send a full team out? Like, what was your response? What that looked like?
It was about 1 now.
Yeah, what's it, about 1 in the afternoon.
And did you just send a full team? Like, can you talk about how many people were put on this, how it worked, that kind of thing?
You know, I don't have those numbers. We can get those numbers for you, but I can tell you this was a full court press from the team, from having our contractors involved, having experts, and again, this was really sort of challenging situation because none of the variables had changed from August. So I think people were scratching their heads, but we were able to figure it out, address it, and all the while, even while these things were going on, people were not denied the right to vote. People came with ID, they were allowed to come in, they were allowed to vote, and their votes will be counted. Either they were voted by the tabulator, again, even these locations that had issues, we were still having intermittent use on one or both of the tabulators, but in the end, everyone's vote, everyone who voted today, it's going to be counted, and that's what really matters in the end.
And so the paperweight was the same for the primary?
The paperweight was the same as we had for the primary, that's right.
Yvonne?
Did you experience any of these issues at the locations that were open during early voting? Or is it solely isolated to today? Like, what is different about those two situations?
Yeah, so we did not have these issues during early voting. Obviously, if we had, we would have dealt with it. This was a new issue that we saw today during our in-person voting. And again, the focus that our number one goal today was to figure out what's going on and fix it. Long term, you know, you've been around for a long time. We're all about continuous improvement at Maricopa County. We're going to do a deep dive on this, figure out exactly what happened, root cause analysis, so that in the future, hopefully, this does not happen again.
We have 1 more question back here.
Sorry, one more. Thank you for doing this. There were some hints today, suggestions that perhaps there was a partisan skew in any delay here caused by the tabulation equipment issues. Do you know of any difference in partisan precincts where it was weighted toward conservative precincts or presumably conservative precincts or anything like that?
Yeah, I have not seen any analysis that shows how these breaks down. Frankly, we haven't had the time to sit there and do that analysis. Happy to do that after the fact. But the point was we were having these issues coming up around Maricopa County. And so we had to address them. But again, look, this Board of Supervisors, 405 Republican, and Republican Stephen Richards, our recorder. So there was no partisan bias in what happened here. This was a technical issue that we determined had to do with printer and not having the toner strong enough so that those timing marks would show up and that the tabulator could do that. Not a partisan issue, a technical issue.
All right.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
So if you, let me tell you guys about a few logistical things here real quick.
A few weeks ago when the polls started showing that Lee Zeldin was chipping away at Governor Kathy Hochul's lead. And you also know from got the indication that she was very, very concerned a couple of weeks ago when she came out with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and they came out with another new plan to deal with crime in the subway, which has been a major issue here in New York City. In fact, the crime stats numbers out from the NYPD today show that subway crime remains up more than 40%. Now, some at that time, and again, this was just 2 weeks ago, and this again was happening at the times that the polls were showing that she was losing her lead over Zeldin. And some of her critics said, look, this is just a desperate attempt to try and get votes. We're going to wait and see now. We'll know by the end of the night tonight if that played a role in her either losing or maybe the public is buying her message and continuing to buy it. But go ahead and take a look at these this video here. This is Lee Zeldin voting earlier today. Now, Zeldin has been hammering away at crime. He wants bail reformed here in New York State. He also wants to remove Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg for what he calls failing to enforce the law. And And he says the first thing that he's going to do when he wins is call Mayor Adams here in New York City because he wants to work with him to find some common ground to save not just the city of New York, but New York State. Well, here's what Zeldin had to say today after voting.
The New York City mayor, he has asks from Albany that he's getting stonewalled on. He says that he wants judges to have discretion to weigh dangerousness. He's right. He says that we need to amend, raise the age. He's right. We need district attorneys doing their job. We don't have a recall in this state, but what we do give is that the New York State Constitution says that a governor can remove a DA who refuses to enforce the law.
Democrats are going to hold the majority. At one point, she even said that she thought Democrats would add to the House majority, which obviously is not going to be the case either tonight. As for Kevin McCarthy, I think he's, pretty excited. He's been pretty clear about what he hopes to do in a Republican majority in the House. I think other Republican members in the House are going to be even more worth watching in the next couple of weeks here as we head into the new Congress for what they plan to do once they have this oversight power that they've been asking for so long, whether it comes to investigating Hunter Biden and the Biden family, whether it comes to looking at sort of what people like Secretary Mayorkas have been doing, and whether they're actually going to move forward with some sort of impeachment proceedings or other accountability there. But I think for Republicans tonight, people like Kevin McCarthy are probably just kind of breathing a sigh of relief that things seem to be breaking in the direction they had hoped they would. And now he's probably just sort of counting to see how much of a majority he might have in order to decide how far they can go towards holding the Biden administration accountable.
Ben, I want to also talk about, some of these Senate races before we get to that and talking about McCarthy. Let's talk about President Biden, the White House. You and I were talking about the lid that was called earlier this morning. And if House Republicans do take back a majority, what do you think the White House is going to say? What's going to be the line as to why they lost the majority?
I think the line as to why they lost the majority is simply that this is the nature of midterm elections.
Okay.
That every president over, with one or two exceptions in, the better part of a century has lost seats in midterm elections. That President Trump had a rough midterm in 2018, Obama in 2010, 2014, Bush in 2006. The two exceptions, and that continues to go back with the two exceptions of 1998 and 2002, which had the Clinton impeachment and the Iraq War. But it's simply the reaction that you have a Democratic president, so both folks are inclined to vote for Republicans, coupled with the fact that, there is 8% inflation, that there is dissatisfaction with President Biden's job performance. So this is simply to be expected, and instead that it should be viewed as a success if, depending on how much they're able to limit losses.
All right, and Spencer, when we talk about some of these, pickups on the Senate side that Republicans want to get and Democrats want to keep, Ben and I were talking about New Hampshire. We're also talking about Colorado as well. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling the race and projecting that Bennett will defeat Joe O'Dea. But that was, and O'Dea is an interesting Republican candidate, but that was one of these opportunities that Republicans thought maybe there is a chance to make Colorado red in that seat at least.
Yeah, I think in election cycles like this, as we were talking about, sort of the historical momentum is obviously on the side of the party that doesn't control the White House in a year like this. And so I think sometimes the sort of the red wave talk does catch people up. And I think a lot of people were looking at whether it's the Colorado Senate seat or the New Hampshire Senate seat, some of those, and they thought, if it's a really good Republican night, those could then be in play. And I think seeing the way that groups like the NRCC and other Republican funding groups were expanding the map for House races made people get a little, maybe out a little too far over their skis when it came to some of these Senate races, especially the one like Colorado that got kind of into this larger, now developing war in the Republican Party between Donald Trump and his supporters and Ron DeSantis and his supporters. But I do think it's not really a death knell for this red wave. Obviously we're still going to have Republicans taking the House by the end of the night. And there are obviously the Senate seats out west, Nevada, namely, as well as potentially Arizona, where Republicans can still get those potential pickups, as well as Georgia, which we're still watching. And that, could be another month before we know the final outcome there.
Yeah, and Spencer, same with Pennsylvania. It's very, very close to call there as well. We'll be talking about Nevada in the next hour with one of our reporters, too. Here from Chad Pergram, from the Fox News Decision Desk, Senator Michael Bennet will defeat Republican Joe O'Dea. This was a race in which GOPers hoped they could sneak up on the Dems and flip the seat. Spencer and Ben, I want to talk, though, about what happens, tomorrow morning when we don't have some of these final results in from some of these key races. And Americans might wonder, what's going on? Why is it taking so long? Have you seen some of those issues kind of mount their ugly head yet again like they did in 2020?
Certainly, you've seen some of that and seen some folks using rhetoric like that, and it's part of it is that you have in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan that state legislators have made their concerted decision not to allow counting and pre-processing of ballots until after polls closed. The reason Florida, we have a quick count right away is the fact that after the 2000 election, that Florida revamped how it did elections and make sure that you're dealing with this process right away. And particularly now that so many Americans are using mail ballots, Florida has been a place where they've been using mail ballots for years and years and years. That happens right away. Pennsylvania, in particular, is a place where Republican-controlled legislatures try to keep things slowed down. And you're certainly seeing some of the same rhetoric you've seen around the 2020 election there. Michigan's the same situation. And at this point, it's just to be expected that when you have this many people voting by mail and you can't do anything to pre-process mail ballots in this big pile of ballots until once polls close, that it is going to take some time. And hopefully folks will be able to be patient with it, because this is the intentional byproduct of how the process was created, or was administered rather.
Yeah, Spencer, I know you want to chime in on this because that was obviously a key focal point post-2020, and like Ben was alluding to, it has kind of reared its head again this cycle. But do you think it's going to bog down a lot of the races like it did in 20?
I mean, I think the bog down kind of comes down to what the final vote totals are going to be, right? Okay. Are we headed towards recounts in states like Pennsylvania or Arizona? Are we looking at runoff, which is probably most likely down in Georgia in the Senate race there? But I do think, referencing what happened in Florida in 2000 and how they changed things after that, it does seem like Florida obviously learned sort of the lesson of what can happen when people start doubting and asking questions about what the heck is going on down there with the hanging chads and everything else. But I don't think so far from what we've seen today that Pennsylvania and Arizona necessarily learned lessons on how to run elections more smoothly this time around than they did 2 years ago. And obviously there's no sort of indication that there's fraud happening, but there are situations where whether it's in Maricopa County today, you had a lawsuit filed already and slapped down by a Superior Court judge in Arizona over the ballot issues, or the issues with the machines down there. And then in Pennsylvania, you had an issue with ballot machines running out of the paper they need to count the votes and process things that necessitated a judge extending the voting hours in that one county that includes, Wilkes-Barre in that area. And so you do have these situations where if what they're trying to do is prove that this process works well and should be the one that's in place, they didn't necessarily do a great job today of showing that this is the way it should work and could work. Okay. And so I do think they have more work to do to convince people that if we're going to move to this sort of lots of mail ballots, longer time frame to count them, things like that, I think they need to run it a little bit more smoothly.
Okay, final word from both of you, because like Ben was saying, the night is still young. Okay, Ben, we're still waiting for a lot of results in. What do you have your eye on going into this next hour here?
At this point, I think all eyes are going to be on Arizona. That okay. Arizona is the big state for the Senate, that if Blake Masters wins in Arizona, there's no path for Democrats to hold on to the Senate. That Democrats need Mark Kelly to win to hold on to the Senate. Looking at what happens in some of the statewide offices, that to me is the whole ballgame. That whoever wins Arizona will have control of the Senate in 2023.
And Spencer, final word from you.
Yeah, I think obviously a lot of attention on Arizona now for the rest of the night, but also looking at some of these congressional races as they're still playing out along the border districts in Texas, as well as looking to see at what happens in Nevada with the Laxalt Cortez Masto race. I think a lot of people are looking to see sort of what, if this is a red wave sort of a situation in Nevada tonight, how much the Republicans can run up the lead there.
All right. Gentlemen, we appreciate your time and your reporting too. Spencer Brown, Ben Jacobs, and stick around if you have time. We're going to be moving on though to some of these other states, and we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks so much.
All right, and we just want to let you kind of see what we're monitoring here on LiveNOW. Some of these LiveNOW looks that we have up. You can see there, this one in Mar-a-Lago, down in Palm Beach, the former president's residence there. A lot of supporters out and about. We also have a lot of events going on right now. Let's put up this one here. the Senator Raphael Warnock event in Georgia. Georgia, very, very too close to call. So we've been showing you, at least in the last couple of hours, some of the speakers at the Herschel Walker event. No one has taken the stage there yet in Georgia at the Warnock event. The key Senate race there. We'll bring you numbers after the break about where things stand in Georgia with the governor's race and the Senate race. Also, live look at this one here. Okay, so this is Herschel Walker's, and you can see there people kind of milling about, waiting for more results in. We're not going to be expecting these speakers until really late in the night. That's kind of how these things go. So just want to throw up the balance of power graphic up again. Here you can see the majority there in the House and the majority there in the Senate, and what Republicans need to take back those majorities and what Democrats need to keep them. You can see the breakdown as it stands right now. A lot of these congressional races have been called, especially for incumbents who were not necessarily facing difficult contests or matchups. So we're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here Mountain Time, almost 10 o'clock there Eastern. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be bringing you some results. We are getting some in from Texas. We're getting some in from Massachusetts, some of these other congressional races as we go into this next hour. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Fox 10 News.
You decide 2022. All eyes on Arizona, and it's down to the wire. Several key races are toss-ups.
The issues impacting Arizona voters, from the economy to the border, inflation, and abortion.
Arizona's top job on the line tonight. Who will lead our state as governor for the next 4 years?
Swing state Arizona. The outcome of our Senate race will help determine control of Congress.
The polls have closed. The votes have been cast. Tonight, Arizona, you have decided. Thanks for joining us this election night. I'm John Hook.
And I'm Christina Carrillo. The polls closed at 7 o'clock, just about an hour ago now, and we are waiting on those first results to come in.
We will bring them to you as soon as we get them, and you'll also see the most up-to-date results scrolling at the bottom of your screen throughout the newscast. You can also check out the QR code in the lower left portion of your screen and get returns online. Okay, it was a busy day at polling places across Arizona, but ballot printing problems at 20% of the polling places in Maricopa County threw a major wrench in the gears.
And tonight, the GOP filed a lawsuit asking for polls to stay open and delay the release of any results until 11 p.m.
But just minutes before the polls closed tonight, a judge tossed out that lawsuit. Lauren Clark, live now outside of Superior Court where this all went down. She joins us live. Boy, there were a lot of lawyers on that teleconference.
Definitely was, John. And, you know, this happening just moments as the clock was ticking down to that 7 p.m. hour. And we just heard after the judge made the decision, the poll worker officially tell everyone at a Tempe location that the polls are now closed, that if you're in line by that 7 o'clock hour, that you're good. But everything now is closed as the results are coming in. Now, all of this centering around printing issue experienced, as you mentioned, at 60 of the 223 voting centers across Maricopa County today. Now, starting early this morning, election officials confirmed some of these printers were not producing dark enough time markings on those ballots at the top and the bottom there, and they were not being accepted by the tabulation machines. People we spoke to directly who had experienced this issue described it as their ballots being spit out. Now, this triggered a lawsuit from the Lake and Masters campaigns warning that these issues warranted the polls to stay open until 10 p.m. with results being delayed until 11 p.m. County officials instead argued that no one was turned away as voters had the option of staying and waiting until the problem was fixed, dropping their ballot in a secure ballot box, or going to another location to vote. They also argued to a judge today that Arizona law is very clear about the 7 p.m. deadline. Just moments before the clock struck 7, Maricopa County Superior Judge Timothy Ryan denied the motion. He says he didn't see evidence that anyone was prevented from voting, also questioning the timing of this as well.
Wondering why the filing was when it was, when this was an issue according to the declarations and other information that was known in the morning. Is we're here at 6:55, and I would have no way to communicate, even if I were to agree with the moving party who's asking for the TRO, there'd be no way to actually effectuate such an order at this late time.
Now, we did confirm that by the time all voting centers closed, all of the printing issues were fixed. We spoke to dozens of voters today who explained a mix of experiences. Some having issues with those printers, waiting in long lines up to 2 hours at some locations. Then we also heard from some people who described it as very efficient and in and out, a breeze of an experience. So we're going to be waiting upon these results in a moment here. So make sure you stay with us online and on air for the very latest. Reporting live, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Lauren. The numbers just coming into the newsroom. Let's take a look.
All right, these would be the early ballots that were mailed and counted and verified. Let's take a look at Arizona governor. And right now, it is Katie Hobbs with 55% over Kari Lake at 45%. This is with only 3% reporting. And keep in mind, Democrats have traditionally voted early, so we would expect that Democrats early on will take a lead here.
Yeah, the same goes for U.S. Senate. Let's take a look at how things are shaking out so far. Mark Kelly getting 56% of the vote so far. The incumbent, the Democrat in this race, Blake Masters, with 41% so far, and you're still getting Mark Victor with 2% there.
All right, let's move on to Arizona Attorney General Abraham Hamadeh, a newcomer to politics. He is behind Chris Mays, a former corporation commissioner, by 10 percentage points. Again, this is early.
And we'll move on to the Secretary of State's race. Adrian Fontes, the Democrat in the race, getting 58% of this vote so far. Mark Fincham, the Trump-endorsed candidate, with 42% there for Republicans, with 3% of precincts reporting.
Take a look at Treasurer, and Kimberly Yee. She is going for her second term as state treasurer. Remember, she originally ran for governor but dropped out early on. And that, a lot of people thought she might be a real governor contender but dropped out. She continues on as Arizona treasurer, right now leading by 4 percentage points.
Moving on here, let's see what we got now. We're moving into the props. Proposition 131, this would create the office of the lieutenant governor. Right now, the line of succession so far would be governor and then secretary of state. 55% vote yes for a lieutenant governor position.
Proposition 132, this would require a 60% vote of the people if we were to raise taxes. It couldn't just be a simple majority. It would have to be 60% or more. That is a no right now by 6 percentage points.
Moving on to Proposition 209 here. This would limit interest rates for debt from health care. This would cap debt for those that are suffering with lots of medical debt. It would cap it at 3%. Yes, 74%.
Okay, this is another interesting proposition. Campaign finance disclosure. This is the dark money initiative. Would people have to declare who they are donating to campaigns? Proposition 211, asking for that. Right now, it's a yes by almost a 2-to-1 margin.
And the next Prop 308, this was a big one. In-state tuition for so-called dreamers. So regardless of immigration status, you would receive in-state tuition if you went to an Arizona school for at least 2 years.
All right, and we've got one more, and this would require tighter mail-in and in-person voting ID requirements. That is a no right now, 56% to 44%. There have been efforts, several of them, in this cycle to try to tighten up voting regulations, obviously as a response to 2020.
Let's check in now. Steve Nielsen is joining us from the Arizona Democratic Watch Party tonight in downtown Phoenix.
Stephanie Bennett is with the Arizona Republicans in Scottsdale. Let's begin with Steph, who's at Scottsdale Resort at McCormick Ranch. Steph, what's the mood there? These early returns, again, primarily we're led to believe Democrats voting heavily early, and that's what we're seeing in this first count.
Yeah, good evening, John and Christina. That is exactly right. It is heavily Democratic votes coming in right now because of those early votes. Those were the main ones that were counted. Throughout the night, those day of votes will start to be counted. We'll have more of an idea. But at the moment, it is still up in the air. It's a very close race, the governor race, as we know. So we might not even have a close answer by tonight, maybe not by tomorrow, but as those results go on. Earlier this week, Stephen Richer said that they hope to get most of those ballots counted and signature verified 95% by Friday at the earliest. Now, the mood here, it's exciting. A lot of people here, very exciting. A lot of red everywhere, the Red Sea here tonight. A lot of people taking the stage, talking about what their plans are if they are elected, but definitely a lot of excitement. Now, Carrie, in regards to that lawsuit that was tossed out today, she did not respond so far on social media. Carrie Lake has been using every last second to campaign, traveling around Maricopa County, visiting voters at polling stations. She herself cast her ballot earlier today at ASU in downtown Phoenix. Both President Trump and Trump Jr. tweeting their support for her on Twitter earlier today. Of course, Carrie Lake is the former news anchor of more than 20 years in Phoenix, and she jumped into the political game early last year. This race, again, expected to be very, very tight against her opponent, Democratic candidate for governor Katie Hobbs. We will likely not have an indication of a clear victory tonight, and as well, we're not sure yet if Carrie Lake has arrived at the venue just yet. As we said, she has been touring those polling locations throughout the day, but we will let you know as soon as she does. There is as many stages, as you can see behind us, for those candidates to keep coming up and speaking. So we hope to hear from her and other Republican candidates some point this evening. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Steph, there is a gambit on the part of Republicans urging people to vote late in the cycle or vote on Election Day. Because if the Democrats run up a big lead in early voting, then you're in the game of playing catch up. That can be a dangerous game.
Yes, that is exactly right, and it looks like that is what is happening right now. Carrie Lake on social media today tweeting several posts almost every 10 minutes saying for people to get in line, wait in line, make sure you're in line by 7 p.m. and don't leave the line. There was a few headaches, as you talked about earlier, at those election offices. Most of them had been resolved, but they were saying, don't be deterred by those long lines. Stay in line was her main message today, and it is kind of, a double-edged sword tonight. She's telling people do not drop off that early ballot, vote on election day itself. So this is kind of what we have to deal with now, is those long lines and issues like that.
Okay. Steph, thanks.
We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. Let's move on to the Democrats tonight.
Yes, so they are gathering tonight at the Renaissance Phoenix Downtown Hotel, and that's where we find Steve Nielsen tonight. Steve, what's the mood there like as we're getting these early returns? It seems Democrats are up so far, but we kind of expected that to happen early on.
Yeah, I think this is meeting the storyline of what we expected tonight. What is a little bit interesting at this event here is on the TVs behind us, they have on national networks. So the crowd is really just responding to races in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Virginia. They haven't posted any of the local number races that you all just ran through a few minutes ago and are on the bottom of your screen right now. So the crowd here, they are not digging into their phones and looking at that. They're locked in conversation and talking more of a party atmosphere right now. So we'll see how long it takes until they start to put those numbers up on the screen and we start to see a little bit more of that reaction from the crowd here. We do know that Katie Hobbs is here in the building. She's not on the floor right now, though. We've been told that she's somewhere in the Renaissance with her family, her friends, and her staff as they're reviewing some of these numbers as they come in. And we have been told that she will take the podium here, no matter what these results look like, at 8:20 is when we expect her to speak. That matches a little bit of actually what we saw in the primary. She spoke very early on in the primary election too. However, of course, that was very different. She came out to an extremely early lead on that. Race was called early. She had that one wrapped up. That is not what they're expecting today. The secretary has said she doesn't expect this to not only not be called today, but she doesn't expect it to be called for quite some time in the next few days as these votes are all tallied. So again, this is just the beginning here, guys, and we expect to hear from her again in a few minutes here, and then after that, more of the candidates will take the stage. But we'll see when they start posting the local results here.
Yeah, Steve, any word on what Hobbs might address? Is she going to speak to the issues we had at polling centers earlier?
We haven't heard from her yet on that, and I think that's really interesting. I've reached out to her campaign several times since that lawsuit was first posted from Lake and Masters. Initially, I got no response. Then I was told a no comment response. So she hasn't addressed that at all yet. I did actually just speak a few minutes ago with a Democrat Attorney General candidate, Chris Mays. She spoke to me about that, saying that this was really a non-issue, saying that it was a glitch in the system, and that it would be extraordinary measures to extend this election a few hours. I think that's what you'll likely hear from the candidates here tonight, is that would have been an extraordinary measure, that they had all day to vote, and the voting closed at 7 o'clock.
Okay, Steve, we'll check in with you in just a bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Much more to come on this special edition of Fox 10 News Election Night. When we come back, the race for U.S. Senate, and it's a close one, and we're expecting to hear from Katie Hobbs in a couple of minutes.
AZAM, news you use all day, weekdays 4:30 to 10 a.m.
Can I? I'm sorry. You don't have to be. Healing takes time. But we'll get there.
Our Black Friday event has started at American Furniture Warehouse, and it's your chance to get the lowest prices on the best furniture around. Whether you're shopping for a new sofa or just looking to upgrade your current space, AFW has what you're looking for in stock. Our beautiful showrooms provide the inspiration for you to create the home you've dreamed of. We have all these great deals going on right now, so beat the rush and get it today. Come experience any one of our American Furniture Warehouse showrooms or check out our Black Friday deals online at afw.com.
If your home is over 30 years old, now may be the time to check your sewer and drain pipes. If damaged, George Brazil's new technology will shoot a strong liner into your old pipe, which means no trenching your yard or floors and can save you thousands of dollars.
Jimmy Cook
If you're the victim of a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need to call Jimmy Cook with Cook Law for a free estimate of your case's value.
Insurance companies don't want you to call an attorney because they don't want you to learn how much your case might be worth. That's why we have attorneys standing by to take your call and tell you how much your case may be worth.
The call is free, so call Jimmy Cook right now.
Jimmy Cook, the car crash lawyer you pick. Jimmy Cook, call 255-0606.
Get the Fox 10 Weather Experts app, designed with you in mind. Download today. Brought to you by Parker & Sons AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. Call 602-2REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
That was so good.
Exactly.
Protect the legacy, no matter what happens.
Let's go, let's go.
Help is on the way. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Let's get this party started.
Absolute blast.
Big shots.
That was so much fun, you guys.
Welcome back. For the first time since 1952, Arizona right now has 2 Democratic senators. Mark Kelly wants to keep it that way. He is leading tonight over Blake Masters, the newcomer. This is a race combined that spent $100 million. $100 million.
Speaking of, Fox 10's Brian Webb is covering the Masters campaign tonight, and he joins us live from Scottsdale with more on this. Brian.
Guys, we're keeping an eye out for Blake Masters here tonight at the Republican Watch Party. No sign of him so far. He had no event scheduled today, and he didn't make himself available for a comment earlier today either. But Blake Masters is in a very unique position tonight. He is taking on a Democrat incumbent. It seems to be a dead heat tonight. The Senate is currently split 50-50, the tiebreaker going to the vice president. There are 35 Senate seats up for grabs today, but of those, only 9 are considered competitive. 5 are defended by Republicans, 4 defended by Democrats. So one seat in either direction changes everything, either giving Democrats a clear majority or handing power over to the Republicans. And Blake Masters is in the middle of it all, and he knows very well what's at stake.
Our backs are against the wall. And if we don't get the right Republicans in office in 3 days, we're going to lose the country forever. But you know what? We're also just 3 days away from winning this country back.
So it's unclear if Blake Masters will show up here tonight to make a comment or not, or if we will know a winner by the end of the day, or if it'll come in the days ahead. Live in Scottsdale, I'm Brian Webb, Fox 10 News.
Okay, Brian, thanks. We'll get back to you in a minute. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has been ahead in most of the recent polls throughout this cycle. He had a big double-digit lead going back a few months ago. That has shrunk, and the last 2 polls actually have him trailing by 1 point to Blake Masters. But tonight, he's winning it, at least in the early voting. November 2020, he got into this job in a special election after beating Martha McSally. This followed the death of Arizona Senator John McCain.
Yeah, and he is hoping to keep his job in the Senate, to keep his role. And it's a volunteer-driven effort. Fox 10's Linda Williams is live tonight where the Kelly campaign is headquartered in Tucson with more. Linda, how's it going?
It is going well. The Rialto Theater in downtown Tucson is now full with Mark Kelly supporters. Now, he has had this Senate seat for about 22, 23 months. He says he has enjoyed it. He wants to keep the job. He said he wants to continue working across the aisle to get things done. His supporters here say they like, I think his thing is hashtag full speed ahead is what the sign says here. We're going to toss it back to you.
Okay, it appears Katie Hobbs is taking the podium. She's speaking from downtown Phoenix tonight. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Hello, Arizona. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you all for your support throughout our entire campaign. I'm going to keep this short because I know we're expecting a long evening. We have seen the first results come in, and we are feeling good about what we're seeing. because of all of the hard work that everyone in this room has put in. You all made calls, you knocked on doors, you talked to your friends, your family, your neighbors about what's at stake in this election. And most importantly, you all got out and voted. Now that the campaign is over and polls have closed, the county election officials are hard at work tabulating those votes, and they're going to be tabulating them for the next few days. I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted. Because every single vote matters, and every single vote counts equally. Whether you voted by mail, dropped off your ballot in a secure drop box yesterday, or voted in person today. We know my opponent and her allies have been sowing doubt and confusion throughout this campaign, and it's unacceptable that they were spreading misinformation today while people were exercising their freedom to vote. I have every confidence that the counties administering this election conducted a free and fair election, and their results will be accurate. But they will take time, so prepare for a long evening and a few more days of counting. And for now, let's go enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Katie Hobbs really talking in her position as Secretary of State. She's, of course, outgoing, running for governor now. Talked a lot about kind of what happened today and all of the angst over the machines that were not accepting ballots.
Right, and telling voters to be patient, even though as of right now, she's up by more than 100,000 votes, according to the Secretary of State's office, ahead of her opponent, Kari Lake. But she's saying, be patient. Yeah. We have a long way to go before we really know what happened.
It's true. We've got about 57% of the vote in, so there's a lot more to go tonight and even in the days ahead.
All right, much more to come on this election night. On the way to break, though, let's take a look at the races for U.S. House. We're back in a moment.
across the state.
That is for sure. Fox 10's Irene Snyder is live at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office tonight, where ballot counting is well underway after some printing issues. A bit of a hiccup earlier today, Irene.
Well, yeah, certainly was a little hiccup, Christina and John, but according to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, all of those the tabulator printers, let me get that right, the tabulator printers have been fixed at this point, and they confirmed that this was not a partisan issue, it was a printing issue. Now, according to the Recorder's Office, it was a printer setting. The machines were not producing dark enough timing marks. The machines were tested before and after the primary and again before the midterm election. None of the voting locations were closed because of the issue, and according to the Board of Supervisors Chairman Bill Gates, no one with a valid ID was prevented from voting, and that's the important thing that they wanted to get out. No one was prevented from voting, but they say there could be a slight delay in getting the results.
The only issue is that those people who didn't have their ballot run through the tabulator and instead it was put down into box number 3, for those folks, those particular votes won't be counted this evening, and instead we'll be counting those either tomorrow or later in the week. But for everyone who voted through the tabulator, no delay at all. We'll continue to be reporting hundreds of thousands of votes, in fact over 1 million votes over the next few hours.
And the people that were not able to have their votes tabulated earlier today did still have the opportunity again to vote. One of the examples right here, you can see where it says 3 right there. They were able to cast their ballots there. Now they will be counted tomorrow rather than being tabulated today, but their vote still will count according to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. And the other option was they could have brought it here to the Recorder Center or used another tabulator at one of the sites. Again, none of the sites were completely closed down during this issue, and they all have been fixed at this point. Reporting live at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, I'm Irene Snyder for Fox 10 News.
Irene, thanks. Yeah, it was a bumpy beginning to the election day, no doubt about it. They took ownership of it, but
they did.
Nationally, it's a bad look in a state that's in the spotlight.
That's right. And we weren't the only ones, obviously, with issues. There were some other states that had some problems too, but yeah, not how you want it to go on Election Day. Still ahead at 8, our You Decide 2022 coverage continues.
When we come back, we've got to look at the race for Arizona Attorney General. Very interesting race, and much more. As we go to break, a look at the propositions, and there are a bunch, 10 of them this election cycle. Part of the reason your ballot was so long. I know you enjoyed it. We'll be back in a minute.
68,000 votes at this point. 58% of the vote so far, but only 4% of precincts reporting. He just spoke, and he was leaving the stage, as you saw there in that live shot.
And Fincham, as we mentioned, he'd been very critical of 2020's election. It's really how he cut his teeth getting into this race. I think we're going to check in with Stephanie Bennett.
Yeah, we're going to check in with her, see how things are going out there so far as we kick things off tonight.
Good evening. Yeah, Mark Fincham is in the building here at McCormick Ranch for the Republican Watch Party tonight. He is expected to make a trip to the stage at some point this evening. We're just not sure when, but we have seen him walking around here today. Now, of course, those results coming in, 38% of the votes are counted for so far for that race, and 58% so far are for his opponent, Adrian Fontes. Some quick background on Mark Fincham. He is a state house representative from Pima County. He's also a former police officer from Michigan, a rancher, and a business owner. But the controversial candidate is gaining worldwide attention. He has participated in QAnon rallies and attended the January 6th insurrection at the nation's capital. He was also one of the leading figures to endorse the state's 2020 election audit and continues to spread the false claims that the 2020 election was fraudulent and stolen from former President Donald Trump. Now, Fincham quickly won Trump's endorsement for Secretary of State. He also pushed for a statewide hand count of the ballots, which was shot down in court. Now, if Fincham wins the race tonight, he will have the power to refuse and certify the future winner in the future 2024 election and decertify the state's voting machines ahead of that race, forcing a costly and time-consuming hand count. Now, when it comes to the topic of people setting up cameras and watching ballot boxes, which we've covered extensively, something many Democrats and Republicans, including the state's Attorney General, has said that it is voter intimidation. Fincham actually encouraged his followers on social media to participate, tweeting in late October to tell those followers to watch all the drop boxes and urge them to also record the voters as well. For now, again, it is very unlikely we will have those final results or some sort of indication tonight because the elections have been somewhat close. And the first ballot drop, which we saw, would mainly be Democratic votes because of the big push for early voting and sending those ballots in by mail, whereas Republicans mainly leaned towards voting in person today on Election Day. Guys, back to you.
Okay, and again, Adrian Fontes leading that race right now. Secretary of State is also the de facto lieutenant governor and would fill in if anything happened to the governor or if the governor moved on. And it's happened a bunch in Arizona, 3 times in the last 20 years. So it's happened.
Yeah, that could change if Prop 131 passes in 2026.
Yeah,
we could have a lieutenant governor, but for now, that's how it goes. Marissa Sarbach, though, covering the Fontes campaign and joins us live from downtown Phoenix. Fontes just took the stage. What did he have to say, Marissa?
Well, certainly a really excited vibe for him, but kind of understated because they wanted to be confident yet make sure they weren't jumping the gun here on anything. Now, Fontes kind of said, you know, they're really happy with where they're at. They're really happy with what the numbers are looking at right now. But he also has put such an emphasis on the process, and that is because of his time really as the former Maricopa County recorder. He always says he trusts the process, he respects the process of the 15 counties and the numbers that are coming in. We're going to wrap right now because we do hear Chris Mays is on behind us. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, let's check in with Chris Mays, who is going for Attorney General against Abe Hamadeh today, the Democrat, former Corporation Commissioner. Here's Chris Mays.
Growing fentanyl crisis in this state and so many other things that impact the daily lives of Arizona. I am so thankful, beyond thankful to all of you. I'm thankful to my campaign staff, for all of our volunteers, for every single person who donated to our campaign, knocked on doors. Raise your hand if you knocked on doors. Yes! Thank you. Raise your hand if you made some phone calls. Yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look. You know what we've been up against. I'm running against a candidate who said that he would have decertified the 2020 election. That is not a thing, folks. Running against candidates up and down the ballot who said they would not have certified the 2020 election. Running against a candidate who said that he would enforce the 1864 ban on abortion. And when I'm your Attorney General soon, going to prosecute a doctor, a nurse, a midwife, or a woman. Never. Not going to do it. Look,
Okay, we want to give you a heads up. That precincts reporting in the upper right-hand portion of your screen, that number is incorrect. We are at about 57% of precincts in. So deduce from that what you will, but right now it is a clean sweep of Democrats in these top line races for Arizona positions. They are all of the candidates leading by 100,000 votes or more at this hour. Now, Republicans are saying they'll make up the ground with in-day voting, but we'll see. They've got some ground to make up. Coming up next, we're awaiting new numbers in the race for governor. That race plus updates from many more when we come back.
If you're the victim of a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need to call Jimmy Cook with Cook Law for a free estimate of your case's value.
Insurance companies don't want you to call an attorney because they don't want you to learn how much your case might be worth. That's why we have attorneys standing by to take your call and tell you how much your case may be worth.
The call is free.
To hold that job, and then he lost it in 2020. He's now going for the top election job in the state. Fontes leading Mark Fincham by 18 percentage points right now.
And taking a look at Arizona Attorney General in the race, Chris Mays, 57% of the vote. You just heard her speak there. She sounded very positive at the podium as we go into this election night with the early returns, at least. Abraham Hamadeh, the Republican candidate, kind of a newcomer, 43% of the vote so far there. Again, 57% of the precincts reporting so far.
Let's give you a Maricopa County number. This is county attorney, and this is an interesting fight. Julie Gunnigal going for her second attempt at this job. She lost to Alistair Adele in 2020. Julie Gunnigal right now leading Rachel Mitchell, a 30-year prosecutor. You might know her best from doing the questioning of Brett Kavanaugh and Christine Blasey Ford, his accuser, in 2018 when they were doing the confirmation hearings on Kavanaugh's Supreme Court nomination. Mitchell right now trailing as all Arizona candidates, Republicans, are trailing at this hour, with the exception of Kimberly Yee.
And in the race for Arizona's governor, Doug Ducey's on his way out, and it's Katie Hobbs up against Kari Lake. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat here, leading Kari by about 184,000 votes at this point, with 57% of the vote. She took the podium not too long ago, telling everyone to be patient.
Arizona Republicans were hoping to make history tonight.
Several Trump-endorsed candidates are on the ballot. So let's check in with Ella McNamara tonight. She's live at the Scottsdale Resort at McCormick Ranch with the Republicans. Ellen, how's it going?
Hey guys, well, you just talked about those numbers coming in for Hobbs and Lake, and when you look at those numbers, yeah, there might be a little disappointment, but you have to remember this is a long night. We got a long ways to go. And if you remember what happened on primary night when Karen Taylor Robeson was running against Kari Lake, Robeson, she had about a 9% lead over Lake. But as those ballots that were dropped off day of got counted, and as in-person voting was also counted, Lake was able to overtake Karen Taylor Robeson. So people here in Scottsdale, they are fired up for Kari Lake. They really believe that she will be the next governor of Arizona. Now, Congressman Andy Biggs, he just took the stage. He got the crowd pretty fired up. And so many eyes are on Arizona, as we've been reporting for some time now. And one big reason why is Kari Lake, the attention she draws to a political contest. And her support for President Trump is also a big reason why there's a lot of interest in this race. Now, she denied, of course, the 2020 results of the election. She's bashed the media, which she worked for decades, as we know, also a common theme. Her first ad literally bashed the news media with a sledgehammer, but it's also why many people love her. Immigration, anti-abortion, inflation, also top issues. Now, obviously, we have no idea yet if she'll win, but there's already speculation that if she does win, Trump would want her as a running mate. She addressed that today.
We've talked about this before. We've talked about this. I've answered these questions. I am going to not only be the governor of Arizona for 4 years, I'm going to do 2 terms. I'm going to be your worst freaking nightmare for 8 years.
Yeah, so with that response, it is clear that she is committed to staying here in Arizona at this point. We're going to continue to follow the race and everything that's happening here in Scottsdale at the GOP Watch headquarters. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, before we move on to the Democrats, we should point out that there are 4,100,000 registered voters in Arizona. Right now, we've got a vote from about 1,300,000. There are a lot of votes to go.
That's right.
We're not even really at halftime of this thing if it were a football game. But let's check in now with the Democrats. They are gathering tonight at the Renaissance Phoenix downtown hotel.
And that's where Mark Martinez is tonight with more on what's going on there. Mark?
Yeah, Christina and John, the crowd here really getting excited tonight. It's kind of a party atmosphere. Some of the candidates have come out and spoken directly to the crowd that's gathered here in the ballroom at the Renaissance Hotel. Take a look here at the room as we're scanning around. You can see that is Kathy Hoffman up on stage, the superintendent of public education, who was in a battle against Tom Horn for that position. Just a little bit ago, we did hear from Katie Hobbs. Of course, she came out to talk to the crowd who's gathered here tonight as those first numbers started coming in. She also was speaking, in a sense, in her current position as Secretary of State about the situation earlier involving some of the ballots in Maricopa County that had some troubles being tabulated. She did urge everyone to have faith in the elections and also to have some patience, because as we're hearing with some of these very close races, we may not know for several days. And the recent Fox 10 Insider Advantage poll that was done last week showed Kari Lake up 3 points over Katie Hobbs, 51 to 48%. But again, that is still within the margin of error. And earlier today, we did hear from Katie Hobbs saying she feels confident. And here's what she told the crowd here tonight about being patient as we wait for the results.
Now that the campaign is over and polls have closed, the county election officials are hard at work tabulating those votes, and they're going to be tabulating them for the next few days. I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted.
And we're not quite sure when we might hear more from Katie Hobbs tonight as those numbers come in. But, of course, we'll be here throughout the evening watching these results. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News. We'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you.
As we head to break, let's check in on more election results as they're coming in. It looks like so far we have about 57% of precincts reporting in Arizona. over Kari Lake's 31%, a major lead in Pima County, although that's not much of a surprise. If you want to look at the U.S. Senate race, Mark Kelly, let's take a look at Maricopa County once again. 59% over Blake Masters, 38%. He's holding on to a major lead there. In Pinal County, we'll do the same thing here. 51% over 45 to Blake Masters. And in Pima County, let's take a look. 70% over Blake Masters, 21%. Mark Victor, of course, dropped out of the race, but he is still pulling in numbers across the board in Arizona. Again, here's the statewide, what it's looking like so far. Mark Kelly with 58% over Blake Masters, 39. 2.3% of the vote still going to Mark Victor. Of course, he has dropped out. But John, a long way to go. We're getting these early numbers.
No, that's true.
But if this red wave is going to happen in the U.S. Senate, like we've been hearing from Republicans, they're going to have to make up some ground, at least here in Arizona.
Yeah, there's a deficit there of a couple 100,000 votes. The thing that's interesting is Maricopa County, as we know, has gotten bluer
Yes.
Over the years, and Maricopa County is 60% of the entire Arizona vote.
Yeah, it's the second largest voting jurisdiction in the country.
There you go.
I mean, it's huge.
Yeah, and if Mark Kelly can carry Maricopa County, it makes it an uphill climb for any candidate, any Republican candidate. They've got to do extremely well in rural Arizona.
Right. We'll see what happens as the night goes on. We'll check back in.
Very interesting, Christina. Nice work over there. Coming up, we're going to check back into the Maricopa County headquarters, recorder's office. Obviously, ground zero for a lot of the issues earlier today with the voting machines. We're going to have more results for you as we head to break. We'll start it off with Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Fox.
Every machine at one polling place was affected. This kind of scattered all over the place.
Yeah, and it caused a lot of problems and got a lot of bad press for Arizona, and particularly Maricopa County. Irene Snyder is at Maricopa County Recorder's Office, I believe. Are we going to go to Irene?
There we go.
Irene, this has been a really trying day for Stephen Richer, the Maricopa County Recorder. Bill Gates has done his best job to do cleanup on aisle 7 after all of this. He's the Maricopa County Supervisor. And I think they've been very upfront with what happened, but it's a bad look.
You know, John and Christina, exactly. I mean, they've spoken to us maybe 4 or 5 times throughout the night, updating us as much as they possibly could about those ballots and talking to us about the impact. And according to them, they said every single person who wanted to vote was able to vote, which is the good news. But the results that we're seeing that you've been reporting from Maricopa County, they say, are mainly from those more than 800,000 ballots that were dropped off here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office on or before Friday of last week. And they said that even now, they still have people across the county, a handful or so of people that are still lined up to vote in person tonight. And according to the chairman for the Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates, again, we've been talking to him throughout the night. He says many people dropped off those early ballots today as well. They don't have the numbers for as many, how many of those were dropped off at this point here today. The first of the vote tallies came out at 8 o'clock. Those were, again, the ballots they received here by Friday. So we have a lot more numbers going to come in here. And they expect to give us updates every hour and a half or so as they bring the tabulators here. We're going to see them bring those tabulators here. And they anticipate that 95 to 99% of the votes will be counted by Friday.
Those vote centers will not be in a position to start to break down everything out there until the voting has been completed. And then those memory drives are going to be brought in by bipartisan groups in here.
And the ballots that might have a little bit of delay getting results, we talked about that issue they had here with the printing machines. That's what was causing some of those issues with the tabulators across the county today. You can see here, this is box 3. It's labeled as a 3. This is what they had at every one of these polling locations with the tabulator. So the people who weren't able to have their votes tabulated, if they didn't want to go to another polling location, they could stay in line and they could drop them off here. The issue is that they said it could cause a slight delay because they're not going to be tabulated tonight. Those results from that box 3 are going to be tabulated tomorrow. But excuse me, but again, every single one of those votes, they said, was counted. No one was turned away who wanted to vote. We'll have much more as results roll in here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office throughout the night. But for now, reporting live, I'm Irene Snyder for Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Irene. And a judge late tonight blocked any attempt to extend voting hours. If there's a problem, it may be litigated at a future time. But for now, the vote is the vote.
All right, Fox 10 News at 9 begins in just a moment.
You're watching the best. Fox 10 News at 9.
Thanks again for joining us on this midterm election night. I'm John Hook.
And I'm Christina Carrilla. We want to get right out to the latest results as they come in so far.
Okay, in the race for governor, Katie Hobbs has pulled out to a 14 percentage point lead. It is early, and what you're seeing reporting there in the upper right-hand part of your screen, that is not correct. We are at 57% of precincts reporting. In terms of total vote hanging out there, we're at about halftime in this election, maybe even a little less than halftime. There are a lot of votes still to come in this race because we've got 4.1 million registered voters in Arizona.
In the race for U.S. Senate, Mark Kelly hoping to hold on to his seat. He has 58% of the vote so far. Blake Masters with 40% of the vote. And of course, Mark Victor still on the ballot getting that 2%.
All right, checking in on some of the other big races tonight. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, a former Maricopa County recorder who was defeated back in 2020. He's back and he's running for the state's top election job. He's winning handily over Mark Fincham, who drew a lot of fire for casting a lot of doubt on the 2020 election for president. Fincham trailing by 18 percentage points tonight.
In the race for Attorney General in Arizona, Chris Mays, the Democrat in the race, getting 57% of the votes so far. Abraham Hamadeh, the Republican candidate, Trump-backed candidate, newcomer to the political realm, 43% of the vote so far there. Chris Mays just spoke just a short time ago, and it sounded pretty positive.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a victory speech, but it didn't seem far off, did it?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, I think Democrats at this hour are feeling pretty good where they are because Republicans are in a position now of playing catch-up, which is never a comfortable place to be.
Yeah.
We've got crews at all the major races tonight, including Mark Martinez at Arizona Democratic headquarters in downtown Phoenix.
Also, Ellen McNamara, who's with the Arizona Republicans tonight. And we begin with Ellen at the Scottsdale Resort at McCormick Ranch. Ellen, what's the latest up there?
Well, guys, John, you just mentioned a game of catch-up, and that is going to have to happen in order for Kari Lake to become the next governor of Arizona. But right now, her campaign is still feeling extremely confident. And not only are the folks here in this ballroom watching what's happening in Arizona, but they're also watching what's happening nationally, like in Georgia, like in Florida. And when they put those results up here behind me, the crowd went wild. Now, as far as what's happening here in Arizona, well, we did catch up with Kari Lake as she went to vote. You know, we mentioned that there were some tabulation issues earlier, and so she told us that she and her family had planned to go vote in the Republican area of Paradise Valley, but instead decided to vote in downtown Phoenix. She was asked if she was already going to be challenging the accuracy of the results, And she said to us at this particular time, not yet. Listen.
This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, but we're going to fix it. We're going to win. And when we win, there's going to be come to Jesus for elections in Arizona. There's going to be a come to Jesus.
Yeah, some strong words, of course, from Kari Lake, but that is who she is, and that's why so many people love her and support her. A long night again, as we've been talking about, and remember on primary night, Lake was able to eventually catch up with Robeson not only throughout the night, but into the next couple of days. So that is something we're also going to be watching. For now, though, we're going to send it back to you, and as soon as Kari Lake does take the stage here, if that does happen, we'll bring it to you live as well. Guys?
Hey, Ellen, a quick thing. There was a curious tweet by Mark Fincham, who's running for Secretary of State, about 3 hours ago. This would have been 6 o'clock tonight, 1 hour before polls closed. He said, we need 200,000 more votes. Please text and call your family and friends. Check on them. We need to get them to the polls ASAP. That is a clarion call to get people to vote. Did they have some kind of, is there some kind of modeling about turnout that's got them concerned?
You know, John, it would assume that they would be concerned with a tweet like that, right? All I can tell you is that the Republicans throughout the day, and especially later into the night, have told their supporters, if you were in line by 7 o'clock, stay in line to make sure that your vote is counted. We are going to check in with some of those candidates to try to get some clarity on that tweet, to see if maybe the exit polling that they were seeing or something that they were seeing that other people were not seeing was not in their favor. But we'll keep asking around it and let you know. But yeah, I mean, that would seem like a upsetting tweet, maybe, potentially.
Alarming. Yeah, a little bit alarming, because they're not telling people to stay in line. They're saying we need new voters out there. And you wonder what that's all about.
They're saying we don't have the votes.
I recognize it's early. It's way early, and we've got to be really careful. Republicans have kind of planned for this. It was expected. They called it the blue mirage, that on election night you get a lot of Democratic votes because they vote early. They're very religious about it. They've been urging Republicans to wait, and maybe that's what we're seeing. And then as time goes on, Republicans will overtake them in these races. I think that's what Republicans are counting on.
That's exactly what they're counting on, and that's frankly what they did, John, on the primary night. Certainly Lake did with Karen Taylor Robeson.
Right. Okay. Ellen McNamara, thank you, Ellen.
All right, Mark is standing by as well. We're going to toss it over to the Democratic headquarters tonight.
Yeah, that's right. We're here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix, where Katie Hobbs spoke to her supporters here, gathered in this ballroom at about 8:20 tonight. And she also sounded pretty upbeat after seeing those first numbers coming in tonight. So far, the crowd here also feeling very positive about what they are seeing. Now, she also addressed the issues earlier in Maricopa County with some ballot tabulation problems that they were having. And she specifically talked about Kari Lake in that soundbite that you heard from Ellen, where Kari said that she hoped that there wasn't any sort of malice involved in what was going on. And then tonight, when we saw that lawsuit that was filed by the Kari Lake and Blake Masters campaigns that was thrown out by a judge to try and extend voting until 10 o'clock tonight. So she was basically, Katie Hobbs was addressing these talks of maybe some sort of shenanigans going on with the election. And here's what she had to say.
We know my opponent and her allies have been sowing doubt and confusion throughout this campaign. And it's unacceptable that they were spreading misinformation today while people were exercising their freedom to vote.
Katie Hobbs did say that she is feeling good about her chances tonight. And, she did run an understated campaign, according to critics, compared to Kari Lake, especially. She wasn't out on the campaign trail as much. She did not debate Marco Lopez in the primary, in the general election, I should say, and she did not debate Kari Lake either. And she did get some criticism for that. But, again, she has just gone on by saying this is a choice between sanity and chaos in these two candidates, and that is the message she is still running with tonight. But again, the supporters here feeling good with what they're seeing so far. It is still, as you guys mentioned, a long night and possibly several days before we might get the actual results of this election.
I think now we can almost count on it, because if Republicans think they're really going to win this thing, it's going to take more than just what's going to happen tonight.
Right. Is this a blue mirage? Is there going to be a red wave? I mean, there's still a lot that has to happen.
Yeah, and we saw the lines tonight from Skyfox and also our cameras around the valley and around the state, really, as we saw people in line to vote. And as we know, a lot of Republican voters do choose to get in line and vote on Election Day. So that, again, could have a big impact on the outcome of these elections.
Okay, Mark Martinez live tonight. Thank you, Mark. Polls closed at 7. There were issues, as you know, at voting centers in Maricopa County.
And it prompted GOP candidates to try and get a judge to keep the polls open later than 7 p.m. and keep results, not release any results until 11 p.m. tonight, but that was shot down.
Yeah, the judge said no, and if they want to litigate it after, they just could not demonstrate harm had been done to any voters, that any voters were not allowed to vote. They couldn't demonstrate that, so the judge said we can litigate it later, but we're not going to overthrow our election rules based on a couple of anecdotal stories. Lauren Clark has been following this story all day. Lauren, it came down to printers that were printing some ballots on location that the machines didn't like and spit them out.
It did, John. And, you know, this is why we see a vast different type of experience across the valley when we talked to voters. I mean, we spoke to dozens of them in different locations, and you really couldn't get more different. For some people, they say it was very quick. They were in and out, called it smooth sailing. But for others who experienced some of those printing issues and 2-hour-long lines, they say it was a very different story. And again, you know, the GOP, as you mentioned, is trying to push that judge to keep some of these locations open until 10 p.m., but that was in fact shot down. Now, of course, all of this because of the printing issues experienced out of 60 of the 223 voting centers across Maricopa County. Now, starting early this morning, if you recall, election officials confirmed some of these printers were not producing dark enough time markings on ballots, and they were not being accepted by the tabulation machines. This triggered a lawsuit from the Lake and Masters campaigns arguing that these issues warranted the polls to stay open until 10 p.m. with results delayed until 11. Now, county officials instead argued no one was turned away as voters had the option of staying and waiting until this problem was fixed, dropping their ballot in a secure ballot box, or going to another location to vote. They also say Arizona law is clear about the 7 p.m. deadline and that it would be logistically difficult to convey this information to poll workers with just moments remaining. And just moments before the clock struck 7, Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Timothy Ryan denied the motion. He says he didn't see evidence that anyone was prevented from voting, also questioning the timing of this lawsuit as well, as it was towards the evening and these issues were known in the morning. Today, we spoke to dozens of voters on what values matter to them when they casted their ballots. Take a listen.
Boost the funding to our schools and our teachers and just get everybody educated, because the more you know, the more it'll help you in your future.
The economy, I think that's the primary issue. I don't trust the inflation factors are a mess. We're retired, so we've got to make what we have last for a long time, and it lasts shorter time if we have to have higher prices on everything.
Conservative issues, and when I looked at the propositions that they helped society or the positive effects of what they needed to do.
And as we see those results come in, we'll have to see how those values are reflected with the results in the next few hours and perhaps even into the next few days. Reporting live here, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, election day is turning into election week.
Election month,
Election
possibly.
month, yeah.
Yes.
Much more to come on this Fox 10 edition, Election Night. When we come back, we'll be live at both the Senate candidates' headquarters.
But first, let's take a look at more of the latest results. They are coming in as we go tonight. You can also see the most up-to-date numbers scrolling there at the bottom of your screen during this newscast, or scan the QR code in the lower left part of your screen with your phone, and you'll get the returns directly.
Exciting Black Friday things are happening during the Buy One, Give One event at the Revive Sleep Center inside Living Space.
And I like where the numbers are right now. I've had an opportunity to meet most of the Democrat statewide candidates, and I've always felt that they were simply superior to the ones being fielded by the other side. And so I think they have the best policies, and I just feel like Arizona voters will recognize that, and that in the end, the Democrats will win.
What about the narrowing? The narrowing. It always comes as we get these late Republican day of voters into the evening. We've seen it happen time and time again. But I've been showing you the numbers all night, telling you how it works historically, and you're not buying it. You're like, nope, no red wave.
No, I haven't believed in the red wave in Arizona at all. And I just, again, feel that Arizona voters are smart enough to elect the right people, and I remain very hopeful for the Democrats tonight.
Incredible amount of enthusiasm that I've seen among volunteers. Why you? I mean, you're here. You came down here to retire to Oro Valley, and you ended up door knocking.
Yeah, so I've been canvassing neighborhoods. I've knocked on over 400 doors in the Oro Valley area, and I've just seen great enthusiasm by all the Democratic voters, and not so much on the other side.
All right. We shall see. I should check back with you at about 11 o'clock or midnight, Steve Yoswick.
I may still be around.
I know I will be. Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate your perspective.
Thank you, Linda.
Back to you guys. That is what the word party faithful means. When you say party faithful, you look it up in the dictionary. There's people like Steve Yoswick, and he will be here, and he did the job. He knocked doors, and not when it was nice outside like it is now. He knocked doors, when it was very warm, 100 degrees and hotter, because he believes in his candidate. Yeah. Reporting live from the Rialto Theater with the Mark Kelly campaign in downtown Tucson, Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Linda, thanks. And when we come back, equal time for the challenger.
Yep.
As we're going to head out to the Blake Masters campaign here in Arizona. As we take you to the break, we're going to have more numbers here.
America's favorite car show returns for a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun. It's the Good Guys 25th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals, featuring CPP Autocross Series racing action and a duel in the Desert Shootout, November 18th through the 20th at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. MDX, a new era of premium performance.
Mark Kelly is up, the Democrat in the race, leading Blake Masters by about 243,000 votes at this point, 59% of precincts reporting. Now, there's about 4 million voters, registered voters in Arizona. So far, 1.3 million ballots cast in the state. Now, that's not saying all voters that are registered are going to vote in a midterm. And historically, voter turnout is low for a midterm, but there's a lot of interest in this one.
And there's a cautionary tale because voter turnout right now is officially listed at 32%. So that's based on what they've got right now. So in other words, we've got a lot of votes still outstanding, and that's where Republicans believe they will make up ground with the late vote, the day of vote, that they think they will dominate. We'll see. It is a gamble always because you've got to get people to the polls to actually vote. Mail-in's a lot easier. Let's head out to Brian Webb covering the Blake Masters campaign. He joins us live from Scottsdale. Is that the long and short of how they're kind of approaching this right now?
Yeah, I'd say that's about right. You know, we are hoping, waiting for Blake Masters to show up, and he's hard to miss, John. I think he's about your height, but still no sign of him yet. But yeah, as far as the numbers go, that's about right. We've been hearing that he's way behind early. That was really to be expected with the first few ballot drops of the night. Democrats tend to vote early and by mail. Republicans, urged by former President Trump and other election deniers, that they need to show up on Election Day, and that usually means the spread is going to be large as the night begins. From there on, things change, and the magic number seems to be right about 10 percentage points. If Mark Kelly can end the night with a 10-point lead or more, it's looking pretty good for him. Excuse me, if it's less than 10 points, that means that Masters has a pretty good chance to catch up. As you know, the Senate is split 50-50, so one seat in either direction changes it all. So we may not have an official winner tonight, guys, but by that conventional wisdom, it may show us where we are heading in the days to come. Back to you.
He's behind by 20. Okay. I don't know if we still got Brian. The interesting thing is I think he said that we've got about a 10% spread that Blake Masters feels he can overcome on a deficit from early voting.
The margin is a bit wider
This
at this
is a
point.
20% spread.
Yeah.
This is a big spread. So again, Republicans are in that catch-up mode, Brian, and it's dangerous stuff. It's always a gamble.
Yeah.
Well, forgive me, John. What I meant by that was that's more like the conventional wisdom going into tonight. That 10-point lead at the end of the night, if that's where you're at, if you're 10 or above, you're looking pretty good based on how voters vote these days. The last primary, that's what happened. And again tonight, that's kind of what they're going on, that earmark 10-point lead. Above that, they feel pretty good. Below it, not so much.
Okay, I get you. So we've still got votes to come in tonight. You're saying that could close to a manageable deal. Thank you, Brian Webb, who's live at the Blake Masters campaign.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. We're going to be back in a few moments, but on the way to break, we'll check out the races for Congress, what they look like so far.
AZAM, news you use all day. Weekdays 4:30 to 10 a.m.
You don't want an AC tune-up. You want a system.
60% of the vote to Blake Masters' 40%. He is trailing, again, 61% of precincts statewide reporting.
Yeah, that's 250,000 votes he's trailing by. That's still a big number.
Yeah.
Chris Mays, a former corporation commissioner for several terms, she is leading Abe Hamadeh, who is a newcomer to all of this. First race, he's only 31 years old. I interviewed him and I said, man, you're a young guy to be doing this. He said, I'm the same age as Bill Clinton when he became Attorney General of Arkansas. So this is a guy with confidence, but right now he's trailing, at least right now.
That's right. In the race for Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes with 59% so far. The Democrat in the race to Mark Fincham's 41%. And a wide margin there. Fontes leading by 242,000 votes.
Yeah, Adrian Fontes came out earlier at Democratic headquarters, and it wasn't a victory speech, but it hinted of it, I would say. Let's check in with Marissa Sarbach. She's covering the Fontes campaign. He sounded pretty good and pretty happy earlier tonight.
Yeah, he really did, John, and I pressed him about that. We went to a one-on-one interview with him, and I kind of said the same thing. You know, you went out there and you sounded pretty confident. What would you say now? And I did push him to try and see if he would, you know, acknowledge that we were heading in a victorious direction or not. And at this point, he really did not say that. He said we are confident, but he did say they are reserved at this point. I think a lot of it is just because they're kind of tired. He said, you know, we've gone through this process for a long time. We've been on the campaign trail for over a year, so all leading up to tonight. It's a very exciting time, but also kind of draining just because they have put a lot of time into this campaign to get us to this moment here. So when he was on stage, he was talking about respecting the process, making sure every vote gets counted, regardless of the results. He said we want to preserve and protect democracy. Now, we see Fontes way ahead right now, but he says we're not taking anything for granted because these are just the early votes. He knows that we have a very long night ahead of us.
First and foremost, I want to thank the voters of Arizona for sticking with us and sticking with democracy. This is your democracy. This belongs to the voters. And it doesn't matter what party you belong to or whether or not you have a party. In the United States of America, every voter counts, every vote will count, so long as we are victorious tonight. What do you say? Now,
Yeah, the crowd certainly was excited to hear from him tonight. Excited to see many of the Democrats get on stage here at their campaign headquarters at their watch party at the Renaissance Hotel. I will say we did also ask Fontes, because he was the former Maricopa County recorder, about the issues with the tabulators that they've seen throughout the day here on Election Day. And he said, you know, it took a while to troubleshoot, so he did kind of talk about that. But he mainly said this was a great point here, that this means the machines are extremely secure. If they're not picking up on these ballots that are going in because there was an issue with the printers, it actually shows that fraudulent ballots would not be able to get in because these are going to recognize any problems and stop that before it happens. I thought that was something really interesting that he noted just in our one-on-one interview just a few moments ago after he got off stage. John, Christina?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Marissa. And it's interesting because Fontes, he got burned in 2018 when stuff wasn't working, when polling areas opened.
That's right.
It probably cost him the election in 2020, last year, for Maricopa County Recorder.
I'm interested to hear his thoughts. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Did he speak to Stephen Richer about this very thing?
Exactly.
Okay, now to the Republican candidate for Secretary of State on the other side of things, Mark Fincham.
Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett is with his campaign in Scottsdale tonight. Steph?
Good evening. Yeah, Mark Fincham behind at the moment by about 20 points against Adrian Fontes right now. We have seen him walking around periodically, so he is in the building, but the atmosphere here is still very upbeat. A lot of those results for Republicans will likely come in over the next few hours into tomorrow morning because many Republicans are voting in person today, and that first batch we did see were heavily Democratic. Now, some quick background on who Mark Fincham is. He is the State House of Representative from Pima County, of course. He's also a former police officer from Michigan, a rancher, and also a business owner. Now, he says if elected, he wants to protect democracy and install election integrity. But the controversial candidate is gaining worldwide attention now. He has participated in QAnon rallies and attended the January 6th insurrection at the nation's capital. He was also one of the leading figures to endorse the state's 2020 election audit and continues to spread false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. He also pushed for a statewide hand count of the ballots, which was shot down in court. Now, if Fincham wins the race, he will have the power to refuse and certify the winner in 2024 and decertify the state's voting machines ahead of the future race. For now, it's likely, guys, we will not have any of those results until tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Okay, Steph, thank you. It is an interesting night. I don't know that it's unfolding exactly as people thought, but let's check in with Christina Carilla. You've got some of the stuff on the county-by-county breakdown on these props.
Yes, we're going to talk about some of the props. We kind of listed the big four, if you will. There were 10 of them, so we're running down the major ones at this moment. The first one, Prop 308, I want to look at. This is the statewide, how it's looking so far. 55% of people say yes for this one. This is the so-called Dreamer tuition. So this would provide free in-state tuition regardless of immigration status, as long as you've attended an Arizona school for at least 2 years and graduated. We'll take a look at Prop 309. This is the voter ID proposition. So this would make it mandatory to prove who you are, even on a mail-in ballot. It kind of makes it a little more strict in terms of voter identification at the polls as well. 57% of voters say no on this so far, including in Maricopa County. The 60% of the vote, of course, as we know in the state, comes from Maricopa County. Moving on to Prop 128, this is ballot initiatives. This kind of lets the legislature step in if they find that there's something that was approved by voters that may be illegal. They can step in and overrule that in the Supreme Court. 67% disapprove of this, overwhelming across the state, at least so far. And then Prop 131, this is the lieutenant governor proposition. So this would create the office of the lieutenant governor. Right now, the line of succession in terms of governor, after governor would be the secretary of state. They would step in for the governor should the governor have to step down or something happens. This would create the lieutenant governor position in which this person would step into that role for governor. And that would start in 2026.
Yeah, and we've had it happen many times in Arizona. I think 3 times in the last 20 years where the Secretary of State has had to step in and become the governor, either because somebody got appointed, a governor got appointed to a position. Janet Napolitano comes to mind, serving as Homeland Security Secretary for Barack Obama.
Right.
You know, people move on in jobs or they resign to run for something else. And this is interesting. So right now, but again, it's early. We're at about halftime in the total vote.
Yes. We'll have to see how this all shakes out. But so far, these are the results.
Okay, Christina, good stuff. More to come on this special edition of Fox 10 News Election Night. On the way to break, we're going to take a look at more propositions that Christina didn't cover. Not that she just dropped the ball.
We couldn't do it all, John.
We can't do it all, but we're going to show them to you now. The other propositions out of the 10 you voted on. We're back in a minute.
Fox Wednesday is all new. First on The Masked Singer, it's Hall of Fame night with the world's greatest in sports, music, and more behind the mask.
Who is this?
Then
Camp is in session.
and the Golden Brick is back. The Masked Singer, followed by Lego Masters, all new Wednesday on Fox.
Get the free Fox 10 News app for all the latest stories and watch LiveNOW, raw and unfiltered. The Fox 10 News app, free at the App Store.
Mr. Gnome, you look tired. It's exhausting going from one holiday sale to another, but not at Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can get this 4-piece cottage chic sectional for only $19.99. And it comes in 2 colors, so you can holiday the Bob's way.
Toyota trains certified technicians. Is that important? Well, you wouldn't hire just anyone to help you move, would you?
This shortcut saves 2 hours easy, please, dude.
No, of course not. Not again.
Toyota Service Centers. Keep your Toyota a Toyota.
Our Black Friday event has started at American Furniture.
He's only 31 years old. He's another Trump-endorsed candidate. It happened late in the cycle during the primary that he got Trump's endorsement, and that pushed him over the finish line in a crowded primary.
Justin Lum is live tonight in Scottsdale with Hamadeh's campaign. Justin.
Well, John, Christina, like his fellow Republican candidates, Abe Hamadeh's message today was clear on social media, tweeting to his followers to stay in line when it came to voting at the polls. Now, throughout the night, we have heard these two terms, red wave, red tsunami, and I just want to give you a look at the crowd right now. Right now, Hamadeh is behind Chris Mays in this race. Supporters here have not reacted too much to the results as Democrats have started out in front. More than half of Arizona's votes have been tabulated. Hamadeh still said he has been confident throughout this and that he will win the race. The Trump-endorsed candidate is a former Maricopa County prosecutor. Critics have pointed to his few years of legal experience. Hamadeh's priorities are border issues and election security. Fox 10 caught up with him earlier as he voted in North Scottsdale. He commented on the early tabulation issues at some of these voting centers.
Got a lot of attorneys right now. Right now, the problems that we're witnessing all across the county is unacceptable, and we got to do better. But ultimately, from what we saw with all these lines, and I think it's going to be a big red tsunami for us.
So we shall see if this red wave comes through for Hamadeh tonight. We're going to keep you updated on that. He has not come to the stage yet to speak to the large crowd that's inside right now, but so far the mood here has still remained a bit confident and excited. We'll send it back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Justin Lum. We should, a cautionary tale here. People are wondering, okay, for Republicans are looking at this saying, what is going on? What happened to the red wave in Arizona? Right now, we're at 32% voter turnout.
Yeah.
The turnout for the 2018 primary, that was a midterm election, was 64, almost 65%. If you go with that, we are less than half of the vote that's in right now. So there is a lot of game to be played here, and Republicans are counting on making up that ground with that remaining vote. We'll see.
Right, we will see. Going back a little bit further, too, in 2016, in the election then, it was 74% of a voter turnout.
Yeah.
So,
and then in the last election, it was 79% in 2020. So there are still a lot of votes out there. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but certainly when you look at your screen and you see some of these Republican candidates who were favored down by a couple 100,000 votes, it's getting people's attention. I'll put it that way.
It's a big deal. You got to look at were the analysts, the polling, was it wrong? I mean, is this going to change?
This is always an issue. Pollsters are definitely doing some self-reflection about how they do what they do because it's been inconsistent, to say the least, over the last couple of cycles. They completely missed on Donald Trump's victory in 2016.
Yeah.
Now, Attorney General candidate Chris Mays, the Democrat, former corporation commissioner, she's standing by. She's obviously been feeling pretty good about what's happening so far. We saw her earlier tonight.
Yeah, she spoke a short time ago, about an hour ago now, and she seemed pretty positive about, in good spirits about the way things are going so far. Steve Nielsen is live at her campaign tonight in downtown Phoenix with more. Steve.
Well, you guys, as you can imagine, all these candidates are very busy. A lot of people want to talk to them. Chris May set to talk to us live right now. She's kind of walking into the ballroom right now. As you can imagine, a lot of her supporters are gathering around her anytime she walks into this ballroom. She spoke on the stage a little while ago, one of the first candidates to speak on the stage here, and she was very clear. This was after the numbers had started rolling in. They're feeling very good about the numbers. I asked if they had a target number they wanted to be at in this early ballots, being up by 10, being up by 12. What was that number they wanted to be at to feel good for the rest of the night? They said they didn't quite have a number for that. This is her quote, though, from the stage. It's certainly looking good. I like these numbers. We may not have answers for several days. We need to trust the process. We have a safe and secure election in this state. She has also talked at length about her opponent. She has called this often an election of sanity versus chaos. That's a theme that we have seen. Let's listen in. I think we have an interview we had with her a little less than an hour ago. We were able to speak to her, and we don't have that right now. We'll get to that in a little bit later. But I will tell you, I asked her if she would be able to declare victory or defeat tonight. She laughed. She said probably not, and that we are settling in for a long night and a long few days here. So again, guys, as we're talking about these results coming in, we knew that early on the Democrats would be up. We knew that it would take a long night throughout the night to tabulate all of these, go through these for a few days. But one thing that is really clear right now is the Democrats are feeling like they had enough of an early push here to feel good for the next day or two as we start to see these votes coming in.
Yeah, Steve, and I think, you know, in Chris May's case, she used to be on the other side of this. She reported politics. She knows how this all works. It's very interesting that she's even striking a cautionary tone about reading too much into early numbers. And that's probably wise for everybody, us included.
Yeah, you're seeing that across the board here. There's no one that came to the stage and said, we're going to win this thing, we declare victory. That's not what we've seen. And speaking of this, you're right, being on the other side of this, she's absolutely been one of the most media-friendly people that have been here so far today. She was the first candidate through the door in this ballroom. I think she has spoken to everyone and anyone that's willing to listen to her so that she can tell her story in this campaign. She's feeling very good. I asked her about the ticket as a whole, statewide, if there was going to be a situation where she was concerned about whether or not she would be the only Democrat to win or be the only one not to win. And she said, and she felt very good that there would be a chance that all of the Democrats could sweep this together. So we'll see. Again, cautionary tale, but they're feeling good.
Do we have some sound from Chris Mays?
Think they'll be able to declare victory or defeat tonight?
Probably not. We're settling in for a long night. We're realistic about this. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a close race. We're a really evenly divided state. And so we know it's going to be a close race, but I really believe in the people of Arizona. They want sanity over chaos. They want candidates and elected officials who will protect our election system, who will protect vote by mail, and who will protect reproductive rights for the women of this state.
John, Christina, back there, I think you guys can relate to this as both seasoned TV journalists. It's really loud here. So I had my producer telling me in my ear that we had that for a little while. Couldn't hear it at all. But that's part of the fun of it all, right?
Yes,
this is live TV.
If you can hear me, this is interesting because Chris Mays is up by 170-some thousand votes right now, and she's saying it's going to be a long night. That should tell us a lot.
Yeah, Katie Hobbs had some of the same sentiment as well. She was urging people to be patient.
They know that there's a vote tranche coming in that could go the other way, and they're well aware of it.
It is a massive, massive early lead. And right now it really means nothing. I think that is very interesting and very telling about this night. And again, as we said, it's not just Chris Mays, it's all of these candidates. And they're not just saying it's a long night, Sean. They're saying it's going to be a long few days.
Okay, Steve Nielsen tonight. New numbers in House District 7. Another non-surprise. Raul Grijalva in an overwhelmingly Democratic district.
Yes, Luis Pozzolo, a newcomer to the political scene, and Grijalva came out on top in District 7. Much more to come on Fox 10 News Election Night. Here's a look at some more results. As we head to break, we'll be right back.
For Arizona's best election coverage, viewers turn to Fox 10 News.
Sorry if it's a bit uncomfortable.
It's okay.
Hopefully it's better than the parent-teacher conference I had this morning.
That bad, huh?
Hold your breath. Apparently, my
County Attorney's Office. Tough on crime, endorsed by police. She is, I think you could put it in this category, a law and order person. Julie Gunnigal is much more about reforming the criminal justice system. She wants it overhauled. And she believes that offenders should be treated with dignity and given a chance. She's leading right now in Maricopa County by 6 percentage points. We're going to keep an eye on that race and others. But let's check in with Christina at Storyteller with the story on the national balance of power.
Yes, Republicans hoping to win back power in both chambers of Congress, the Senate and the House. Here's a look at how the House is shaping up so far tonight. 112 seats won by Democrats, 161 won by Republicans. There's 435 seats in the House, and you need 118 to hold control. The party does. So that's how it's shaping up so far. I think it's kind of a safe bet that Republicans are going to take over the House, at least in the House. And moving on to the Senate now, this is a little more complicated because a lot of results are still not in or finalized, I should say. But 15 seats won so far by the Republicans, 9 seats won by the Democrats, and of course, a 51 majority for the Republicans would take over control. So one seat, one way or the other, could change things in terms of the balance of power for the U.S. Senate. It is very close. We're watching closely the toss-ups, which were, Arizona is one of them, but Nevada, we haven't seen any results from there yet. Pennsylvania, a very close race there, and also Georgia. We're waiting to see how those shake out.
Yeah, and this Mark Kelly race right now and Blake Masters, that could be a very important race down the stretch. And of course, our return's coming in later because we're further out west.
It could decide things. Also, Nevada, that was a big one too.
Right.
And
That's right. Paul Laxalt.
We have no idea what things are looking like there yet.
Yep. Okay, Christina, good stuff. And I believe we're going to head to a break here. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll take a look at some more results.
Okay.
And we'll be back after this.
GCU Hoops action is only on Fox 10 Extra. The Ropes take on San Diego Christian. Tip-off Wednesday at 7 on Fox 10 Extra.
Come into American Furniture Warehouse and take advantage of our Black Friday event going on right now. So beat the rush and get it today. Come into our spectacular showrooms or check us out at afw.com and get the best Black Friday deals on furniture.
With everything you have on your plate, earning your degree online seems impossible. But at Grand Canyon University, we specialize in helping you fit a master's degree in nursing into your busy day. Achieve your goals with a plan and team behind you. Balance online courses.
A lot of deputies out there, a lot of barricades. The helicopter was up, the horses were out there earlier. Our goal is this. It is to be just sound and disciplined in everything that we do to protect this site and the people within it so that they can count the votes. Tonight was relatively quiet as far as a presence out front. Is that what I expected? I didn't know what to expect one way or the other. We're just going to prepare for it. Do I believe it'll continue through the week? I don't know. We'll see a day at a time. But I hope that you feel, because you're in here and you've dealt with issues like this in the past and you've seen what unrest feels like, I hope that this gave you a sense of security also. I'm really proud of the deputies and the detention officers that are out there standing in line, and they will continue to do this throughout the week until I am confident that there's no reason for us to be present here anymore. But as it stands, I feel like those who have showed up have been very cooperative and peaceful. The folks that are coming in from the poll sites, which is going on right now, bringing in ballots, it seems as though they've been unobstructed and things have gone to plan, which is a good thing, and it reflects the hard work by the recorder's office and by our county supervisors. So I'm happy to take a few questions, but quite frankly, this is just a very comprehensive, disciplined plan that's been in place for quite some time, and what you're seeing out there is just our message to the community that we're serious about keeping this place safe.
When we started having tabulation problems, people started tweeting, et cetera, about stolen votes, et cetera. Did we have any credible threats here?
I'm not aware, if you're talking about threats on the facility, I'm not aware of any threats on the facility. And anything that we deal with on a personal scale is always going to be confidential until we're able to vet out if there's legitimacy or not. So I'm always really conscientious and cautious about sharing information that could potentially put people in harm's way. And if you could, because I know there's a lot of you, what I'd like to do is just kind of raise your hand like we're in class, and I'll go to you to make sure everybody gets a chance. Bianca?
Yeah, so
I'll come back to you.
Going off of that same question, once folks started chiming in on social media,
upset about some of the printing problems that we saw across the county. How closely were you guys monitoring that, and how closely do you continue to monitor the chatter on social media? Some have even suggested that they're going to be flying out. So outraged with what's happened. So I guess if you could speak to the monitoring that you continue to do.
No, we are monitoring everything and anything as it relates to those public sites and places that we can see what people's intents are, what the dialogue is, and how it's trending to make sure we're keeping everybody safe. You know, as far as people coming to Arizona, if you want to come and enjoy a round of golf, great. If you want to come stand out front and be peaceful, you're welcome to do that also. But if you're going to come here and try to influence what goes on in Maricopa County, it's the wrong place to land. So I take it as a destination vacation, not as a destination to be disruptive, and we're fine. Ma'am?
I know we're just taking you live now, so can you go back and talk a little bit about the procedures you have outside?
You want me to unwind all that for you? Yes, absolutely. What you see, some people asked if this was real. Hi.
Hi, sorry. He took me to the back.
That's all right. What you are seeing is not a reaction to any circumstances from today. What you are seeing is the comprehensive planning by the executive team of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office and the hard work by the deputies and the detention officers to establish control over this facility to ensure safety. So the barricades, the fence lines, the things you see in the air, the helicopters, the horses, the deputies standing post, and the detention officers also. That is our effort to send a strong message that the things we've seen in the past, whether it was the Capitol, whether it was local, the mall, that issue, whether it is anyone who feels like if they come here in force that they're going to force their will on us, it's not going to happen here. And that's all this is about. It's about being very convicted and protecting this facility, the ballots, and the people. And that should be a fundamental element of this community's commitment to everyone. We want the vote to be safe, we want to be transparent, we want to be fair, and we need to protect it in order to do that. So I hope the community sees us not as us overreacting, but call it over-preparing and hoping that we're underwhelmed. And so far tonight, it's underwhelming, and I hope it stays that way. So back to questions. Oh, like I said, I'll get to you.
Okay, not exactly sure if Paul Penzone is referring to some specific threat.
It sounded like there were no threats, and he was kind of just saying
why they did what they did.
Yeah.
Barbed wire around the election area, the election headquarters where they're counting the votes at the county recorder's office.
But there have been no reports of violence. I mean, as far as we know, no issues.
So we don't know exactly what that was about. We'll get back to you on it. But Fox 10 News at 10, we're rolling into that. And thanks for staying with us on this election night.
A big night. Let's get right out to the numbers on this election night. On the top 4 Arizona races in the race for governor, Republican Kari Lake trailing, at least in early numbers. But again, it is still early. 43% to Katie Hobbs, 57% so far of the vote there.
Hobbs 52, Kari Lake 53 years old. They're really of the same era. Right now, it is Hobbs winning it. But we're expecting a big tranche of votes here from Election Day coming in. That could help boost Republicans' fortunes here. Right now, Mark Kelly's pulled out to a pretty sizable lead, more than 200,000 votes over losing to Mark Kelly right now. The Democrat, the incumbent who's held that position now for 2 years, trying to continue on and fulfill a full term, a 6-year term in the U.S. Senate.
And in the race for Secretary of State, Chris Mays pulling out, Attorney General, we're moving to Attorney General here. 56% of the vote going to Chris Mays, the Democrat in the race. Abraham Hamadeh with 44%. Hamadeh is trailing by about 170,000 votes at this point.
Yeah, we think, we have about half of the votes still outstanding because the turnout right now is only listed as 32%. Last election, midterm, we were in the mid-60s. So that gives you an idea. We've got a lot of votes still out there. Race for Secretary of State. This has been contentious. And right now, Adrian Fontes has pulled out to a sizable lead over Republican Mark Finchem.
That's right. And we do have team coverage across the state tonight following all the races, our crews. Mark Martinez, Ellen McNamara as well, heading up our coverage at both the Arizona Democratic headquarters and the GOP headquarters. Yeah,
let's begin with Mark Martinez in downtown Phoenix with Katie Hobbs and the Democrats. And right now, again, it's early, Mark. We're trying to be careful here because Republicans have counted on this happening, that they're going to get a big tranche of day of votes. But for Democrats, they've got to feel pretty good where they are at this hour.
Yeah, John, again, that is what we're seeing here in this room tonight at the Renaissance Ballroom. They are feeling very good about the numbers that they've been seeing coming in so far. Of course, tempered with the fact that we still have a lot more votes out there left to be counted, so keeping that in mind as well. Katie Hobbs did speak to the crowd at about 8:20 here tonight, and she thanked her supporters for all of the work that they have done to get her this far. Listen to what she had to say.
We're feeling good about what we're seeing. And that's because of all of the hard work that everyone in this room has put in. You all made calls, you knocked on doors, you talked to your friends, your family, your neighbors about what's at stake in this election. And most importantly, you all got out and voted.
And Katie Hobbs and the other candidates here tonight, they are in a VIP area watching those numbers come in. We have not seen them back in the ballroom, but we may hear from them again before the end of the night is over. Reporting live at the Renaissance Hotel, Mark Martinez, back to you.
Yeah, okay, Mark, we'll see. We might hear from some of them coming up in a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Everybody's predicting a long night, I guess.
I know. It's dragging on. It could be a week, a month, before we know how this all
It's a new election cycle.
Who really knows? Now to the Republicans and the Carrie Lake campaign.
Yeah, they're gathering tonight at Scottsdale Resort, McCormick Ranch, and that's where Ellen McNamara is live now. Ellen, how much angst over these early returns that have Democrats way up? I know we've said it before over and over. Republicans have kind of counted on this happening, that they'd trail and then they'd make it up. Is that still the plan?
That's the plan, John. Yeah, you mentioned it's going to be a game of catch-up, and they feel like they can win that game. But right now, obviously, the numbers are not in the Republicans' favor. And a guy just got up on stage, even though that is the fact that, yeah, they are going to have to play that game of catch-up. A guy got up on stage and said, hey, everybody, keep your cowboy boots on, meaning we're not going anywhere. It's going to be a long night. In fact, we are expecting Carrie Lake to address this crowd really at any moment. So once that does happen, we will bring that to you. Now, we did catch up with her, though, as she voted today with her family in downtown Phoenix. We saw her husband, Jeff, who's a former news photographer, Ruby and Leo, her kids. And as I mentioned, again, she's not taking the stage. She's been very vocal, though, on Twitter all throughout the night. She's told her supporters to stay in line if they were in line at 7 o'clock to get out and vote. Here's what she also said when we caught up with her today.
Things are looking very good for us. They may be trying to slow a red tsunami, but it's coming.
So she referenced the red tsunami that we've heard a lot about, or a red wave. Now, right now, the numbers are not in the Republicans' favor, and there is a potential balloon drop that could happen if those numbers do turn, but I am pretty confident I can tell you that that balloon drop is not going to be happening tonight. Once Carrie Lake does take the stage, we will bring that to you live and let you know what's happening. She did tweet something about Cochise County. They had a ballot drop where a lot of the ballots favored her. But with that being said, there were only about 3,200 ballots that came in from Cochise County. And with Katie Hobbs leading by about 180,000 votes right now, that's just a very, very small margin. So they're going to need a lot more of those wins throughout the night and eventually to overtake Katie Hobbs in probably the coming days.
Yeah,
Guys.
Ellen, we're expecting a big drop, a big batch, a tranche of votes from day of. That's today that they've been tabulating, because you've got to do that day of.
Right.
So this could shift even tonight before we wake up tomorrow. When we get that drop, that could close the gap, and then we're looking at who knows what.
Although you got to wonder
She's
how
coming
they're
to the
feeling.
stage right now.
Oh, she's coming to the stage. Okay, let's listen to what she has to say. If we can take.
Let's listen in.
This will be interesting because Carrie Lake, I mean, there's been a national fervor over her campaign.
She was saying in early interviews leading up to Election Day that she will be ahead on election night. So I wonder how.
She said that.
She said that. So I wonder how she's feeling now. Now that she's trailing a bit, at least in early numbers. Of course, there's still many votes left to be counted, but we'll see what she says.
One thing is she's been here before in primary night against Karen Taylor Robson. She was trailing and she said, mark my words, I'm going to win. It'll come back and you guys will all have egg on your face. Pretty much. Carrie Lake tonight.
Arizona, how are you tonight? Are you ready to take this state back? Are you ready to turn things around? We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you. We have a movement. We have a movement, and we know it. Did you feel it? Did you feel that movement? You know, I did a lot of praying to God. I've been praying to God every day, all day. And I said to him, you make this victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on election day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage. But how do you get fair and free elections? You have to fight and win to make them fair and free. And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning, only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this. We are going to win this. How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election? Wasn't that long ago? We came out and they said, oh wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede, and we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections. Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy. Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory, and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. And we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you too. I'm looking out, guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience, if you're a child. This is what it is about. We got involved for our children, and we will not stop fighting until we have every legal vote counted. So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning. I love you, Arizona. I love you, Arizona. I love you. Thank you, Arizona.
Well, you can't say that Kari Lake isn't scrappy. She's going to give as well as you give. I mean, she's going to give it back at you, and she gave it back at the media. She's calling into question, again, election integrity.
Yes.
That's not going to go over well in some quarters, but she has been on that from the beginning.
Yeah.
But any idea of a balloon drop there, as Ellen McNamara mentioned, we're not seeing that right now.
She mentioned the primary, though, and she's not wrong. Things did turn around for the primary, and that could
overnight.
be, yes, we could see some of that here as well.
And again, we are at 32% voter turnout. That's what's in right now. This is from the Secretary of State's office. 32% of the vote is in. The vote total for the last midterm election in 2018, that was 65%. So we're only halfway home right now. Yeah. So she's got a point that there are a lot of votes coming in, but given the fact that she's behind by a pretty sizable margin, about she's down about 178,000 votes. Yeah. You've got some ground to make up. It's not insurmountable by any measure.
We heard Ellen mention that Kari tweeted a short time ago when that number drop came from Cochise County. She was saying that was looking favorable for her. Mm-hmm. She's up in that county by about 1,000 votes. So the margin isn't huge.
3 percentage points.
She is leading in Cochise County.
That's right. So we're going to keep an eye on it, and a lot can change. It's a cautionary tale. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more election coverage in a moment.
Ellen McNamara, weeknights on Fox 10 Extra News at 7.
We're all sick of COVID-19, but it was the third leading cause of death in the U.S., and it's still making people really sick. The COVID-19 updated
We are only about halfway home in what we believe is the universe of votes out there.
All right. Today, a lot of voters chose to cast their ballots in person, which led to some long lines at some of the polls. This is video at a Mesa voting center, Mesa Community College, and you can see the line wrapped around the entire circular structure there. This was a long one. Voters had to wait in line for more than an hour there.
Yeah, this is what it looked like at the polls at Christ Church of the Valley in Mesa. This is near Chrisman and Southern. Very long lines as well. Voters in line even after the polls closed at 7. This may not all be related to some of the ballot problems they had earlier today.
The issues,
when voting tabulation machines were not reading these ballots. There was an ink problem with the printers on site and they were rejecting them. They got it figured out, but it took a while.
Yeah, and this all prompted 2 Republican candidates to try and get a judge to allow polls to stay open past 7 p.m. tonight and keep results from being released until much later tonight. But that was shot down, so a judge did not approve that. Lauren Clark has been following this story all day and joins us now with more. Lauren.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Yeah, what a day here in Maricopa County. We definitely saw a lot of long lines, including right here in Mesa. We also saw really long lines in Scottsdale. One location, people were telling us they were in line for about 2 hours over there and elsewhere in the valley. Again, as you all mentioned, a lot of that prompted by those printing issues that we saw. Election officials told us 60 locations out of 223 had at least one of the tabulation machines not reading some of these ballots because of printing issues. They told us that some of these printers were not producing dark enough time markings on the ballots, and they're not being accepted and readed by those machines. Now, this triggered, as you mentioned, a lawsuit from GOP candidates arguing that these issues warranted the polls to stay open until 10 p.m. with results delayed until 11, but that was struck down as county officials instead argued no one was turned away. Voters had the option of staying at that location and waiting until the problem was fixed, dropping their ballot in their secure ballot box, or going to another location to vote. And just moments before the clock struck 7, it was really close there. Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Timothy Ryan denied that motion. He says he didn't see evidence that anyone was prevented from voting. Also questioning the timing of the lawsuit as well, as this was late in the evening and we knew about those issues early in the morning there. Today we spoke to a dozen of voters about their experiences. Some people having a very positive one, others waiting for a really long time. Take a listen.
Oh yeah, I was actually pretty busy. I wasn't sure what to expect. It's been a while since I've actually come in person, so yeah, there was a little bit of a wait.
I started at 12:10 and got out at 2:20 at that location. Right now the line's longer than when I was in there.
Yeah, and again, it really was a roll of the dice with the experience. We talked to a lot of different voters. Depending on where you were at, it was either very quick or very time consuming. But what values stood out to voters? We asked them that as well. 2 main issues, guys, that was consistently brought up was the economy, inflation, as well as social issues. So we'll see how that's reflected as the results continue to pour on in. Reporting live in Mesa, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
Yeah, that's interesting because some people said that this all comes down to, is it abortion and election denial, or is it the economy and inflation? And Republicans have been very confident that the economic issues, which have polled extremely high, would be the thing that would move the marker.
Crime as well.
Exactly right. And the border here.
Yes. Well, much more to come on this special edition of Fox 10 News. Election night coverage. On the way to break, we'll take a look at some of the results still coming in tonight.
The future looks good. The future looks good to me. We'll find our way back. We're on the right track and we don't look back. No, no. The future looks good.
Every great product starts with an obsession, a calling to create something better, better performance, better quality, better experiences. The result of my obsession is PXG. Better golf fashion, better golf clubs, better golf accessories, engineered and designed for those who refuse to settle for anything less than the best. Shop now at PXG.com or a PXG location near you. PXG, nobody makes golf clubs and golf fashion the way we do, period.
Hey, girls! Are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Receive a credit of up to $3,250 on select models now through November 30th.
It's the best time to find your perfect gift at American Furniture Warehouse with our Black Friday event going on right now. So beat the rush and get it today. Come into our spectacular showrooms or check us out at afw.com and get the best Black Friday deals on furniture.
Get rewarded for living your life. Introducing the Vivid Rewards card from National Bank of Arizona with triple the rewards on eating, playing, going, and connecting. Apply today at nbaz.com/vivid.
You're watching the best. Fox 10 News at 10:30.
Welcome back to Fox 10 News at 10:30 on this special edition of Fox 10 News election coverage. Here's the race for U.S. Senate. Here are the numbers so far, with 62% of precincts reporting Mark Kelly, the Democrat in the race, 58% of the vote so far to Blake Masters, 40%. In very recent polling, Blake Masters was polling ahead, but now it looks like he is losing ground, at least as far as the vote goes tonight. It's still early, but the votes are coming in.
You want a shocking number? This race is probably going to top $100 million. You know what the job pays? $174,000.
There's some balance.
There you go. But it's Mark Kelly right now, who's kind of in the driver's seat. Let's head out to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly's campaign in Tucson.
Tucson at the Rialto Hotel. I tell you, the demographic is kind of shifting here. Music has gotten louder. Some of the older supporters have headed out, and the demo is much younger, actually. A lot of young people flowing in off Congress Avenue here in downtown, and they say they are Kelly supporters. They want to show their support here. Now, we talk a lot about how campaigns like this keep going. We say the lifeblood is money. Lifeblood is also volunteers, and this room is packed with volunteers, not just supporters. They say some have been with him since for the last 2 years when he initially started running for the late Senator John McCain's seat. They say they have loved door knocking even in 100+ degree heat. Listen to a woman named Vivian, a volunteer who we spoke to tonight.
I'm feeling hopeful, and I'm just concentrating on one thing at a time. I'm happy to have canvassed for all the Democrats, but especially for Mark Kelly. I wanted him to be reelected, and I'm hoping that things go the way that they need to.
Yeah, and she also said that she feared the red wave. She thought it might start in the Northeast and the South and wash this way, and could eventually cause Mark Kelly to lose his Senate seat. Of course, the numbers that have come in so far tonight have bolstered all of the people here. They know that, they are up a lot, but they also know historically those day-of votes are going to come pouring in. 200, 300, 400,000 could still be outstanding, and that could shift and change the mood of this room drastically. But for now, party's on in downtown Tucson. They are cautiously optimistic, they are upbeat, and they believe that Senator Kelly will pull this out. Reporting live from downtown Tucson, Linda Williams, Fox 10.
Thanks, Linda. It's so interesting because you would think if you've got a lead of 250,000 votes, you'd feel pretty darn good. And
Yeah.
all of the Democrats are being very cautious tonight.
Yes.
They know that this tranche of votes from day of balloting that favors Republicans
Yeah.
is coming.
Well, that first round of votes that we got at 8 o'clock, about 1 million, that was, all early voting.
That's exactly right. It was all the
So-
early voting from the last, they've been counting those ballots for the last 2 weeks.
And since then, it's been kind of a trickle of votes coming
Yes.
in. So
And
it's a
then
slow.
We're going to get more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Blake Masters, of course, hoping to unseat incumbent Mark Kelly.
Fox 10's Brian Webb has been covering the Masters campaign. He joins us live tonight from Scottsdale. You know, it's interesting, Brian. Blake Masters really got on the radar when he predicted back in 2020 that Mark Kelly would beat Martha McSally, that Martha McSally couldn't beat Mark Kelly. That put him on the map, actually. That's when attention started to get focused on this guy out of Tucson.
Well, and he was right. Mark Kelly has a strong resume, right? I mean, humble beginnings, worked his way up, fighter pilot, astronaut, married to Gabby Giffords, all those things, and he turned out to be right. And he did gain ground over the recent months. I got to tell you, Carrie Lake has been the big speaker here so far tonight. She did try to pump up this party, kickstart it again, because it was dying off a bit, but those GOP numbers don't look so good, so she kind of pivoted back to victim mode, blaming election issues and calling us the fake media. So all these people out here who are hoping on that big red wave tonight, really kind of sitting on the beach, hoping to be rescued by an ocean of uncounted votes to come. But, this is what the GOP wanted, their strategy. Democrats vote early, Republicans vote late, and that leaves them playing catch up the rest of the way through. So election night isn't as fun when you're behind. But hey, the food and drink are still flowing, the music's still playing, as you can hear, and there is still room for optimism from Republicans, even if they are a little late to the party. Here's one of the faithful I talked to moments ago.
We want all the votes to be counted. We live in a democratic country, and that's what we want. I mean, I came here as a refugee from Iraq. There, I wasn't able to vote for the person that I want to represent me. Well, here is different, so I want my vote to be counted. Simple.
So, a little nervousness in the air here tonight as the party goes on. At the very least, Republicans seem to be realizing that they may not have any answers tonight, maybe not for a day or two, at least to try to hear the answers that they are still holding on to hope to hear. Live in Scottsdale, I'm Brian Webb, Fox 10 News.
We can only report what we've got right now, Brian. Yeah, I think you're right. Election day is turning into election week or election month.
Yeah.
It's complicated getting numbers to you on the night and just saying we've got a winner. It's just not that easy anymore.
This is becoming the norm.
This is the norm
This is
in
how it is.
Arizona. And part of that is we've made voting a lot easier, but it has complicated the process. Think of people dropping off early ballots today. You've got to signature verify, you've got to run that ballot, make sure that the voter is real and everything is on the up and up. That takes days. So this is why some of the results just don't come in on election night anymore. Secretary of State's race, Fontes still with a big lead.
Yeah, that's right. He is leading Mark Finchem in the race so far, 59% to 41%. And that's how it looks so far. Let's check in with Marissa Sarbach. She's covering the Fontes campaign tonight. She joins us live from downtown Phoenix. Marissa.
Yeah, Christina, John, it is a huge lead, and we asked him about that, and he actually spoke a little bit about that, kind of referencing just a confident tone on stage and really in that one-on-one interview. So it was just an interesting tone that he took, very confident, but really still reserved, because these are all early votes, and Fontes knows that. As you can tell behind me, the Democratic Party here, very excited, very happy to be out here. But again, Fontes taking a little bit more of a reserved approach at the podium and in our interview.
Well, I know how elections work, and I know how we have to make sure that these processes are maintained. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of people out there that want to upend everything for whatever nonsensical reasons they keep pushing, and that's got to stop. We have to be grown-ups about this, and we have to make sure that we preserve and protect our democracy. So that is why I'm taking the tone that I'm taking.
He went on to say that tone is a little bit tired because it really has been a year and a half that they've been on the campaign trail. His family, his friends, all the volunteers within that campaign as well. So it's been a long and tiring process. Now, we also asked him about the tabulator issue that we saw, the 20% reporting problem in Maricopa County, because he does have experience in this area as the former Maricopa County recorder, and this is what he had to say.
Well, what I can say is it's interesting that those tabulators didn't recognize some of what the printers were putting out. That shows you how secure these systems are, right? You wouldn't be able to put forged ballots in those things because they wouldn't tabulate them. So this is a sign of how good the system is, not a sign of the system's weakness. They didn't troubleshoot as fast as they may have been able to do, but still, this is a positive thing, and I think Arizona's systems have shown themselves to be very effective for our voters.
Fontes has repeatedly spoken about respecting the process, respecting the election workers as well, who have spent the day doing all of this, really very long hours and a very long day today. And he just says all of this is about preserving democracy, no matter the outcome tonight. We're live in Phoenix. Marissa Sarback for Fox 10 News. John, Christina.
Thank you, Marissa. Nice work out there. Yeah, he's being cautious about everything.
Yeah.
And very cautious about trying to impugn the election system.
Right.
He's pretty defensive about making sure that people don't try to undermine the confidence in the system.
Right, and he has experience in that area as well.
He does. Some of it not good.
Yes, very true. Let's check in on the Republican candidate, though, who's running against Fontes, of course, for Secretary of State.
Stephanie Bennett, in the Mark Fincham campaign in Scottsdale, of all the Republican candidates tonight, he's trailing by the biggest margin.
Yeah, good evening, John and Christina. He is trailing by almost 20 points at this point, but the mood here is still very upbeat, and there's still a lot of votes to count. Now, of course, the first wave of those results were heavily Democratic as early votes were tallied. Mark Fincham, he is here tonight mingling with supporters, but he has not yet taken the stage, and it's unclear if he will talk to the media. But voters are still very hopeful he will make a comeback. Take a listen.
First of all, it's still early, and I know I have strong faith in him. He's going to pull it at the end with massive win. I have a great gut feeling that we're going to get it.
Yeah, and Republican votes will get a big push into tonight, into tomorrow morning, as those day of votes are starting to be tallied. For now, it is unclear, again, if Mark Fincham will address supporters here tonight, but we'll keep you guys posted. Guys, back to you.
Steph, thank you. Let's look at the balance of power right now. You've been running this through all night.
Yeah, this is fluctuating between the balance of power in the House and the Senate, as you can see, and things could easily flip in terms of the Senate. Things have been changing as we go. Looking over at the race, the Senate race in Georgia, things were looking like it was running in the Republicans' favor, and now it's turning back blue. So Raphael Warnock, the incumbent in that state, is gaining some ground. Things could be iffy there. Also, the race in Pennsylvania, which is closely watched for the Senate as well, that is looking Democratic at this point. But those two states, I mean, Georgia could go to a runoff if it's close.
Right.
Pennsylvania often takes, in the 2020 election, it took several days for them to finalize results. So it could be several days before we know the balance of power.
And in Georgia, you've got a libertarian candidate on the ballot. That's the problem.
Yes.
You've got to get over 50%. We used to have that rule here, by the way, in Arizona. It was 50+1.
Yeah.
It was in the wake of Evan Meekum winning the governorship in 1986 in a three-way race. He won, and after that, everybody freaked out and said, we've got to have a majority candidate, and we ended up repealing that. We don't have that anymore, but Georgia does.
They do.
So you've got to get to 50%, and if you've got a third candidate in there,
right,
it can cause you to not get to that number.
It's almost, a sure thing. Many people are thinking that it's looking that way. So we'll have to see. Of course, Nevada we're watching closely. Arizona could all play a role in shifting the balance of power. We're back in a moment.
The Valley's Best Morning Show, weekdays on Fox 10.
Now, are Big Macs really shrinking, or are my hands getting bigger?
Whoa, easy, big guy. Look, a big Carl.
Thank goodness.
Bite into a bigger, beefier burger. The Big Carl, only at Carl's Jr.
Your car dies. You need a great mechanic, but the mechanic you go to can only do oil changes.
your air conditioning unit dies. It's the middle of the summer. You call an HVAC company that was recommended, but they only...
votes. And the issues with Maricopa County earlier today was some of these voting tabulators rejecting some of the ballots because of an ink problem. That became the story early on, and right now in terms of results, we don't have anything definitive.
Yeah, John and Christina, that's exactly right. All of the ones that weren't able to be tabulated earlier today because of that voting issue, according to the county recorder's office, they're still going to be counted, but we might not find out the results from those ballots until tomorrow morning. They were put, you can actually see, oh, actually they moved it from behind me, but they had, it said box 3, actually, I think it is over there, and that's where they're able to put those ballots. They put them there earlier today, and then they're going to be counted tomorrow by a bipartisan group. So that's kind of be a little bit of a holdup as far as those results. But I did just speak with the county recorder's office. They said so far 245,000 people here in Maricopa County have voted in person today. They're expecting in the next 10 or 15 minutes another 2 trucks or so to come here and be counted at the county recorder's office today. Now we also have some footage as well as some of the ballots being tabulated. The first results we saw around 8 o'clock were from the more than 800,000 early ballots dropped off before or on Friday. The chairman for the Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates, says many people dropped off early ballots today as well. They don't have numbers on those right now, but plenty of people did drop off early ballots at the recorder's office today. They're continuing to get numbers from the ballots cast in person. Again, we're still getting some more of those ballots. We'll get some more information in the next 10 or 15 minutes. They anticipate they'll have 95 to 99% of the votes that will be counted by Friday. Again, because of that issue we had, if you weren't tuning in earlier, one of the issues with it, with the tabulation machines in areas of the county and about 20% of the voting locations was because the printer wasn't working. So it wasn't necessarily a tabulation machine issue, it was a printing issue. And they were very clear about this today, though. They said that no one who stood in line was there before 7 o'clock. No one who stood in line to vote was denied the right to vote in Maricopa County. They said if they were not able to have their vote tabulated during that time, they put it into that box that was labeled 3 that we showed you earlier, or they went to another tabulation machine, or they went to another voting location. So they were very clear about that. They said earlier today that this was not a partisan issue, it was a printer issue. So again, as I mentioned, we're going to have more information, more results. They said they're going to bring more ballots back here to be tabulated in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So we'll send it back to you guys for now, but reporting live at the county recorder's office, I'm Irene Snyder for Fox 10 News.
Irene, just quickly, I want to walk through a couple of things you mentioned. They're expecting a ballot drop of how many votes that are going to be coming in here shortly?
They didn't tell me exactly how many, so I spoke with them just about before we went on camera to speak with you now, and they said in the next 10 or 15 minutes we're going to have, I think they said about 2 truckloads that are going to come here, but they didn't give me, an exact number as far as how many would be here. But we are going to get some of those coming here to the county recorder's office very shortly.
Okay, and Republicans are counting on those day of votes, which we will get in a moment, pretty soon, that's going to lean toward them maybe 70 or 80%. That could tip some of these races to where it becomes very close.
Well, yeah, I know, John, as you're covering the races very closely, we're seeing the Democrats take a lead in many of the races right now, but 245,000 votes just in Maricopa County alone. Ballots were cast in person today. And again, as I mentioned, they said that if they were not able to have their vote tabulated today, it's still going to be tabulated tomorrow, and that vote is still going to count.
240,000. Okay, that's a big number.
245,000.
Okay, and if that's 70 or 80% Republican, you can see how these races then would really tighten up.
Yeah, exactly. You can see how the numbers will change, and we'll have that information for you on the very latest on Fox 10. As I mentioned, it could be very shortly, so I imagine I'll be back on the air talking to you very soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're expecting
Irene,
them any
great
moment.
job.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Irene, thank you. Much more to come on Fox 10 News tonight on our election coverage. Let's take a look at some more results as we head to break.
Fox Wednesday is all new. First on The Masked Singer, it's Hall of Fame night.
Politics and Global Studies at ASU. Great to have you here.
Thanks.
Okay, cautionary tale, right? We've been trying to tell people that there's going to be a tranche of votes coming in from Election Day.
Yep.
You think this will tighten significantly?
I think so. I mean, I think that, we know that the majority of Republicans were going to vote today as opposed to early voting. They felt more comfortable doing that. The party told them that that would be the best thing to do. So we knew that there was going to be a big number of, the majority of them voting today. And so we're still waiting on those votes. But if it's 240,000 ballots, these races are going to tighten.
There was talk about a red wave by Republicans. We heard Carrie Lake mention that she was going to be ahead on election night. Right. And according to polls, I mean, they were so close. Is it possible that that red wave was kind of, too premature?
Yes, I think so. I mean, evidently, if you're looking at the races in Congress and nationwide, it doesn't appear to be a red wave. Yeah. Now, again, in many of the Western states, just the way that we do things, because we have early voting, and every state does it differently.
Yeah.
So counting of the ballots, we just have to be patient. And remember, the law changed in Arizona. So the law changed, and so now if it's a half a percentage point difference between the two candidates, it's an automatic recount.
It used to be 1/10 of 1%.
Right.
So the threshold has gone up 5 times.
Yeah, absolutely.
This triggers a recount much easier than it did in the past. Okay, Gina, here's the kind of million-dollar question. In our effort to make voting more accessible and easier for people, have we unnecessarily complicated the system to where people want results on election night? The way we're doing it now, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how you look at it. I think if you look at it from that perspective, you need patience. It's no longer going to be election day, but election week, and official results don't even have to be certified until the beginning of December. So, we have to wait. But
Christmas.
But probably by Friday we're gonna know.
Yeah.
We're gonna definitely know. But I think that this is just the new norm. When you want to make voting more accessible. I think that varies, right? Depending on who you are and what
because
you do.
now this is a conundrum for Republicans. They say they want people to get this stuff done late, but then they want an early result.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's not going to happen.
They're contradictory.
Yeah. I mean, that can't happen. I mean, it's not practical. It's not logistical. That's not going to happen.
So if everybody voted early by mail-in and gave the county and the counties 2 weeks to count,
right,
we'd have a result on election night.
We would.
And that doesn't include dropping off your early ballot on election day.
Right.
That's
right.
Before election day, getting your ballot back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's, life happens. People say, hey, I forgot. I got to get it in.
Yeah. Right.
I understand. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Gina, thank you. All right. Well, let's check in on which race?
I think we're going, Ruben Gallego, of course, he's won re-election to the U.S. House in the 3rd Congressional District. And Steve is there with more. Steve.
Well, guys, the party that's been going on here at the Renaissance, it started to thin out, but boy, it has been dancy in the last little bit here as the music has gotten a lot louder, and the people that are here are celebrating quite a bit. One person celebrating Congressman Ruben Gallego. He's urging caution, like we've heard from everyone else here, as we see these results here of a pretty wide race and a wide lead for Democrats that's expected to narrow mightily. But what was interesting, we just talked to him a short time ago, and he was really stressing the hard numbers that we haven't gotten a lot of people on record talking about, which is that he was looking for 10%. That was his magic number that he thought the Democrats needed in every race to feel comfortable going to bed tonight. And he says right now he feels very good about that.
I think the Democrats are having an impressive night here in Arizona. There's a lot of election day votes that have come in. Republicans are going to cut down our lead right now. But coming into this, I thought Democrats would be fine as long as they had a 10-point lead. Everyone running statewide has more than 10 points.
So you can hear that enthusiasm there mixed in with a little bit of that caution as we're still are going to be waiting days for all of these votes to come in. I also talked to him about the national perspective here, considering he is a congressman, and we're talking about his House of Representatives. Nationally, this has been a much better night for Democrats than I think a lot of analysts predicted with this red wave that's been much discussed. He was saying that 2 weeks ago, he was certain that this was going to be a Republican-led House. Tonight, he says it is absolutely possible that Democrats could maintain control of the House. I then asked, well, if that happens, does Nancy Pelosi have your vote for next speaker? He said he's voted for her before, but he was non-committal on what his vote would be in the future if he got to vote for a Democrat House Speaker. So something interesting to watch there as we play this out, not just locally, but on the national stage as well.
Yeah, Steve, and obviously, you know, this thing looming out there about whether Gallego would challenge Kyrsten Sinema down the line. That's kind of what people are looking to say, if Democrats are unhappy with Sinema and they think she's squishy as a Democrat, they're looking to people like maybe Ruben Gallego to challenge her in a primary.
And you can see he's extremely popular here amongst this crowd at the Democratic headquarters. When he was walking around, he had a big crowd of people wanting to come up, shake his hand, and support him. He was very popular in this room. That's something that will have to be watched a lot more. I did not see Senator Sinema here tonight, but when the congressman did take the stage, he was very rah-rah in support of not just himself and his election tonight, but the state party as a whole.
Yeah, it's interesting how many veterans we've got. I mean, Ruben Gallego is one of them, a Marine, but we've got Mark Kelly, we've got Eli Crane. I mean, we've got a bunch of veterans who are running in this election, and it's actually great to see that.
It is. I agree.
All right, 69% reporting. That's the latest number we've got right now. And Katie Hobbs is ahead of Kari Lake by 12 percentage points. That number is, it's not insurmountable, knowing that we've got 240,000 votes out there that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, that's right. We're still waiting for those. They're coming in slow at this point. But in the race for U.S. Senate, Mark Kelly with 57% of the votes so far over Blake Masters, 41%. And in the race for Attorney General, Chris Mays, the Democrat, 56% over Abraham Hamadeh.
Hamadeh, another veteran, Army veteran,
right. That's right.
Army intelligence. Adrian Fontes, a Marine. There you go. I mean, we've got a lot of veterans who are running in these races. Fontes comfortably out in front of Fincham tonight. That lead, you don't want to say too much, but that's a 200,000 plus vote lead. That's going to be a tough mountain to climb for Mark Fincham. Not that it's not doable, but it's difficult. You're playing catch up.
Yep, we're waiting for more votes. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on this election night.
We're giving back, lifting each other up.
The Jennifer Hudson Show, weekdays at 11.
Hey, girls! Hello, are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home sale.
is out in front of Mark Fincham. That's one of the biggest leads that Democrats have tonight in that race for Secretary of State. As you know, the de facto lieutenant governor in Arizona, we may decide this on that Lieutenant Governor Prop 131 moving forward, but for now, whoever wins that would be the governor in waiting. Let's check out some of the propositions.
Yeah, Prop 128. This would allow the legislature to step in should they find issue with a measure that was approved by voters. And overwhelmingly, the state is saying no, 67% so far.
129, this is a to limit citizens' initiative to having a single subject in the description so that you're only really voting on one thing, make it simpler. And especially, you know, this is in place for initiatives that amend the Constitution, for instance, but they want to expand this, and that's well, now we're moving on to 130.
We're going to check in with Ellen McNamara. She's been out at the Kari Lake campaign tonight and with the Arizona Republicans.
Yeah, she's live at Scottsdale Resort at McCormick Ranch. What's the story out there, Ellen?
Hey guys, well, if you've been watching at home and watching us here, then you just heard a fiery speech from Kari Lake. She took the stage not too long ago, and when she came out, American Woman by Lenny Kravitz was blaring behind her. She fired up this crowd, and frankly, she said, we are going to win. She believes it could be ours, but she said, whatever happens, she believes that the Lake campaign will beat the Hobbs campaign. Like I've been reporting, though, all night long, I want to talk about the primary because it's a really critical moment where back in August, Lake was losing at the time to her challenger, Karen Taylor Robeson, by about 9-10%. But around 2 in the morning on that, I guess Wednesday it would be, Lake really started to bite into Robeson's lead. Lake still believes that will happen. In fact, a guy was just on stage and he said Hobbs is only winning by about 175,000 votes, and there are still thousands of votes to be counted. Those are his words. Here's what Kari also said.
So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around.
So again, she is feeling very confident that she can become victorious. It could be possibly by Friday. Again, though, it is a large margin to overcome. And John, you talked about a game of catch-up. It's a big game of catch-up right now. Back to you.
Yeah, it is, Ellen, and we've been trying to be very cautious tonight that that's ground that can potentially be made up, but it's not easy, and I'm sure Republicans know it. But at the same time, Democrats have been very, very cautious about jumping out there and saying we're going to win, we've got it in the bag. They're all saying this is going to be close, so we should heed that warning.
Yeah, and, you know, Brian Webb talked about it, too. He was saying earlier that, you know, the Dems were hoping for about a 10% margin of victory tonight, and then they would feel pretty good about that moving forward. I mean, in some cases, it's higher than that. So the Dems certainly do feel good, but as you guys mentioned, they want to be very cautious. But Kari Lake, as we all know, She knows how to rile up a crowd. She knows how to communicate, how to talk, how to connect with people. And when she took the stage here tonight, she certainly did that.
Yeah, I think they expected maybe a balloon drop tonight. You mentioned that. They've got balloons up there, no balloon drop, right?
Certainly not tonight, guys.
Yeah, not happening yet. We'll have to wait and see. Speaking of being cautious, as we are early on in the election day, week, month, whatever it pans out to be, Katie Hobbs, she spoke early on tonight, urging her supporters to be patient and to wait and see what happens. The Democrats, they're gathering tonight at the Renaissance Phoenix Downtown Hotel.
And that's where Mark Martinez is tonight. Mark, what's the sense down there about where Democrats are and what may be coming in this next tranche of votes that may favor Republicans heavily?
Well, the crowd feels really good that was gathered here tonight. You could probably tell behind me that it is thinning out here at the Renaissance Hotel. But the crowd that gathered here earlier in the evening was very optimistic, especially when those first numbers started coming in. And we heard from Katie Hobbs a little over 2.5 hours ago. She, again, add her to the list of Democratic candidates who are cautiously optimistic. They like what they see so far, but as we've been mentioning all night long, they know that there are still a lot of votes out there, day of ballots that still need to be counted, that have not been coming in just yet. And so they want to send the message to their supporters, hey, we feel good about where we are, but it's maybe too early to start celebrating just yet. There are no balloons set up here at the Democratic headquarters. But again, listen to what Katie Hobbs told her supporters earlier tonight.
Now that the campaign is over and polls have closed, the county election officials are hard at work tabulating those votes, and they're going to be tabulating them for the next few days. I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted.
And I think that is all we're going to hear from Katie Hobbs tonight. The crowd's thinning out. We've gotten no indication that she's going to come back and say anything further. So, again, we may be in this situation. We're waiting for those numbers to come in. But tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, Christina, you mentioned it, maybe days from now, we'll be getting a clearer picture. But the mood here, I guess the best way to put it, is cautiously optimistic about what they've seen so far.
Okay, Mark Martinez live tonight. We're awaiting Mark Kelly, his campaign, that he may be coming out at some point as the night kind of, we're past the 11 o'clock hour, so some of these candidates are probably thinking, this is going to go late, there's no point waiting.
Yeah, the results slowly coming in, but Mark still has a steady lead of about 228,000 votes. Linda Williams is live at his campaign headquarters tonight in Tucson with more. Linda?
Hi, guys. Yeah, the party is definitely ramping up here. The candidate, Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, expected to take the stage within the next couple of minutes. Doors opened at 5:30. The signs have come out. People are starting to dance and feel good. Cautiously optimistic, I'd say, is the mood here as well. They feel like they have left it all on the table for this candidate, and they hope that they can push him across the finish line. But as we've been saying all night, they are worried about that day of tranche that is coming. Is it enough to actually push their opponent, Blake Masters, ahead? They don't know, but they are waiting to hear from the man. A lot of references tonight. They've been playing videos. We've been listening to the theme to Top Gun because they say Mark Kelly is a true Top Gun. His campaign slogan is full speed ahead, so we hear a lot of references to that. He has been across the street at the Hotel Congress with his wife, Gabby Giffords, but he has swung across the state, I'd say a lot, especially in the last week, trying to get every last vote because that's how tight they believe it was going to be. He says he always has said from the beginning, even when he was up 6 or 7 points, this is going to be tight. It's going to tighten up. I think still it shocked his supporters at how quickly it happened and how easily it seemed to happen for Blake Masters to come within striking distance outside of that margin of error. We were told any minute, we expect him to thank his supporters, give them permission to go home and get a good night's sleep and tell them the fight is not over, the race is not over. He's hoping that they will wake up tomorrow, more votes will have dropped, and that he can hold on to that lead and remain Arizona's senator.
Yeah, Linda, I was thinking back on the last 3 Senate races. Senate elections in 2018, 2020, they were decided by less than 2.5%. This is when we were trying to fill John McCain's seat after his passing.
Right.
Very, very close, all of them. You didn't have really, you had Martha McSally, who was kind of an incumbent. She was appointed by Governor Doug Ducey. So you had a little bit of an incumbent factor there, but she lost to Mark Kelly. But Mark Kelly, he's been on the scene now for 2 years. He's got a record. He's trying to defend a president whose popularity is very low right now. Is there any reason not to think that this will be somewhat close by the end? Or do the folks feel that down there that they're going to end up winning it comfortably?
No, I think they know that Masters, have you heard of this thing called the Kari Lake halo effect? I heard that in the last 48 hours. That, seriously, that Blake hooking up with Lake, the whole Lake-Blake thing, that is when he started to surge. That her influence was such that she was able to pull him along. Now, was she able to pull him along enough? We simply don't know. But I don't think anyone here is confident that they are going to win by huge numbers. They believe it is going to be tight, a real nail-biter.
Yeah, Linda, we're getting some new numbers there. We just showed them. Not a lot of movement on the spread on the percentages.
Yeah, Kelly's still up by about 228,000 votes so far.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. The Mark Victor factor, by the way, that hasn't factored in yet. Maybe it will as time goes on.
Yeah.
So far, not a factor.
Not close enough for
so
that
much
to be.
was made of that when he dropped out of the race late.
Right.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're back in a minute. Coverage of this election, midterm election 2022. Back in a moment.
Come into American Furniture Warehouse and take advantage of our Black Friday event going on right now. So beat the rush and get it today. Come into our spectacular showrooms or check us out at afwo.com and get the best Black Friday deals on furniture.
5 minutes, fellas, 5 minutes.
I appreciate it, man. Oh, okay, you getting that bet in before the boom, huh?
Yeah, you LA all the way.
What? Oh, come on, man. You know it's Boston, baby.
KG, I understand why you say that, but it's LA.
Jay, are you serious?
You know what? It's LA.
Why are you standing up?
Because it's LA. You know what? You ain't scaring me. Let me tell you something. That
It's
ain't
Boston, Boston, Boston.
It's LA.
When I say, let's grab a coffee sometime, I mean, let's go get a McMuffin and hash browns with a coffee sometime.
Coffee makes everything better. Right now, get any size premium roast coffee for only $1.29.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Is still going, but the crowd is definitely thinning. And still no sign of Blake Masters yet. And you start to wonder, will he address his supporters, the ones that are left at this late hour, or keep quiet and leave everybody hanging? And then you wonder what he'll do next if the numbers don't go his way. He was part of a lawsuit filed earlier today trying to keep the polls open until 10 o'clock. That was denied. And he's on record as being an election denier. So will he claim some sort of fraud if he loses? A lot of that may depend on the margins and if they tighten up or stay as they are. Still a lot of votes, still some time to go, guys, but the big news, at least in this race, is the margin that Mark Kelly has at this late hour, and Blake Masters a no-show at this time. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, in defense of Blake Masters, when he was on my program on Newsmaker Saturday, he certainly moderated some of that talk. And he said, you know, he believed that Joe Biden was the president. He said, were there things in that election that were not fair? And he talked a lot about big tech censorship and spiking the story on Hunter Biden right before the election that might have swung some votes. He started talking about those kind of broader issues rather than actually some type of manipulation of the voting total. But at any rate, I hear what you're saying, Brian. I get it loud and clear.
Well, and true. And, you know, in order to get Trump's endorsement, you pretty much had to say you were an election denier, and then you did your best to walk a fine line from there on out, right?
Yeah.
And he did pivot to other issues, as he should. It doesn't, I don't know if it worked or not. We will see. But right now, it's a big deficit for sure.
And politicians do it all the time when they swing from the primary to the general. They tend to have to moderate. Kari Lake did as well.
For sure. Absolutely. That's the playbook. Absolutely. No doubt about it.
All right, Brian, thank you. I find it interesting, too. I know it's early. I know these are early results. But historically, the president's party tends to lose some ground in the Senate and the House. It doesn't seem to be the case so far. And the president's approval rating is quite low. It has been since April of last year.
It's in the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that historically would be, I mean, for Donald Trump, it was a loss of, I think, 40 seats in the House when he was at that point in 2018. Okay, are we going to head back out to Mark Kelly's campaign?
Yeah, Linda Williams is live again for us tonight. We're waiting for Mark Kelly to take the stage and speak.
Well, hi guys. They have played a wonderful video talking about Mark Kelly and his career. Lights have been dimmed. The crowd is chanting, Kelly, Kelly. They've been raucous for the candidate all night, getting louder and louder. And he is here.
Everybody. I love you guys too. You're really the best. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long night. And I'll tell you what, folks. I am feeling confident tonight. Now, at the same time, it doesn't look like we're going to have the final results for a little while. And that's okay. And I know a lot of you have spent all day today knocking on doors. You guys knocked on a lot of doors. And you made a lot of phone calls. And I really appreciate that. But I could not let the night end without saying thank you to a few folks who have made all of this possible. We never expected that we would end up here. But with everything life has thrown at us, we've always had each other's backs. So thanks. Gabby, thank you for having my back on this campaign and through 2 years representing Arizona in the United States Senate. You're my best friend. The person who taught me the most about public service. And none of this would have been possible without you. And to my brother, Scott, thanks for, he was here. He is here. He's somewhere here. You know, thank you for putting up with people stopping you in airports and asking if you're the astronaut or the senator. But the joke's on them. But I'm thinking about our mom and dad tonight. They sacrificed and put up with a lot to give us an opportunity to succeed. There were times where I'm sure they wanted to give us more, but they gave us everything we needed. A good public school education. An appreciation for hard work. and a regard for public service. And that opened the door for us to serve our country in the Navy and at NASA. Now, every kid should be as lucky as we were. And to my daughters, Claire and Claudia, in these few short years since we launched the first campaign, one of you has graduated from college and started a career, and the other has gotten married to a great guy and made me the proudest grandfather in the world. Through 4 trips to space, through Gabby's injury, and 2 campaigns for Senate, you have always been on my side. And I hope you know how much that means to me and how proud I am of both of you. I also want to thank my campaign manager, Emma Brown, who has the unique ability of being able to constantly evaluate every possible scenario for everything all of the time. And to my campaign team and the tens of thousands of folks who over the past few years have made phone calls, knocked on doors, and worked late nights and early mornings, thank you. You're all the reason that we're here, not me. So, thank you. And to my Chief of Staff, Jen Cox. This has been a long journey. And all the way back to Gabby's first race for Congress in 2006. We've been through a lot together. And thank you for sticking with us through it all. When I first decided to run for Senate, I could have never imagined how many people would take time out of their lives or chip in a few bucks to support our campaign. There are a lot of them. I made the decision not to take a dime of corporate PAC money because I wanted Arizonans to know that I was only working for them. But that meant I was relying on folks to support us a few bucks at a time. And since then, we've had more than 1 million individual people donate, with most of them giving $25 or less. It's incredibly humbling. And it was important to me to run my campaign that way, because from day one, this campaign for me hasn't been about name calling or dividing people. It's been about telling the truth. It's been about bringing together Republicans, Democrats, and independents in every corner of our state focused on solving problems. This has been a tough election. No matter how the rest of the results shake out, our government will remain closely divided with a lot more work to do. That can feel daunting, but that's democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. It's our responsibility to find common ground and solve problems together. And we do have serious challenges in front of us. Arizonans are facing high costs.
Mark Kelly tonight, I couldn't help during that, and he paid tribute to his wife, Gabby Giffords, horribly wounded in that assassination attempt in Tucson that killed several people, and she was horribly injured in that. That, this was 2011, that it would have been her in this situation. Many people thought that was definitely her destiny. And it's interesting that, She's been by Mark Kelly's side as he's kind of gone on in this odyssey.
Yeah, supporting him every step of the way, right there with him on the campaign trail, too.
All right, let's check out some House numbers right now. We've got a lot of congressional races that are up for grabs as well. Right now, Jevin Hodge beating David Schweikert. Again, this is with about 89% of the vote in. This would be a shocker. Schweikert, again, we're expecting day of vote, so we'll have to see. But the Democratic challenger in this district that's pretty much Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, Schweikert, first elected to Congress in 2010, looking for a 7th term. We'll have to see.
In District 2 for the U.S. House of Representatives, Eli Crane, the Republican candidate, the Trump-backed candidate as well, former Navy SEAL. He is leading Tom O'Halloran, who is the incumbent. He's the former District 1 rep. And after the redistricting, of course, he's running in District 2 now. But Eli Crane with 50% over 49.8. It's close.
That is very close and not a lot of the vote in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Andy Biggs, no problem there. We would expect that. There's no drama in Congressional District 5. Biggs on to another term, seeking a 4th term. It's tight right now, but with votes coming in, you would expect he'd be able to hold that lead, but we'll have to see.
Has a good time all the time.
Weekdays on Fox 10.
Get out and go to the RV show at State Farm Stadium. Go for top brands. Go for a massive selection. Go for huge discounts. Go for free admission and parking. Come on and go to the RV show at State Farm Stadium starting Thursday.
I should be furious right now. My neighbors let their dog out again and I'm left dealing with this. Now it's doctor appointments and dealing with the insurance companies. I should be furious, but Goldberg and Osborne takes you under its wing. They handle it all, finding doctors, managing medical bills, and getting the most money possible. It'll be easy. I just call 1-800-THE-EAGLE and get a free case review. I should be furious, but I've got Goldberg and Osborne.
After any accident, go with Goldberg and Osborne. 1-800-THE-EAGLE.
And Better Health has helped millions get the health insurance they need. But why stop there? We're out here getting more people signed up with America's #1 marketplace health insurance brand. Him. These two. And definitely them. Nice. And Better Health offers low-cost plans and a trusted network of local doctors when and where you need them.
How many ballots were on those trucks? They did say it was about 2 big trucks that brought in those ballots. They said that 245,000 people the county voted in person. I shared that stat with you earlier as well. They have that truck, again, that's brought in some of those in-person ballots. They have not been counted yet, so obviously that can bring some changes to the races that we're seeing right now. The 800,000 early ballots that were dropped off on or before Friday, those were the ones that were kind of bringing in those results. We first saw results around 8 o'clock. Those were coming from those more than 800,000 early ballots that came on or before Friday. Now, they do not have numbers for the ballots that were dropped off, the early ballots dropped off today. They're continuing to get numbers from the ballots cast in person today. They anticipate to have 95 to 99% of the votes counted by Friday. You can also see here we have a look at some of those votes being tabulated. They dropped off those ballots, organizing them, sorting them, lining them up, so they can do that signature verification tomorrow. And if you want to take a listen to, we have some sound as well.
There are going to be numbers of the votes that, again, these are people who went in to the vote centers today and voted via the tabulator. We don't have exact times on that, but maybe roughly, every hour and a half or so going through the evening and then into the early morning.
Okay, there you have it. We had problems with Irene's mic, but basically, this is going to go on all night. And this could go on for several days.
Several days, really, to canvass the votes and finalize everything. They have about 2 weeks more.
Yeah.
So, days, they did anticipate that it would take until at least Friday.
Yeah.
And that was before we had the issues with the
Everybody wants it on election night.
Yeah, it's just, I don't see how that's possible.
Not in the current environment we're in.
Okay. Another close race that we are watching tonight in the race for Arizona's Secretary of State. Here's the results so far. This is with 73% of the precincts across the state reporting. Adrian Fontes, the Democrat in the race, 58% to Mark Fincham's 42%.
Yeah, he's got over a 200,000 vote lead in that race. Republicans are continuing to say they can climb that hill. We'll have to see. All right, I think we're going to take a break.
I think we're going to actually go to Stephanie Bennett.
Okay.
She's over at the Mark Fincham camp. Steph, what's the atmosphere like now there in Scottsdale? Has anything changed?
Good evening, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's still very upbeat, but we have noticed a lot of people are starting to leave the venue for the night, or at least head indoors. It is getting pretty chilly out here. But for Mark Fincham, we actually did catch up with him just now. We actually chased after him. He told us that he is still hopeful for those results to come more into the morning. But for now, he's going to bed. Take a listen.
If you've been around Arizona elections, you know that the mail-in ballots are always the first group. Then the day of ballots is the second group, and then everything else, I'm going to walk into the polls and turn my ballot in because I didn't mail it in or I didn't drop it off. That's the third group of ballots. So I don't think this count is going to be over I'd be surprised if it's over by this time tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's probably some good advice. We're still having a lot of those results coming in, so we won't have anything definitive tonight, maybe not even tomorrow morning. Stephen Richer, he said that 95% of the ballots will be counted by Friday at the earliest. For now, again, Mark Fincham saying he's going to bed and hoping for a better result when he wakes up in the morning. But the mood is shifting a little bit here. People leaving and a little bit more of a somber thought, but a lot of people here still very hopeful. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it.
Okay, on the other side of things, Marissa Sarbach, she's covering the Fontes campaign tonight for Secretary of State.
And he's probably got to be feeling pretty good at this point, but we'll have to see. It's clearing out down there. What happened to the big party?
Got late.
It is clearing out. I know Steve Nielsen and I were talking about the conga line that they had going on about 30 minutes ago behind us, but it does seem to have wrapped up, and I will say that likely could be because Fontes actually just got off the stage moments ago, and he kind of left things sitting as they are for Election Day, did not really say one way or another. It was very similar to his earlier speech about 2 hours ago, and even our one-on-one interview. I know Stephanie said that even Fincham had said the word hopeful, and Fontes said the same word to me. He said hopeful as well. But I will say Fontes really was just more of a confident yet reserved hopeful. He is taking this in stride, feeling pretty good right now. They know they are ahead, but he has kind of said, the ballots that we're seeing right now, this isn't everything. And he is very much a believer in every vote counts and a believer in everything is really important and we need to wait until we get those numbers in. This is what he said just a few moments ago when he took the stage earlier tonight.
And I'm here to tell you and everybody else, we're going to fight for every single vote, no matter what, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, a green, a libertarian, you are an American first.
Again, that message he has been echoing throughout the evening here, whether it is on stage or whether it is speaking to media, just one-on-one and doing interviews. He wants to make sure that every vote is counted, so I think he just kind of took it as it is for tonight. We don't know where things are going to fall likely by the end of the evening, so he went home to get some rest, and he had mentioned, you know, it's really been a long campaign, and that's something that this night is leading up to. It's been about a year and a half that they've been on the campaign trail, so a long time coming leading up to this moment. And after he kind of gave that closing speech heading home for tonight, as you can see, quite a few people here at Democrat headquarters decided to head home as well. We're live in downtown at the Renaissance Hotel at Democrat headquarters tonight. Marissa Sarbach, Fox 10 News. John, Christina?
Marissa, thank you for that.
Yeah, well, we do have one result that we can give you. Prop 209, this was the one that limits interest rates for medical debt, capping it at 3%. That passed tonight. That has been called. So 209 is a yes. It will decrease the maximum interest rate on medical debt, cap it from 10% to 3%. And that passed overwhelmingly.
Yeah, 75% there. Many in favor of that. Okay, much more to come on this special edition of Fox 10 News Election Night coverage. We'll be back in just a moment.
Fox Wednesday is all new. First on The Masked Singer, it's Hall of Fame night with the world's greatest in sports, music, and more behind the mask.
Who is this?
Then,
Camp is in session.
and the Golden Brick is back. The Masked Singer, followed by Lego Masters, all new Wednesday on Fox.
Get the free Fox 10 News app for all the latest stories and watch live now, raw and unfiltered. The Fox 10 News app, free at the App Store. At Mobility Prosthetic, we help patients with all their prosthetic and orthotic needs. With over 50 years of combined experience, our practitioners are highly skilled and trained to use state-of-the-art technology.
After the amputation, I felt extremely handicapped. I was in a wheelchair. Once I got the leg, all of a
He's got probably a long career ahead of him. We'll see if he can play catch up in this race. This is where all Republicans are tonight. They're going to have to play some catch up overnight.
Yeah.
And that is very possible.
Right. We'll see what happens. But Justin Lum is live for us in Scottsdale tonight with the campaign to see how it's going so far, how they're feeling. Justin.
And Christina, John, so far tonight, no sighting of Abe Hamadeh, and I checked in with one of his reps, and we will not be seeing him appear on stage like we've seen other Republican candidates like Kari Lake, who we heard from. And on Twitter, Abe Hamadeh has not said much. It's been quiet so far. And this is the crowd that we have right now at the party starting to die down here. As you said, Hamadeh has 44% of the vote at last check. We talked to a Republican voter who said she's feeling a bit nervous at these election results thus far. She thought candidates like Hamadeh would be further ahead. He brings a few years of prosecuting experience from Maricopa County. He has the Trump endorsement. He's campaigned constantly with Kari Lake, Blake Masters, and Mark Fincham. The voter I spoke with says his age of 31 and the experience he does bring those few years, it doesn't worry her at all. Here's what she had to say.
Spoke with him a couple of times, found him to be very strong-minded, strong-willed, and that's what we need. We need someone to fight, and I like the fact that he's young because we need young faces and young blood to carry the party.
And like we've said throughout the night, we've heard the term red wave or red tsunami. So far, about 70% of precincts reporting. So will these election day in-person votes come through for a candidate like Hamadeh? I guess we shall see. John, Christina?
There's only one, thank you, Justin. There's only one Republican top-tier candidate winning right now, and that's Kimberly Yee, state treasurer seeking a second term, who was running for governor at one point in this cycle, but cashed it in after Karen Taylor Robeson got in with big money, and Kimberly Yee wasn't getting any traction.
Yeah, she's ahead, though, in the race for treasurer by about 26,000 votes.
That's right. All right, let's check in on the AZ Attorney General's race.
Yeah, Steve Nielsen is live for us at the Democrat headquarters tonight, where Chris Mays is in downtown Phoenix. How's it going out there, Steve?
Well, it's been a very different night than Abe Hamadeh's night as far as, as Justin just said, we haven't really heard from him tonight. We've actually heard quite a bit from Chris Mays tonight. She took the podium several times tonight. In fact, she just wrapped up a little less than an hour ago, and her voice was cracking as she spoke. She said that she's been speaking so much tonight that she's starting to lose her voice in that sense. She also talked to us several times one-on-one about this election, how she's feeling right now. She said she feels good. This is cautious optimism, something we're hearing from a lot of the Democrats here. I asked her, though, about the issues with the tabulation machines, knowing that that would likely be a point of contention here over the next few days. We can listen to her now. You better believe this printing issue that happened on the tabulation machine, some tabulation machines today, is going to be talked about for a long time to come here as this is all figured out. What's your take on that?
So look, obviously no election is 100% perfect, but I believe the Maricopa County elections officials got right on top of that problem. They quickly addressed it. And, folks had an opportunity to vote all throughout the day, and I don't think there was disenfranchisement of voters. So, yeah, these are election deniers who obviously will pick on anything, but they're election deniers. These are folks who have been lying for the last 2 years about the 2020 election. So I think we have to take what they have to say with a grain of salt and look at it in the context of what they've been saying in the past.
And if you want some proof here that it's going to be taking a long time until this race is called, Chris Mays has left the building at this point. She's no longer here. We've been told to wrap it up because the ballroom here, they're about to close down for us tonight. They can't blare this music inside of a hotel for too long all night. So they're about to wrap it up here. She's left. She told us tomorrow, though, she's not sure if she's going to talk to reporters. She needs some time to rest, so we'll see how that goes.
You're closing the place down, Steve Nielsen, and I know you've done this in the past. This is not far afield for you.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of fun to close a place down, especially when it's midnight on a school night, right?
You got a lot of kids. Yeah, you're out of that world now. Hey, I want to share with you guys something. A very, very good Republican source told me that Republicans felt if they were within 12 points on election night, that they could overcome that gap. Here are the candidates who were within 12 percentage points. Kari Lake, Abraham Hamadeh for Attorney General. Wow. It's a short list. Tom Horn for Superintendent of Public Instruction, and Kimberly Yee, who's already ahead in her race. So all of those races would be potentially in play if Republicans were within 12%. And those candidates all are. So
This
stay
thing
tuned.
could flip, yeah. It could flip. I mean, it could be like primary night, somewhere around 2 a.m. We could see something completely different.
Or tomorrow morning, or maybe next week.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
In a few days, sometime. Well, we'll have much more to come on this election night as we're still getting results at this hour. It's 11:45 about, and they are still coming in. We're going to take a quick break. Here's some more results.
I guess sometimes things just happen. Devastating things. It's got nothing to do with fairness. Bam.
That Republicans felt if they were within 12 points on Election Day, they could close that gap, but that was the max. So Kari Lake's right there on the bubble. She's right on the edge.
Mark Kelly feeling pretty good about what he's seeing tonight. We just heard from him a short time ago. 57% of the vote goes to him so far, with 74% of precincts reporting over Blake Masters, who has 41% at this point.
By the way, the reason we're hedging on all this is because there is supposedly a big Republican vote from Election Day coming in. And that's what Republicans have been counting on. We'll see if they can make up the gap. The gap in this race between Adrian Fontes and Mark Fincham for Secretary of State is still pretty wide. 16 percentage points for Fontes, 74% of the precincts in.
And in the race for Arizona Attorney General, Chris Mays, the Democrat there with 56% of the vote. She's feeling good. She's already left the building. She's gone home for the evening. And, you know, she was pretty positive all night long, feeling good about this. Abraham Hamadeh coming in short with 44%.
That's still at that 12% margin, which is so interesting that number keeps coming up. Let's check in with Linda Williams. She's down in Tucson with the Mark Kelly campaign. It's interesting that both of these candidates were really Tucsonans. Blake Masters, raised in Tucson, ended up going to Stanford, but he's a Tucson guy, grew up there. And Mark Kelly and Gabby Giffords, obviously, are Tucsonans.
Exactly, and Tucson loves Mark Kelly, really showing out for him tonight. Things are slow. Actually, they're emptying out at the Rialto Theater as we speak. We are striking the set. They've politely asked us to leave, but said we're welcome to come back tomorrow as we continue to follow Senator Kelly's campaign. He had his whole family up on the stage, his 2 daughters, his wife Gabby. He talked about family and what it meant to him and what it means to him to be a U.S. Senator, and something he hopes to continue to do. But he was very grateful and very emotional as he talked about the journey they have been on, and what a journey it has been. But what a fight it has been as well. He says they will continue to fight. We, of course, will be here watching that fight as the numbers continue to roll in throughout the night, and we'll continue to have updates tomorrow on Fox 10 Arizona Morning. Reporting live from downtown Tucson with the Kelly campaign, I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Safe travels home, Linda. Have a safe drive. You'll get
Thank
home
you.
about 1:30 in the morning?
Yes. Thank you.
Something like
Linda.
that?
Thank you.
All right, let's check in with Ellen McNamara, who is with the Arizona Republicans tonight. Okay.
Before
we'll
we
do
get
that in a
there,
minute.
yeah, we'll get there. But first, let's go to break. We'll leave you with some more results.
My daughter's name is Melanie. She has a godlike spirit in her. She's beautiful. She's just a beautiful person.
I'm at St. Jude because I have a brain tumor called
Candidate, let's listen.
more days, I will be honored to be your Attorney General. We didn't go through all this hard work to only get here, right? We came to finish what we started. And it started with securing our elections. If you see what we just witnessed in the past 24 hours is incompetence. And you know what? For so long I keep hearing, what is the biggest threat to democracy? They keep saying it's us. The biggest threat to democracy is incompetent elected officials. But I'm telling you right now, you all know me as a happy warrior, right? Come January, me and Governor Kari Lake will fix this mess. There are still so many ballots left to be counted. It's unfortunate that we don't have the results right now. Look at every other state. You have Florida, which has 5 times our population. They have their results tonight. Every other state. How have we tolerated this right here in Arizona? We've become the laughingstock when it comes to our elections. And it's time we clean them up, Arizona. This is going to be a long fight. Right now, I assure you, wait a few more days. The media back there, let's shock the hell out of the right now. If you look at August 2nd, you all remember that beautiful day? I'm telling you right now, it's unfortunate that we couldn't have that ability to declare a winner. And it didn't rob me of our victory. It robbed we the people. And that's something that they have to understand. That all we're asking for is free, fair, and transparent and competent elections. But Arizona, once every single vote is counted.
Well, it's a tough one because Republicans were urging their people to vote on Election Day. So you've got to tabulate those votes.
It takes some time.
It does.
To
it
get
can
those
take
in.
some time. So if you go in late, you may get a late result. That is the system we're with right now. There may be some reflection about how to clean it up.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
All right, let's play some more results for you tonight. 74% of precincts reporting in the state of Arizona, and in the race for governor, Katie Hobbs still pulling ahead with 56% of the vote over Kari Lake's 44%. There's about less than, I'll say 159,000 votes that separate the two. So Katie Hobbs leading there.
Yep. Let's check in on the Mark Kelly trying to defend his seat as a U.S. Senator. He's only been in there 2 years. This would be the full 6-year term if he can prevail. And right now, he's got a 16 percentage point lead over Blake Masters.
And in the race for Attorney General, we just heard Abe Hamadeh there. He is speaking. He's down so far. 55% of the vote going to the Democrat candidate, Chris Mays.
Adrian Fontes with a comfortable lead over Mark Finchem, the Republican, in the race for Arizona Secretary of State, which, as you all know, is the governor in waiting, the de facto lieutenant governor.
And for county attorney, Maricopa County Attorney Julie Gunnicle pulling ahead so far with 53% over Rachel Mitchell, the incumbent right now, 47%.
On the propositions, we're going to look at creating a lieutenant governor. So far, that is passing tonight by a pretty good margin. It's about 8 percentage points.
And for Prop 211, the Campaign Finance Sources Disclosure Initiative, this would make it mandatory to disclose where the money is going in an election. Yes, 76% voting on that.
That's been called.
Yeah.
Proposition 308, in-state tuition for non-citizen residents, 2 years in high school. You're good to go for in-state college tuition, passing by a 10% margin.
All right, much more to come on our election coverage. It will begin again at 4:30 in the morning with our morning crew. They will take it over. Things could change throughout the night. They'll have the latest updates.
I think we can expect things will change, and Titan, AZM will have all of it for you tomorrow morning bright and early. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.